Sorry, guys. Just hold on a second. This ding dong. Oh my god. Okay. Ah! Ah! He's like, will you hurry up? I said, I'm going as fast as I can. All right, I'll be right back. Hi, Teeter. Okay. Okay. All right. Oh my god. This ding dong. I'm trying to figure out how to share. You have great taste in music. Thanks. How do I share this Uber thing so he knows? Okay, let's see. Sorry, y'all. I don't understand why he did not bring his ID that he needs. He brought his one that doesn't have the the stamp thing. He's like, oh, I didn't know I'd needed to go to Vegas. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me, dude?
At Carolina Quinn, read the letter right now. It is so bad.
Oh my god. And my eye is still going. Okay, I'm sorry, you guys. I can't get started until I freaking deal with this so he knows when this is coming. Ah! Why are men? Why? Oh, it's so stupid. The only reason, too, that they're making this flight is because it was delayed an hour. Otherwise, first of all, Hassan, I don't think would have made the flight because I think he left too late. Second of all, Will didn't have his ID that he needed to travel. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm just going to have to like check in and make sure that, cause this is not letting me share this for some reason. Yes. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh shit. How do I know what? Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Everyone just enjoy the sounds of the playlist that I'm playing right now. Yes, we're going to look at the Wall Street Journal piece. We're going to look at the bomb.com. Mike, thank you for the 19 months. Yeah, I know. I'm going to read the letter. Mochi Pichu, thank you for the 19 months. Super Peach Bot, thank you for the Prime. Jan, thank you for the 7 months. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right, everyone. Hi. Hello. How are we doing? How is everyone? Happy Thursday. Asian Scales, thank you for the 20 months. Euphoric, thank you for the 15. Bad Train Wreck, thank you for the 19 months. Music is amazing. It's always almost good enough that I would stay for it alone. Hey, maybe I'll just be a DJ now. What bomb piece? Did something come out? Yes. So the Wall Street Journal. The Wall Street Journal just dropped a piece, an exclusive. This one says Jeffrey Epstein's friends sent him bawdy letters for a 50th birthday album, and one was from Donald Trump. Joel, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. But I think they're going to be releasing more because they're working on... Basically, I think they're going to be releasing, at least from my understanding, that from this, they're going to be putting out pieces that detail Trump's relationship with Epstein, which we, of course, already know to be the case, that they've had a long relationship. In fact, Trump is one of, if not his most high-profile BFF. And Trump wants it to be stopped, wants to stop it from being published, that he reportedly called the Wall Street Journal, which is a conservative publication, mind you. Okay, this is not an outlet that is like normally very anti-Trump, right? It's not a leftist outlet. But he called the editor-in-chief to try and kill the story. So, I mean, he has just been nonstop doing things that look so bad. From calling his supporters like losers and saying that they're not supporters of his anymore, to firing the federal prosecutor who prosecuted Epstein and Maxwell, to just all of the statements and actions that he's taking look bad. Like, there's just no way around it. It looks bad. And yeah, they dropped Prince Andrew's case. There was another thing I saw. I think it was in Mother Jones. Yeah. I mean, the timing on this, too, where the State Department just decimated the office combating human trafficking. I mean, none of these things look good. He did everything right and they indicted him. Okay, so we'll take a look at this. Joel, thank you for the gifted. Chuck, thank you for the 6 months. Wonder Gal, thank you for the 23 months. Why would they do that at a time like this? Well, we can look at the Mother Jones piece afterwards. Okay, so let's take a look at this Wall Street Journal exclusive that just broke. It was Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday, and Ghislaine Maxwell was preparing a special gift to mark the occasion. She turned to Epstein's family and friends. One of them was Donald Trump. Shocker. Maxwell collected letters from Trump and dozens of Epstein's other associates for a 2003 birthday album, according to documents reviewed by the Wall Street Journal. Pages from the leather-bound album, assembled before Epstein was first arrested in 2006, are among the documents examined by Justice Department officials who investigated Epstein and Maxwell years ago, according to people who have reviewed the pages. It's unclear if any of the pages are part of the Trump administration's recent review. The president's past relationship with Epstein is at a sensitive moment. The Justice Department documents, the so-called Epstein files, and who or what is in them are at the center of a storm consuming the Trump administration. On Wednesday, after angry comments about how the files are a hoax created by Democrats, President Trump lashed out at his own supporters for refusing to let the matter go. The letter bearing Trump's name, which was reviewed by the Journal, is bawdy, like others in the album. It contains several lines of typewritten text framed by the outline of a naked woman, which appears to be hand-drawn with a heavy marker. A pair of small arcs denotes the woman's breasts, and the future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist, mimicking pubic hair. Disgusting, obviously. The letter concludes, "Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret." I mean, hello. Again, none of this is shocking at all. It's not a surprise in the least bit. But like right there, may every day be another wonderful secret. Like, how can you not look at the long relationship between these two? Donald Trump, who just is a guy who has always said whatever he wants to say, and has said things like Jeffrey Epstein is a great guy and he likes them young like I do. Yeah, what do you mean by secret? And anyway, okay. In an interview with the Journal on Tuesday evening, Trump denied writing the letter or drawing the picture. And again, all this shit is like, okay, there are the conspiracy theories, of course. And then there's the like legitimate questions that are being asked around the entire Epstein sex trafficking, sex abuse, massive ecosystem, and like why things have been covered up. I mean, this is not anything new. Things have been covered up involving Epstein and his wealthy and famous collaborators. And so like you see this kind of stuff and you go, how could people who are already prone to conspiratorial thinking not dive head first into this stuff? And the thing about Epstein and everyone around him as well is like a lot of it is not even conspiratorial. Like there is a lot of documented cover up, going back to the 2000 and when he was arrested in 2006, when he was let off with a sweetheart deal by Alex Acosta. He only had to plead guilty to 2 state-level prostitution offenses, and then that allowed him to continue his operation after that. Like there's a lot that we know already that was covered up, that was swept under the rug by by the federal government, by its agencies. And so it's one of those things where like as Trump and Bondi and those who have been some of the loudest voices in like talking about how they're going to uncover the scandal, they're going to reveal all the rich, famous people who were involved in Epstein's operation, and then did a total 180. And then like this stuff comes out in the Wall Street Journal. I mean, people are looking at this and coming to their conclusions. Yeah, the guy who talked about being able to walk into the changing rooms at pageants is a PDF. Yeah, the guy who has been found guilty in a civil lawsuit of rape, who has been sued many, many times for sexual abuse. That guy. Okay, so he said, I never wrote a picture in my life. Well, first of all, buddy, you don't write pictures. I don't draw pictures of women, he said. It's not my language. It's not my words. This is not me. This is a fake thing. It's a fake Wall Street Journal story. That's what Trump is saying. He told the Journal he was preparing to file a lawsuit if it published an article. I'm going to sue the Wall Street Journal just like I sued everyone else, he said. I mean, Trump supporters who are still hanging on to Trump, who are still like, no, he's on the inside. Like the reason that he ran for president twice and you know why he's in the position of power he's in is because he's going to bring things down from the inside. It's like, this is a guy who's doing everything possible to ensure that nothing further comes out involving Epstein and his associates, who is threatening to sue the Wall Street Journal, a conservative publication, because they are reporting on the further details of Epstein and Trump's relationship. Allegations that Epstein had been sexually abusing girls became public in 2006, and he was arrested that year. Epstein died in 2019 in jail after he was arrested a second time and charged with sex trafficking conspiracy. Justice Department officials didn't respond to requests for comments or address questions about whether the Trump pages and other pages of the birthday album were part of the agency's recent documents review. The FBI declined to comment. The existence of the album and the contents of the birthday letters haven't previously been reported. And that's the other thing too, is like, we've had this stuff. I mean, not we, the public, but like these documents, there are thousands upon thousands of documents available. And so if the administration wants to convince people that, hey, there's no client list, like there's no proof that Epstein blackmailed people, blah, blah, well, they're certainly not being very transparent about it. They are, in fact, not being transparent whatsoever. It's like, okay, so why don't you release the files that you have on Epstein? Like, why are all these documents that you have in your possession being kept a secret? Has Libs of TikTok even mentioned this whole thing? Libs of TikTok has been silent, of course. The album had poems, photos, and greetings from business people, academics, Epstein's former girlfriends, and childhood pals, according to the documents reviewed by the Journal and people familiar with them. Among those who submitted letters were billionaire Leslie Wexner and attorney Alan Dershowitz. Yeah, that PDF. The same Alan Dershowitz who tried to pressure the Pulitzer Prize committee that awarded Julie K. Brown and the Miami Herald for their investigative reporting that reopened the Epstein case, tried to pressure that committee to shut them out. So if you don't know the work of Julie K. Brown, Julie is an American investigative journalist with the Miami Herald who is best known for really reopening the Epstein case like it was a cold case, and reporting on the victims that I think it was about 80 victims that she uncovered in her reporting, and documented the way that Alex Acosta and the FBI let Jeffrey Epstein off the hook, how they shut down the FBI probe that might have uncovered even more victims, how immunity was granted to any potential co-conspirators. So Julie was really the one who blew the doors open on the Epstein case that really, you know, since he was released in 2008, a decade had gone by and essentially had, you know, the media hadn't been reporting on it. Nobody was really taking a look. And so Alan Dershowitz, who we know is a real disgusting piece of shit, he was the one who tried to pressure the Pulitzer Prize Committee to shut them out. And he is, of course, very closely associated with Epstein. He was one of his attorneys during that criminal investigation. And so he's also a guy who submitted a letter to him. The album also contained a letter from a now deceased Harvard economist, one of Epstein's report cards from Mark Twain Junior High School in Brooklyn, and a note from a former assistant that included an acrostic with Epstein's name. Jeffrey, oh
Glad
Jeffrey,
to be here, always Quan Hart.
Everyone loves you. Fun in the sun. Fun just for fun. Remember, don't forget me soon. Epstein, you rock. You are the best. Okay, first of all, that just sucks. Like, that's just not even good. It's not even a good acrostic. Sweet Black Tea, thank you for the 8 months. Joel, thank you for the gifted. Public Nuage, thank you for the 2 months. Loop Doodles, thank you for the tier 1. Joel, thank you for another gifted. Jimmy, thank you for the prime. Carlin, thank you for the bits. And Sir Richard Steele, thank you for the bits. Joel, thank you for 2 more gifted subs. Epstein was Wexner's money manager at the time. The longtime leader of Victoria's Secret wrote a short message that said, I wanted to get you what you want, so here it is. After the text was a line drawing of what appeared to be a woman's breasts. Of course, Wexner's in this. Oh yeah. So the father-in-law of Epstein's chief benefactor, Lex Wexner, excuse me, was I mean, God, this web just is so far reaching. But the father-in-law of Les Wexner was Yehuda Kopel. Yehuda Kopel was an Israeli military veteran with ties to Israeli intelligence. And if you don't know, Epstein had ties to Israeli intelligence, to Mossad. What's his name, who was a former spy for Mossad, told reporters on the record that Epstein had worked for Israeli intelligence running honey trap operations, which is essentially sexual blackmail of powerful people using young girls. And so the whole thing with Epstein's network and operation is that the victims of Epstein were victims that he procured for himself, but also to have blackmail and control over his powerful associates. Wexner declined to comment through a spokesman. Wexner's spokesman previously told the Journal that the retail mogul severed all ties with Epstein in 2007 and never spoke with him again. Dershowitz's letter included a mock-up of a Vanity Unfair magazine cover with mock headlines such as, "Who was Jack the Ripper? Was it Jeffrey Epstein?" He joked that he had convinced the magazine to change the focus of an article from Epstein to Bill Clinton. Dershowitz, who represented Epstein after his first arrest, said, "It's been a long time and I don't recall the content of what I may have written." The book was put together by a New York City bookbinder, Herbert Weitz, according to people who were involved in the process. Weitz, who died in 2020, listed Epstein as a client on his website in 2003. It isn't clear how the letter with Trump's signature was prepared. Inside the outline of the naked woman was a typewritten note styled as an imaginary conversation between Trump and Epstein written in the third person. Voiceover, "There must be more to life than having everything," the note began. "Donald, yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey, nor will I, since I also know what it is. This is so fucking creepy. Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, yes, we do, come to think of it. Donald, enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Trump, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. I mean, this is like this is fucking gross. It's creepy. It's gross. This feels like the type of this feels like an Adam McKay type film. Insane how just perverted all these people are. Yeah. I just like this imaginary conversation that's written in the third person that is quite indicative of not only the very close relationship between these two, but that close relationship being dictated by the fact that they are both abusers, that they are predators, that they are fucking disgusting, monstrous pieces of shit who have been a part of, these high profile circle that has a bunch of powerful, extremely wealthy men who use that power and wealth to abuse women and girls. So, yeah, wonderful secrets. Vance has posted a soy coat post about the story. Oh yeah, you mean the same Vance who was making the rounds, went on like Theo Von's podcast and said, where the Epstein, the Epstein list, release it. Like, I think we really need to see it. And now is saying, forgive my language, but this story is complete and utter bullshit. The Wall Street Journal should be ashamed for publishing it. Where is this letter? Would you be shocked to learn they never showed it to us before publishing it? Does anyone honestly believe this sounds like Donald Trump? Yeah, actually, yes. Do you think Trump is like, do you think he writes like a Hemingway? Yeah, no, 1000% this sounds like Donald Trump. Does he think he's saying that the Wall Street Journal just made this up? Like, he is accusing the Wall Street Journal of completely fabricating this. Which, like, look, as I said, the Wall Street Journal is a conservative publication. It is owned by Dow Jones, and it is not it is not a publication that has like an anti-Trump bias, let's just say, okay? But it doesn't matter too, like whatever the political leanings of a major publication like Wall Street Journal would be, because there are just basic journalistic standards. And there is no way that the reporter of this piece, Khadija Safdar and Joe Palazzolo, would have been able to publish this without like very concrete evidence. Like, they had to run this by all of the higher ups. Like, this is not just something that whether it's the New York Times, Jacobin, etc., would be publishing without there being like legitimate reasons to. Where did that Vance tweet go? Okay, wait. Oh, here it is. Doesn't it violate some rule of journalistic ethics to publish a letter like this without showing it to the victim of this hit piece? No. Will the people who have brought into every hoax against President Trump show an ounce of skepticism before buying into this bizarre story? Also, the victim of this hit piece, you fucking asshole. Yeah, in all of this, the victim is Donald Trump, surely. God. Oh my God, just the runaround that Trump's diehard supporters will do to just not to not believe. I mean, I'm not talking about JD Vance, okay, because JD Vance is all about protecting his own power. I'm talking about like Trump supporters who actually take him at face value and are like, no, I will defend him until the day I die. Honestly, I believe that for people like that, even if Donald Trump were to be on video saying, yes, I was one of Jeffrey Epstein's associates, I was there on the island, like taking part in these pedophile activities, they would not believe it. Okay. Jeffrey enjoys his social life. When he turned 50, Epstein was already wealthy from managing Wexner's fortune and was socializing with Trump, Clinton, and other powerful people at his Manhattan townhouse, Palm Beach, Florida, home and private Caribbean island. A spokesman for Clinton referred to a 2019 statement that former President Clinton had cut off ties more than a decade before Epstein's second arrest and didn't know about Epstein's alleged crimes. Here's the thing about abusers, okay? Powerful, wealthy abusers do not fall into one political camp. That's how it goes. So if you are refusing to believe the truth around Epstein and his close associates being involved in this massive sex trafficking operation because somebody who you are politically aligned with there's a lot of proof showing that they were connected to Epstein, then you're a cultist. You're in a cult. Why would Trump defend Clinton and Bill Gates? Yeah. Epstein and Trump spent time together in the 1990s and early 2000s and were photographed at social events, including with Maxwell and Melania Trump. A 1992 tape from the NBC archives shows Trump partying with Epstein at his Mar-a-Lago estate. Trump is seen pulling a woman toward him and patting her behind. Yeah, just, casual assault on camera. Doesn't matter. Trump, along with others, including Clinton, also appeared several times on flight logs for Epstein's private jet. And here's the thing, too. If you have nothing to hide, then why don't you release stuff? That should be the question that everyone's asking, where it's like, look, if you were just simply business associates, okay, even if you were friends, but you weren't involved in any of this stuff, and you just happened to fly on the private jet and visit the island and party together, then why don't you be transparent in ensuring that you can clear your name and your association with this pedophile and sex trafficker? A 2002 New York Magazine profile of Epstein quoted Trump saying, "I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy." Trump said, "He's a lot of fun to be with. It is even said that he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side. No doubt about it, Jeffrey enjoys his social life." Both men said that they subsequently had a falling out. Trump has said their friendship ended before Epstein pleaded guilty to procuring a minor for prostitution in 2008. Oh, yeah, isn't that convenient? That Trump's friendship ended with Epstein right before he pleaded guilty to this. And then he served time in a Florida jail and registered as a sex offender. When Epstein was arrested again in 2019, Trump said he hadn't talked to Epstein for about 15 years. I knew him like everybody in Palm Beach knew him, Trump said in the Oval Office at that time. I was not a fan of his, that I can tell you. Yeah, sure, Jan. You know, it's interesting because why then did Alex Acosta, who was the federal prosecutor who brokered this sweetheart deal with Epstein, why then did he join Trump's cabinet during Trump's first administration? Like, all of these connections here. Isn't that interesting? Why? How did he become then the United States Secretary of Labor? Trump says he's protecting other people from phony stuff. Right. Yeah. He's protecting other people from phony stuff while also trying to blame all of this on the Democrats. And is like, why are you feeding into the Democrats' conspiracy? Mr. Trump never wrote a picture. Here's a thread of doodles Trump has done. Yeah, that he's never written a picture. I know this doesn't matter, but a lady in Ohio solicited doodles from celebrities to auction for charity. And in 2004, she said that Trump was literally always the first to send in his drawings. Yeah, no, I think that does matter. Above is Donald Trump's city skyline drawing with bidding at $205. Last year, a Trump drawing netted $275. Oh, you mean there's a whole piece on Trump's doodles? Huh. Failed artist turned fascist art. Yeah. Here's another from 2008, still not a naked woman, though. This drawing by mogul Donald Trump of "You're Fired" fame is among those set for the next auction. The thing is that there's always the Trump lies, and then there's always the, oh yeah, here's evidence of Trump lying. Apparently at a 2004 charity auction in Iowa, Trump was neck and neck with Clay Aiken, the fuck, for top selling doodle. There's no pic of Clay Aiken's drawing, but here's one by Betty White. Yeah, it looks like Donald Trump has quite a few doodles. Also, I'm sorry, Betty White, but it's not very good. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Yeah. And we also know Donald Trump's like long history of trying to be in the arts. Okay. That guy is like truly failed artist to fascist pipeline. Trump spokeswoman told the Journal in 2023 that Trump had banned Epstein from his Mar-a-Lago club at some point in the past without elaborating. Maxwell, a British socialite, was convicted in 2021 of helping Epstein's sex trafficking and sentenced to 20 years in prison. Maxwell didn't respond to a letter requesting an interview sent to her in prison. Arthur Adala, an attorney representing Maxwell in her appeal, said at this point she's focused on her case before the Supreme Court of the United States. Okay, and then this is just reiterating what has been going on like recently. Epstein's associations with Trump and many powerful people have been well documented. There remain questions about what the FBI possesses about Epstein and his well-connected friends. In 2019, the FBI confiscated evidence from Epstein's properties in the U.S. Virgin Islands and New York. Earlier Tuesday, after the Journal sought comment from the president about the letter, Trump told reporters at the White House that he believed some Epstein files were made up by former presidents Barack Obama and Joe Biden and former FBI director James Comey. He's just digging himself into a deeper hole. Zach App, thank you for the raid. Emerson, thank you for the 12 months. Izzy Pizzy, thank you for the 21 months. Wait, Trump just dropped his tweet? Link it. Trump said that releasing any more Epstein files would be up to Attorney General Pam Bondi. Oh yeah, I love that it's like, look, it's not me, it's Pam Bondi's decision, and Pam Bondi has decided not to, as if Pam Bondi doesn't report and work for Donald Trump. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release, Trump said. Allegations that bureaucrats covered up Epstein's connections with participants in his trafficking scheme were fanned by people now in top roles in the Trump administration, including FBI Director Kash Patel and his deputy Dan Bongino. Yeah, remember Trump, how he was going to drain the swamp? How he was getting on the inside to take down the establishment, that he is the anti-establishment? Okay. The Wall Street Journal and Rupert Murdoch personally were warned directly by President Donald J. Trump that the supposed letter they printed by President Trump to Epstein was fake. And if they print it, they will be sued. Wait, but I thought J.D. Vance was saying that he didn't see the letter. Hold on. Wait, I'm confused. So J.D. Vance kind of tried to make it sound like Trump had not seen this. So how would he know that this was fake? And if they print it, they will be sued. Mr. Murdoch stated that he would take care of it, but obviously did not have the power to do so. The editor of the Wall Street Journal, Emma Tucker, was told directly by Caroline Leavitt and by President Trump, I hate when he refers to himself in third person, that the letter was a fake, but Emma Tucker didn't want to hear that. Can we get some context on why this is considered a big bombshell? Isn't this just another rocket amount of evidence? I mean, okay, it's a bombshell just as far as like it's the Wall Street Journal who's reporting this, first of all, and that it goes into pretty damning detail on Trump's relationship with Epstein, which we already know to be the case. And that this seems to be just one exclusive that they will be publishing that details that relationship. And so, you know, Trump is trying to make this all go away. He keeps being like, why do people care so much? Why can't they just move on? And so to have a publication like the Wall Street Journal publish this piece right now is showing that, like, also this is not about to just go away. But yeah, I mean, it's not like oh my God, we're finding out for the first time that Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were homies, and that Trump has demonstrated a seeming awareness of not only Epstein's penchant for underage girls, but also that they had that in common. Okay, let me read the rest of this. Instead, they're going with a false, malicious, and defamatory story anyway. President Trump will be suing the Wall Street Journal, News Corp, and Mr. Murdoch shortly. That's also, like, huge. Donald Trump is going to sue Rupert Murdoch. Like, this again is something that it's to his base, to like Donald Trump supporters. This is Donald Trump going after his own allies, right? It's like Rupert Murdoch has been a longtime ally to Trump. He is, he's fucking Rupert Murdoch. Can you explain why Trump doesn't just remove all incriminating information on him and his homies from the file and release that? I don't understand why he hasn't. Do you mean, like, why doesn't Trump commit a crime and then like commit another crime and like put out the files but with everything on him redacted? Well, I mean, LOL. I think that's something that not to say that it's not that I wouldn't put it past them. But that's pretty wild. It would seem to be pretty obvious, and I don't think it would be too difficult for that to come out. And then it's like, okay, now you're right back where you started, but even worse. Okay, so Donald Trump is suing Wall Street Journal, News Corp, and Murdoch. The press has to learn to be truthful and not rely on sources that probably don't even exist. President Trump has already beaten George Stephanopoulos, ABC, 60 Minutes, CBS, and others, and looks forward to suing and holding accountable the once great Wall Street Journal. It has truly turned out to be a disgusting and filthy rag, and writing defamatory lies like this shows their desperation to remain relevant. If there were any truth at all in the Epstein hoax as it pertains to President Trump, this information would have been revealed by Comey, Brennan, Crooked Hillary, and other radical left lunatics years ago. It certainly would not have sat in a file waiting for Trump to have won 3 elections. Okay, we're still doing this, I guess. The election was stolen. This is yet another example of fake news. Yeah, no, he's still going with the I won in 2020 and the election was stolen. This might be my most tinfoil hat position, this whole thing, but to answer that question, my guess is it would be pretty hard to do because of how intertwined they presumably were, and it would be beyond obvious. Yeah, that seems to be... that kind of seems to be the case. Every Trump post about Epstein. I mean, what are the Fox News peeps doing about this? That Donald Trump is now saying he's suing Rupert Murdoch? How are the Trump allies on Fox News handling this fallout? Okay, let me go back to here. In June 2024, Trump was asked in a Fox News interview whether he would release the Epstein case files. The Republican presidential candidate initially responded, "Yeah, I would." But he also expressed some reservations. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there, because it's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would. I mean, I don't know how people didn't look at that too, his supporters, and go, well, what do you mean there's a lot of phony stuff? And what does that mean? You're saying there's a lot of phony stuff in there? Huh? You didn't say that before. Soon after she was confirmed as Attorney General, Bondi said she was preparing to release new Epstein files. In late February, she announced the release of Phase 1 of the documents, but the material contained few new revelations, drawing criticism from right-wing influencers. Bondi initially blamed the FBI's New York office for withholding information and promised to release the remaining documents after redacting the victims' names. Patel also said there will be no cover-ups, no missing documents, and no stone left unturned. They tasked hundreds of FBI employees to review the materials and prepare them for release. The issue took on new life in June when Elon Musk, amid a public feud with Trump, alleged that the FBI was withholding documents from the Epstein case because Trump was in the files. The truth will come out, Musk wrote on X on June 5th. He later deleted the message and said he regretted some of his comments, but he's also now back. Musk is back to being all over this. On July 7th, the Justice Department backtracked on Bondi's pledge to release more Epstein files. The Justice Department said that after an exhaustive review, it had found no incriminating client list or additional documents that warrant public disclosure. Democrats on the House Judiciary Committee demanded this week that the Republican chairman, Jim Jordan, hold hearings on the Trump administration's handling of the Epstein files and, if necessary, subpoena Bondi, Patel, and Bongino. At a cabinet meeting on July 8th, Trump criticized a reporter for asking about Epstein. Are people still talking about this guy, this creep? Trump said. That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time? That same day, Musk wrote on X, how can people be expected to have faith in Trump if he won't release the Epstein files? And here's the thing, okay? So for years now, QAnon and other conspiracy groups like QAnon and MAGA supporters, which there's overlap, okay? It's kind of redundant to be like QAnon supporters and MAGA supporters. They have seized on this as their purpose in this life, okay? These are people who, they don't care about systemic sexual abuse because often they're the same ones who are mocking and derisive and dismissive of other sexual abuse cases, including that of their own leader, Donald Trump. But the sex trafficking, the pedophile, deep state, high society cabal of pedophiles, that because of its very, it's salacious nature, its whole, these are people who are always talking about bringing down pedophiles and sex traffickers and whatnot. They have this has been the thing that like they have attached themselves to, and they have seen Donald Trump as he's the guy who's going to help us bring down, like reveal the truth. I mean, Pizzagate, etc. It functions as the legitimacy myth for their movement. Absolutely. And so all other things, especially all things bad relating to Donald Trump, fall to the wayside because they're like, no, this is the most important thing. And we are getting close to revealing the truth. And so to then have Trump pull the plug and be like, why are people wasting their time? Why are people still talking about this? It's like it's totally rocked their world. You know, where they're like, what do you mean? This is the most important thing. This is why we have like lined up behind you, because you are the guy who's not part of the establishment, who was going to come in and drain the swamp and, you know, take down the deep state and like reveal all these Democrats who are pedophiles and Hillary Clinton and the Obamas and whatever. They're obsessed with child abuse, but in this very like in this very specific way, right? Where other things having to do with child abuse, there falls on deaf ears. But Epstein in particular, and Epstein's associates, who they view as like only, you know, really Democrats and people on the, people who are their political enemies. Yeah, and also only from the LGBTQ. Right. They're like, drag queens are pedophiles. We have to take them down. And then Epstein and all of his associates, the client list. This is our purpose in life. We are Liam Neeson in Taken. Yeah. For example, ignoring child marriage in over 30 states, which is easily connected to child abuse. Epstein case is the main reason a lot of people became MAGA in the first place. It's huge for them. Yeah. I mean, this is it. This is their entire world.
Let me ask you, Christy Greenberg, let's just put the MAGA lens on this story for a second. And two of the things that those leading MAGA figures, including Donald Trump's son, a few of the things they've asked for, put on your big boy pants and fire the pedophiles, will go down as my favorite. But there are some specifics. They wanted flight logs and they wanted a black book. This is what my colleagues at NBC News have reported on what the flight logs in the black book show when it comes to Donald Trump. Flight logs show two instances of Donald Trump's name appearing. And again, I'm only raising flight logs because it's one of the things they want disclosed in MAGA world. Flight logs they want released. Some of them were released in 2021 as part of Maxwell's trial. But Trump has denied that he was ever on Epstein's plane. So this might be one of the points of tension in terms of what MAGA has demanded be released, what has become not a policy request, not a platform, but almost a religion for MAGA. That's one of the things they want. Another thing they talk about a lot is Epstein's black book. It sounds like it's just an address book, but I guess black book sounds more illicit. And in 2015, Gawker published a version of that, and the address book included numerous phone numbers and emails for Donald Trump. Again, I'm accusing Donald Trump of anything. I'm just speaking to two of the things that MAGA is demanding. One, flight logs. Two, the black book. We know Donald Trump appears in both of them. What is your understanding of why Maureen Comey was fired yesterday?
I don't think Maureen Comey knows why she was fired yesterday. There was no reason given. It's pretty cowardly to fire somebody and not tell them why. It's also, I mean, there are in this country protections for civil servants, and Donald Trump has this view of the executive that he can just fire anybody whenever he wants. And that is not the law. And so I would hope that.
Yeah, I think Maureen Comey released a statement. Let me see if I can find it. Maureen Comey employed her colleagues on Thursday not to give in to fear, calling it the tool of a tyrant. If a career prosecutor can be fired without reason, fear may seep into the decisions of those who remain, she wrote in an email that was circulated to her colleagues within the federal prosecutor's office in Manhattan. Do not let that happen. She was told of her firing Wednesday in a letter from Justice Department official in Washington who cited Article 2 of the Constitution, which broadly describes the powers of the president, according to two people with knowledge of the matter. She said in her letter that the email did not give, she said in her email that the letter did not give a reason for her termination. Oh, I forgot she was also the lead prosecutor in Sean Combs' trial. I was like, okay, why have I also seen her name recently? She's worked in the federal prosecutor's office for nearly a decade. I mean, again, all of these actions that Trump is taking and the things that he's saying, they just make him look worse and worse. To just randomly out of nowhere fire the federal prosecutor who prosecuted Jeffrey Epstein and also Sean Combs and Maxwell, does not look good. It doesn't look good. It's red flags on red flags.
Maureen Comey
Jojo, thank you for the
just
9
like we
minutes.
saw Liz Oyer, the pardon attorney in the Mel Gibson situation. She has filed a suit for wrongful termination. Maureen Comey should do the same thing. You have to give a reason. There is a due process in this country. When you're getting fired from a government job, you should be given a reason. You should be able to appeal that. And so she doesn't know. I have my suspicions, just given the timing of all of this. We see Donald Trump taking a ton of heat about these Epstein files and why they weren't released. You have a number of the people in his MAGA base who are upset about that. And one of the people that they've constantly talked about is Maureen Comey. And now maybe he's using her as a fall guy of sorts. But
Trump sold the idea that Epstein was only connected to the Democrats. That's why the right obsessively. Yeah, I mean, Alan Dershowitz also bragged about turning the story up, really refocusing the narrative on Bill Clinton. That's why the right obsessively wanted the case to come to light to prove that the left, as they call it, is depraved. They don't care about the victims, not really. The MAGA QAnon community has known about the Epstein-Trump connection since 2015, but they chose to ignore it, believing that Trump never knew anything. They were no longer friends. That's why I said, for these people, this has been taking down the deep state sex trafficking cabal that Democrats have, high profile Democrats have been involved in for years. And that's why Trump was their inside man, where, he's going to come in and he's going to take down our political enemies, these pedophiles and, child abusers that are all Democrats. And so they're confused now, and they're ranging from confused to angry to just going totally radio silent with Trump behaving this way while also still trying to be like, oh, you're falling for the Democrats hoax. They're like, Democrats hoax? What the fuck do you mean? You've been with us. You've been on our side talking about how Bill Clinton and other, big Democratic powerful figures we're doing bad things with Epstein.
If that's the road
Can
he
I
goes
just stop
down,
you on the logic? So they haven't been released, and Maureen Comey is in the government not releasing them. So who's more vested in her staying than Donald Trump?
Yeah, there's no logic to it other than to say, look over here. Don't look at me. Don't blame me. Blame her. Just like he's blaming Democrats who weren't even around when this investigation was initiated. December 2018. That was when the Epstein investigation was opened. That's in Jeffrey Berman's book. That's public knowledge. It was charged July of 2019. He died in August of 2019. None of the Democrats were around at this point. I mean, Biden wasn't in office at that point. So All of this is nonsense, and I think he is just trying to deflect blame in any way he can. It doesn't have to make sense. It doesn't have to be true. And again, if that's where he's going with this, if that's what the timing suggests, that he's going to pick a fight with Maureen Comey, he picked the wrong person to have a fight with. She is tough as nails. She is incredibly competent. As you can tell from the email that she sent to her colleagues, she is not one to back down. She is not one to be afraid. So if he wants a fight, bring it on, because I think he's not going to like what happens.
David French, you wrote the single best piece in explaining and illuminating, I don't know if illuminating and Jeffrey Epstein scandal go in the same sentence, but informing my understanding of this. Your piece actually sent me on a journey. I listened to Joe Rogan this week. I watched hours of Megyn Kelly. And what your piece explains is that the betrayal on cost of living for tariffs or foreign policy even, it isn't this thing they're willing to
rough.
I don't want to be dramatic and say die for, but it isn't this thing they're willing to fight for with the passion that they'll fight for Epstein because there's something righteous in their minds about this pursuit. Explain.
Yeah. One thing that's important to know is this narrative of wealthy people exploiting children and trafficking children is sort of a core element of the hardcore MAGA base, that one of the reasons why they're in this to begin with is to end child trafficking. And this Epstein case really kind of perfectly fit within their worldview. And there's a small version of the Epstein case, which is the one that we know, which is very, very troubling and requires more investigation and more answers. Who all was involved? What were all of the details of the abuse? How did this person become so well connected? There's a lot we don't know, but I would call that the small version of the Epstein story. A lot of MAGA believes what I would call the big version of the Epstein story, that Epstein is essentially the key that unlocks the reality of the global pedophile conspiracy, sort of this, I would call it like thinking man's QAnon conspiracy. And a lot of people who are...
Why is this not pausing? I think the thing too, and we talk about this all the time whenever I cover cases in Hollywood, is like this type of shit being an open secret. Okay. There's a lot that, yes, are in these heavily redacted, unreleased files that the FBI and the DOJ have had for years. There's a lot that has not been made public. But Epstein and how, what he was doing and how he was using his very, very powerful connections and his own wealth to be an abuser. I mean, this falls into the category of open secret stuff, and how that's not something that we haven't seen a million times. That, like, ultimately, this is about, okay, like, yes, this is about Epstein. Yes, this is about who his powerful, the powerful people that he consorted with are. But the bigger picture of this is about how powerful people can use these systems, can use their power to harm people, to be abusive, whether it's in Hollywood or in politics or whatever industry it is, whether it's here or across the globe. Like, that's ultimately what this is about. It is about the abuse of power. It is how, when you are somebody with the wealth and connections that Epstein has, that you can get something like the ridiculous sweetheart deal he was given in 2008, which allowed him then to continue with his operation, to continue abusing women and girls. So that's ultimately that's not a conspiracy, okay? Like, that is, unfortunately, the reality of how our world works. And so, yes, there are the pieces to all this that will kind of start to veer off into conspiratorial territory, but this notion of powerful people abusing that power is a tale as old as time. And it's something that a lot of people will go, just look at the money, right? Follow the money. I mean, Julie K. Brown, who's been on this for years, she's like, you just have to follow the trail of money and see like what was going on here.
Deep in MAGA. One of the reasons why they support Trump is they have been promised, they have been told that his purpose is to defeat child trafficking. I know this sounds strange to people. I know, especially given all of his.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is like every House Republican on the Rules Committee voting against a bill to release the Epstein files. It's because those in power are protected by their power, by the, by the systems around them that have been created and maintained to enable and protect powerful abusers. You look at the Catholic Church. I mean, many such instances.
Connections that you walk through to Epstein.
False
What?
prophet,
Donald Trump? This is why he was put on this earth. But a lot of people have grown to believe that. And it's one reason why they have clung to him so much. If you think that this man is an instrument of vengeance against a global a global cabal of pedophiles, you're going to be willing to overlook and forgive a lot as long as he stays on task and on mission. And so this is one of the reasons why a lot of MAGA figures have not fallen in line immediately, because this goes to the very core idea of why they're in this in the first place. And so you've had a number of people who have stood up. And
right. I mean, all these people who claim that they are anti-establishment and that's why they love Donald Trump and they support him, seeing how the establishment coalesce around Donald Trump, about how he uses these institutions, how he uses how he uses all of this to his advantage, to like keep people from to keep information from reaching the public.
you've also seen something very curious, which is Donald Trump tweeting something or posting something on Truth Social and getting just from rank and file users of Truth Social, people who are ordinarily his key supporters, just absolutely becoming volcanically angry. And this is not something that we have seen very much of. And the one last thing about this that is interesting, Trump has lied to MAGA a lot over the course of the last 10 years. But when he lies to MAGA, he tends to lie to them in ways that they want. He tells them things they want to hear. The Russia investigation never should have happened, or the election was stolen. These are things that would reinforce their priors. The deception here is not welcome at all, especially after so many MAGA figures spent 2024, the lead up to the 2024 election, just promising all of this transparency, especially after Bondi said in response to a question about the list, saying it's on my desk for my review. And then later, unsigned memorandum says there's no list, no blackmail. Epstein died by suicide. So this is a situation where MAGA feels lied to on a matter of core importance. Now, let's not get hasty and say that means they're going to abandon Trump. I mean, maybe some people will. But I do think this is a real preview of how viciously MAGA can fight amongst itself. And once Trump is gone after this term, what's the future? Because he's brought a bag of scorpions under the same tent, and they're going to fight each other.
I mean, you would hope
the
that...
Epstein.
Here's Greg Gutfield. Epstein is Democrats' only hope. Let me see the comments. This isn't a left versus right issue or a joke. We want justice for the victims. If there's no list, then why is Prince Andrew on it? He's been relieved of his royal duties. This isn't a joke. These were children who were taken advantage of and abused.
Saga has led to some startling revelations.
Sorry, we are going to
For
watch
example, we
this.
just uncovered the only black man on earth with no musical talent.
I mean, this is okay. So what a lot of people are pointing out is how now what these people are trying to do is make this all a joke. Be like, why do you care so much? Who cares? Because what you're telling fervent supporters of Donald Trump, of people who for years now have been driven by this belief that there is this massive sex trafficking ring that Epstein and Democrats and powerful people were involved in, and that they're going to take it down, and that this is the biggest scandal of all time, that this is like bigger than Watergate. And now they're being told that, like, oh, you're stupid. You're just an idiot. Okay. This is just ridiculous. Move on.
And you must be blind. You've been telling us you released the file, but where are they? Dreamsicle on a summer night in a folding armchair.
Oh, man. That guitar is now demanding assisted suicide. Hank Johnson makes Mike Huckabee look like Eddie Van Halen. Now, Hank's a Democrat, and like many today, they're now demanding answers on Epstein. But you gotta ask, where were they when we were the only ones demanding answers over the years? Oh yeah, their guy was in power. So what did they do with all those big scandals? Well, they mocked them, and not just Epstein, the Russian collusion hoax, the COVID lab leak, the Biden cover-up. Each one was a huge scandal and a huge cover-up, and the Dems treated them the way women treat Star Wars fans. With zero interest.
It's brutal.
But now that Trump's in power, they see an opening exploiting the MAGA rift around Epstein. And I get it. They have no policies. Epstein is the only hope.
And the thing is, you can't keep being like, this is the Democrats, when, like, it's a lot of Trump supporters who have been the ones calling for the Epstein client list. That, like, all these podcasters who now have official positions within the Trump administration for years, like, that was what they made their name on. And so they basically what they're, I know, I'm not being naive and being like, yeah, Trump supporters are all turning on Trump. Of course not. A lot of members of the cult are never going to turn on him. But if I'm a Trump supporter, if I'm someone who's been listening to, if I've been listening to like Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and all these Trump people, and Fox News and etc. And now I'm feeling gaslit. I'm feeling like, wait a second, huh? The Democrats are just trying to stir up shit? No, this, like, what are you talking about? They told us that they had the list on their desk, that they were going to reveal all this. They had libs of TikTok and other MAGA people who we love, who we've been following, along with. They had them come to the White House, and it was like this whole thing. So what's going on? Cindy McCain said Epstein was hiding in plain sight. We all knew about him. We all knew what he was doing, but we had no legal aspect that would go after him. They were afraid of him.
They have. Before this, all they had was supporting men who shave their nutsacks in women's locker rooms.
Like, they're just now, how do you look at this and not see as them trying to distract away from the fact that Pam Bondi and Trump and that they're going, move on from this? Like, that we have nothing. Oh, we investigated and there's nothing, and we're not going to release anything.
Now, Trump just had the greatest start to a presidency in history. I haven't seen anything come out of the gate this fast since Joy Behar won the Kentucky Derby. Always works. I don't know. Yet we're supposed to focus entirely on Epstein? Sure, if a list of organized child rapists at high levels exists, that is huge. But remember, while you were caring about that, the Dems weren't. But now that it's a political issue, they do. And sure, the DOJ isn't perfect. If it were, they'd call it the Department of Sydney Sweeney.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
But it's miles ahead of what we had last time.
Laugh.
The DOD isn't leaking or leaving billions of military gear behind in foreign countries. The FBI is no longer doing domestic terror investigations on parents and Catholics. And they moved pornography out of the children's library to where it really belongs, the Clinton Library. But now people whisper
It's so
that Trump's
bad.
vulnerable. But look, if someone flooded your basement for 4 years, you can't expect it to be bone dry overnight. And I get it. You can't just ignore this, because that's what the Dems would do. And that's not Trump. He doesn't run from chaos. He embraces it. I would say Trump is as cool as a cucumber, but why bring Ana Navarro's sex life into this?
How can you say Trump doesn't run from it when that's exactly what's happening? Like,
We get that there are details that we don't know about, and it could be that releasing them would put the country in danger. Or perhaps this information could be used to nail some really bad people, and once we do that, then the files can come out. Maybe it's not about protecting people, but this country. We trust Trump on everything else, and he's delivered. Why would he suddenly depart from that? Given his record, we can trust he's making the right call. And I get it. We invested a lot in this. But we were also led astray. We were told that there was a client
yeah,
list.
we'll talk about Stephen Colbert.
But take it
Hold
from
on.
Alan Dershowitz, Epstein's lawyer. He says Epstein never had one. So is he right? It's a valid point. Who keeps a list of the crimes that they commit? However, I did see a list.
Okay, again, I'm just trying to put myself in MAGA brain, right? I look at this, I go, wait, Alan Dershowitz, Epstein's lawyer, is saying there's no list, so I'm supposed to believe the guy who worked for Epstein? That's the argument, is that the guy who worked for Epstein is saying there's no list. Now, let me just say, okay, Julie K. Brown and other journalists who have meticulously covered and uncovered details about Epstein and his many, many victims have said that, okay, as far as a client list, is there like a sheet of paper that has all the names on it that says like Jeffrey Epstein's client list? Most likely, no. But there are absolutely tons of unreleased files that the FBI and the DOJ have been sitting on for years that would give us an idea of who Epstein consorted with. Of like, oh, there are money trails. There are tons and tons of money trails that will show, who like Epstein was paying out, who was paying Epstein, like monetary connections that are not being investigated whatsoever. So what I'm trying to explain is like that being the reality versus, okay, this list in the sense of like how I think a lot of like QAnon conspiratorial thinkers are imagining a list. You know what I mean?
Floating around on the dark web, and sadly, most of the names.
But that's what they're trying to be like. Oh, you think that there's just like a sheet of paper with these names on it, and like that's why they're trying to act as if there's nothing out there, nothing in these files that would at all indicate who Epstein was consorting with, that there are no money trails, nothing. Because this idea of like a piece of paper, a list of names, is such a silly one.
Redacted because they might be innocent, but some were not. Let's take a look at the list.
Right? See, like this is what they're trying to do by being like, oh, come on, how silly is this? It's like also... Okay, hold on a second, guys. Okay, sorry guys. This ID situation. Okay. All right. Sorry. I normally am not on my phone. If you've seen me looking at my phone repeatedly, is because I have been trying to ensure that Will's ID gets to him. Okay. All right. Okay. Anyway, this is not funny at all. Let's look at some more comments. They're still so desperate to make this a partisan issue. I'm just so sad at this point. Don't make this about the Democrats. This needs transparency for everyone, MAGA included. It blows my mind how far people will go to cover up a story like this. It's an embarrassment to the administration and morally wrong. Nothing should keep us from protecting the kids. Yeah, hasn't their whole thing been like protect the children? And now you're making a joke out of this. And the thing is too, like, children were abused. We know that is true. Like that's fact, that a lot of underage girls, children, 12-year-olds, as young as 12, were abused. So it's also just kind of the optics of like making a joke out of all of this. I mean, this was the piece, this is a piece that Ken wrote. Jeffrey Epstein had 1,000 plus victims. Industrial scale abuse enterprise far larger than previously believed is revealed in a new document. Okay, Will made it onto the plane with his ID. Great. Amazing. I love that I've been like dealing with this as I'm trying to also cover all this stuff. All right, 20 years after Jeffrey Epstein was exposed for his child sex abuse enterprise, the Justice Department this week made a startling revelation. Rather than the dozens of victims previously alleged by the government and media, Justice now says that there were over 1,000 victims. Everyone is talking about Epstein again, from MAGA types furious that the Trump administration is not producing a supposed client list to the mainstream media who's giddily mocking just about anyone critical of the Justice Department here as conspiracy theorists. One person who doesn't want to talk about it is Donald Trump, who told New York Magazine that his buddy Epstein was a fun guy who likes beautiful women as much as I do. Many of them are on the younger side. Seldom one to shy away from blurting out whatever. When asked this week about the Epstein memo, he uncharacteristically changed the subject. Trump, of course, hung out with Epstein and feasted on his legendary get-togethers in New York and West Palm Beach, so he probably isn't keen on there being too much transparency here. But before this becomes a conspiracy theory itself, I note that former President Bill Clinton was also a frequent flyer, especially on the Lolita Express, disgustingly named, which took prominent guests to Epstein's private island. Those guests included financiers, billionaires, lawyers, and even a British prince. The names of the hundreds and now indeed possibly thousands of Johns involved, Jeffrey Epstein's clients, have never been revealed by the government. Pam Bondi's Justice Department evidently doesn't have the stomach or the inclination to delve much deeper into the matter. The new figure of over 1,000 victims appears in a Trump administration's review of FBI holdings concerning Epstein, a summary of which was released in the form of a 2-page memo earlier this week. Oh my God. We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties, the undated, unsigned memo says. Why? Then release that. Release the, like, whatever it is that you looked at and then determine that, no, actually, this doesn't merit an investigation. Hello. Justice says it reviewed more than 300 gigabytes of data and physical evidence, including over 10,000 downloaded videos and images of illegal child sex abuse material. And so what they're trying to argue and what Trump cultists are arguing is like, oh, so you just want to see child porn? Oh, we have to protect the names of these victims. Oh, guess what? You know what you do? You redact that, okay? You know what you do is you don't include those names. You don't release the images of the actual sex abuse material. This is something that's commonly done. When evidence is made public, names of victims are redacted from it. Like, hello, do you think people are stupid? There's no client list, Justice says in its memo. This despite Bondi herself implying in February that such a list was on her desk. She now says she was referring to files more generally. There are so many explanations and unanswered questions raised by the release, which also says there is no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions. That means that the theories alleging Epstein was operating some kind of operation to collect incriminating information for a foreign government, most notably the Israelis, has also been dismissed by the U.S. government. That's the other thing too, is Epstein's connections to the Israeli government, to Mossad, where right now, again, Israel doesn't have a great reputation in the United States with the people. And so this is another thing when it's like, hold on a second. You're saying that like this is being dismissed by the government? That Epstein's connections to Mossad? Huh? When are you finishing your Chrome update? Never. You can't make me. Oh, and the memo says that because of this exhaustive search, there's no need for justice or the FBI to disclose anything further. This is a reversal of Trump's promise to his voters that he would take a look at the Epstein case as president. When the Justice Department indicted Epstein in 2019, it repeatedly referred to dozens of minor girls that he had abused. Federal prosecutors reportedly identified 36 underage victims in Florida, in line with the dozens described in the original federal indictment. Consistent with prior disclosures, the Justice Department memo said this week, this review confirmed that Epstein harmed over 1,000 victims. There was no such prior disclosure that Epstein's victims were so numerous, which just makes this all the worse. That now we are over 1,000 victims of Jeffrey Epstein and whoever else was involved in his operation. And so it was like bad enough when the previous number was, a couple dozen, and now we're up to over 1,000. And we're saying, hey, actually, no, nothing to see here. We're going to move on. We've determined that no investigation of third parties is necessary, that there's nothing in these many, many, many files which we refuse to release to the public that indicates we should look into this further. When I read the over 1,000 phrase, I was genuinely shocked by the number, and then even more so when no one in the major media reported it. So I reached out to the FBI to ask about the discrepancy. The FBI declines to comment, an unnamed bureau official responded in email. The Justice Department has not even responded to my requests for clarification. There are some bizarre theories about Epstein out there, my personal favorite being the notion that Epstein never actually died in prison and that the man who did was a body double. But you don't have to be a conspiracy theorist to see that there's more here than we were told before. You just have to read the Justice Department's review carefully, which the media evidently did not. It's as if no one in power wants to deal with the substance of this scandal. That industrial-scale child abuse operation was taking place right under the noses of the countless household names with whom Epstein socialized. Now, these same household names are ever so happy to cast the battle as a war between conspiracy nuts and the sober-minded adults, completely gliding over the obvious indictment here of the very high society of which they are a part. What the Epstein case shows is that powerful men preying on the very young is condoned by high society, whether they are Republican or Democrat, an American or an Afghan warlord. And that's why prominent people, from the government to the news media, seem to want this to go away. Because the other thing, too, is how all of these institutions are indicted. Epstein's crimes have been going on for decades. And this is just, another example, albeit one that is massive and has had far-reaching consequences and left a lot of people, a lot of people were harmed. But it just shows how, again, power is protected. The media, the government, law enforcement agencies, that victims do not get justice in this world. And perpetrators of harm, abusers, whether of children or of adults, are protected. As for Trump's law enforcers and self-styled truth tellers who claim to be ending an era of politicization of the FBI and intelligence, it's entirely possible that in all the material they possess, there's no information about the Johns. That's because decades ago, they weren't told to go after the men, or they decided not to. Either way, that's the true cover-up, that no one was predisposed to investigate the perpetrators beyond Epstein and his staff. Not in the Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, or Trump administrations. Yeah, I mean, that's the truth of it. Okay, let's listen to
which, does that cross about Bill Clinton on a plane?
Maybe releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients? Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a direct.
All right, this is an interview Julie Brown did with The Atlantic.
By President Trump.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would.
I'm not ever going to let this story go because of what I heard from a source about Bill Clinton on a plane with Jeffrey Epstein. I'm not letting it go.
Why is the FBI protecting the greatest pederast, the largest scale pederast in human history?
We have flight logs, we have information, names, that will come out.
Is it going to be shocking?
I don't see how it's not shocking.
This is Radio Atlantic. I'm Adrienne LaFrance, executive editor of The Atlantic, filling in for Hannah Rosen, who is away this week. For years, President Trump and his allies have promised to make bombshell news on the Jeffrey Epstein case.
We'll look at Colbert stuff after.
Many conspiracy theory-obsessed Americans are preoccupied by Epstein, and MAGA World has long promised that Trump would be the one to release secret files about him. The saga is catnip for conspiracy theorists. The thing is, there are legitimate questions about Epstein, so it's hard to tell what's real and what's made up. Until recently, Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, repeatedly said that she had specific new information about Epstein. But over the past 2 weeks, things got a lot more interesting and a lot more complicated.
The Department of Justice.
Yeah, this is also a piece in the New York Times. An Epstein case, follow the money, Democratic senator says.
Treasury's Epstein file details, Mr. President, 4,725 wire transfers. Let me repeat that. 4,725 wire transfers, adding up to nearly $1.1 billion flowing in and out of just one of Mr. Epstein's bank accounts.
One account.
Treasury's Epstein file details.
That is one single account. Follow the money, Epstein. Like, that's what this is all about. 4 banks have been found to have waited until Epstein's arrest on federal charges to flag $1.5 billion in suspicious transactions. Senator Wyden wants the documents made public. I mean, that's a thing that everyone should agree on, that this kind of stuff should be made public for the sake of transparency, because then otherwise people sit there and they come to their own conclusions. So if there is nothing to hide, if in fact you want us to believe that, it was just Epstein and Maxwell and there's no evidence of anyone else's involvement, then release these documents, release these files, subpoena the banks. Have them testify. Filings by 4 big banks flagged more than $1.5 billion in transactions, including thousands of wire transfers for the purchase and sale of artwork for rich friends, fees paid to Mr. Epstein by wealthy individuals, and payments to numerous women. The filings came after Mr. Epstein was arrested in 2019 on federal sex trafficking charges. Large money transfers to individuals, foreign countries, or obscure companies are the kinds of things that banks are supposed to be examining as potentially suspicious. Some of the Epstein money transfers disclosed in a report from J.P. Morgan Chase involved accounts at 2 Russian banks, before those institutions were subject to U.S. sanctions. A few transactions red flagged were for as much as $100 million. Wyden said his investigation into Mr. Epstein's finances has taken on new urgency now that the Trump administration was balking at releasing any of the information seized by the FBI from Epstein's homes or information collected from the nation's banks. Like many Republicans on the far right, Wyden and a growing number of Democrats believe there are more details about Mr. Epstein that the federal government needs to reveal. We felt from the beginning this was a follow the money case, he said in an interview. This horrific sex trafficking operation cost Epstein a lot of money, and he had to get that money from somewhere. The bank records reviewed by Wyden's staff, called Suspicious Activity Reports, or SARS, are meant to be an early warning system for law enforcement about signs of illegal activity. As dictated by federal law, the reports are so confidential that banks can't even acknowledge filing them, and people who have seen the documents are under great constraint as to what they can say about them. Members of Wyden's staff provided an overview of the bank's reports to the New York Times based on their review of the filings. To some degree, Wyden is hamstrung by those rules, which is why he wants the Trump administration to make the reports available to Congress so members can review them and possibly issue subpoenas to the banks for more information. Even before the Justice Department announced last week that it was closing the door on the Epstein investigation, Wyden had been pressing Pam Bondi to turn over bank reports along with other information about wealthy individuals and financial institutions in Epstein's network. Justice Department did not respond to requests for comment. Ms. Bondi said that she stands behind the department's memo that said no further disclosure of information was warranted. The banks that filed reports reviewed by Wyden's team, JP Morgan, Bank of America, and Bank of New York Mellon, all declined to comment except for Deutsche Bank, which said it regrets our historical connection with Jeffrey Epstein. The confidential bank reports filed with a Treasury Department agency could be crucial because they provide the most comprehensive look at the enormous financing machine behind Epstein's sex trafficking operation in Manhattan, Florida, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. To date, only bits and pieces of the financial transactions involving Epstein's network have come out through civil litigation and news reports. In this era of misinformation, these reports are the coin of the realm. The reports reviewed by Wyden's team were filed by the banks months after Epstein's arrest in 2019 on federal sex trafficking charges and his subsequent death by suicide. Wink, wink, in a federal jail in Manhattan. Normally, a bank is expected to file a suspicious activity report within 60 days of a bank spotting a questionable transaction. Raise your hand if this has happened to you and it was not a $100 million transaction, such as movement signaling, money laundering, or sex trafficking. The way that they will come after people for Venmo transactions that are $500 and be like, you need to pay taxes on those. Yeah. Gary Kallman, executive director for the U.S. arm of Transparency International, which focuses on illicit financing, said banks have to make a lot of assessments about a client before deciding to file SARS, including reading news reports. Well, in 2008, Mr. Epstein pleaded guilty in Florida to a charge of soliciting prostitution from a teenage girl and received a modest jail sentence. Remember that? In conjunction with the guilty plea, federal prosecutors in Florida entered into a deal with Epstein. He would be required to register as a sex offender and would not be prosecuted on the federal charges. The deal was criticized by victims because authorities had reports that he had sexually abused dozens of teenagers. Cash app someone in a different country and watch this happen instantly. Yeah. Many of the wealthy men, celebrities, and politicians who associate with Epstein over the years have said in interviews or statements that they were unaware of the extent of his wrongdoing until he was arrested a second time in 2019. Yeah, isn't that amazing that no one knew what was going on? That they were all just hanging out with Epstein? I know that's not what... Okay, chill. I was literally just using that as another example of how the government and banks will come after you, a normal person, for doing something that is not being a part of a sex trafficking operation, pointing out how ridiculous it is and how eyebrow raising it is that these banks did not file suspicious activity reports, that in fact, the reports didn't come out. No reports came out until Epstein had been arrested on federal sex trafficking charges to be like, oh, we got to make sure that, we don't look like we were just turning a blind eye to this guy's financial activities. This guy who had to plead guilty, who is registered as a sex offender, even though he got away with all the other stuff. Okay, it's unclear if more frequent and timely SARS filings would have made much of a difference with law enforcement given the years of criticism over how authorities handled Epstein's investigation. See all of these different institutions who are involved in covering up the truth of what was happening here, of how from the FBI to these massive banks to government officials, that they all ensured that Jeffrey Epstein and those who were associated with him were just able to keep doing this stuff. This is what we call enabling abusers, right? So it's not that every group, every institution, every individual who was involved here was doing the abuse themselves, but it's that they were all involved in enabling this, in not seeking to hold anyone accountable. The U.S. Virgin Islands Attorney General Denise George filed a lawsuit against JP Morgan Chase in Manhattan alleging that the Wall Street giant provided and pulled the levers through which recruiters and victims of Epstein's offending were paid. In the court filing, she was promptly fired by the governor, Albert Bryan. Yeah, which is why Maureen Comey, when she was fired, said to her colleagues, do not let fear rule you. Trust that if you keep going after this, they will try and prevent you from doing so because of all the implications, because of, how many people were involved here. When banks are only filing these reports after crooks like Epstein are dead or behind bars, that does not do anyone any good. Wyden began his investigation roughly 3 years ago with a particular focus on the more than $158 million in payments that the billionaire investor Leon Black made to Mr. Epstein for tax and estate planning services. Mr. Black, who socialized with Mr. Epstein, was a co-founder of the private equity firm Apollo Global Management. In early 2021, Black stepped down from all leadership posts at the firm after those payments and his close ties to Epstein became public. Black's legal team has said that Epstein's work saved Mr. Black some $2 billion in taxes and that he did nothing wrong in paying Epstein. He's like, look, that was for legitimate work. That had nothing to do with anything else. Early last year, his investigators, along with several Republican committee staffers, but these are the types of things where it's like, okay, then that needs to be investigated. There needs to be a thorough investigation into this. Follow the money trails. That's what follow the money means. Okay, it's not just taking people at their word. The staff members were presented with thousands of pages of documents to review, but they were not allowed to make copies and could only take handwritten notes. So they were, okay, wait. So investigators, along with Republican committee staffers, were permitted by Treasury officials to review the secret filings, but they couldn't make any copies and only could take handwritten notes. All right. The single largest suspicious activity report reviewed by the congressional team was filed in late 2019 by JP Morgan for $1.1 billion. The report covered Jeffrey Epstein was just a really great money manager. That's it. That's why he was getting these massive multi-$100 million to billion-dollar payments. He was just really good at his job. Or tax guy, whatever. Yeah. He's just really, really good at doing taxes for rich people. The report covered 4,700 transactions dating to 2003, including payments to women from Belarus, Russia, and Turkmenistan. Many of Epstein's victims included young women from Eastern European countries. The next largest was by Deutsche Bank for about $400 million, followed by Bank of New York Mellon for $378 million, and then Bank of America, which filed reports on Mr. Black's payments to Epstein. In 2023, JP Morgan paid $290 million to Epstein's victims, and Deutsche paid $75 million to settle lawsuits that claimed the banks ignored red flags about potential sex trafficking. Marijke Chartouni, who was sexually abused by Epstein when she was 20, said the furor between Trump and his supporters had obscured the harm done to victims. Miss Chartouni, who is now 45, also said law enforcement was to blame for not having more aggressively pursued Epstein and his network. 4 of the women who procured children were given full immunity in the 2008 Sweetheart deal. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That was a really, really wonderful deal that was brokered between Alex Acosta and Jeffrey Epstein, which made the federal sex trafficking charges disappear, which shut down an FBI probe that would have uncovered even more victims, and granted immunity to co-conspirators. Sadly, all this noise around the purported Epstein files serves only to detract from holding the Justice Department accountable to victims for its failure in preventing this trafficking atrocity, is what she said in an interview. Okay, sorry, returning to this.
And FBI released a memo today saying there was no Jeffrey Epstein client list, contradicting previous promises to provide it.
Last week, the FBI released a memo saying it had reviewed all of its evidence on Epstein, some 300 gigabytes of material, and it announced that it does not plan to release any more information. The Department of Justice now says there is no Epstein client list, and they say there's no evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent people. This is pretty much the exact opposite of what Trump world has been claiming all along. Now, Americans are accustomed to Trump and his allies making outrageous claims without evidence, but this particular about-face has MAGA tearing each other apart, with some major influencers turning on previous allies and many Trump's.
Also, the Florida AG was Bondi that oversaw that Sweetheart deal. Yes. So all of the people like this, there's just so many connections. There's so many connections to people who were involved in the 2008 case that now ended up with jobs in Trump's administration.
Supporters criticizing Trump himself for what seems to them like a cover-up.
President Trump facing unprecedented criticism from some of his biggest supporters.
He's dead for a long time. He was never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand what the interest or what the fascination is.
This is a wild story politically. So wild that it can be easy to lose sight of the fact that there are real crimes underlying the larger scandal.
Bondi was not, that was just me believing chatter, was not the AG until 2011.
Many people, I feel like I'm losing the thread on all of this. It's extremely hard to understand which aspects of this are known to be true, known to be false, or somewhere in the muddy middle. So, on this episode, we're going to try to make as much sense of this as we possibly can.
This is going to be like the JFK assassination. Long after you and I are gone, there's going to be people that are going to be writing and looking at this and writing books about it. I just know it.
That's Julie K. Brown. She's an investigative reporter at the Miami Herald, and she probably knows more than anyone in the world about this case. In 2018, Julie published a series of deeply reported stories about Epstein that led to the effective reopening of the case.
Pop brownies,
the next year, Epstein was indicted on federal sex trafficking charges. Then, a month after his arrest, he was found dead in his jail cell. Julie, hi.
Hello.
Also, remember, there was a forensic pathologist, I think, who in their determination was like, yeah, this does not appear to be suicide. And so the whole Jeffrey Epstein didn't commit suicide is not just something that has been cooked up by QAnon conspiracists. It's just that, unfortunately, like with the Sean Combs case, where the big things that stuck out there that people obsessed over were like, oh, baby oil and freak offs. Like, they just thought the name was funny. And how what happens a lot of times is we move away from like the actual victims who are the victims in this whole situation. It's like the conspiracists just locked on to these parts of the Epstein case because they were like tantalizing, because it was like exciting. And how at the end of the day, with everything going on, it's important to remember that there were a lot of women and girls who were victimized by Jeffrey Epstein and those in his, involved in his operations. Yeah, I mean, over 1,000. So, oh God, it's just like depressing.
Let me start by asking you about the last week. Are you surprised by all of this drama, or have you been basically sort of like waiting for this moment where Trump world says, oh, just kidding, nothing to see here?
I've been waiting for this moment. I could see this like it was a train wreck that you can't take your eyes from because you know it's going to happen. And this does not surprise me. What would have surprised me is if they had really released files, because I really didn't think they were going to.
And is that because there aren't files to release, or because of what might be in them?
Both. I mean, there are files to release, but I knew that they probably contain a lot of sensitive information and that there would be, a lot of hand-wringing over what they could release, if they could release them. The other thing is there is an ongoing criminal appeal of a criminal conviction attached to some of these files, which is the files that contain the Geatland-Maxwell case. And so I would think that legitimately there might be some things there that they probably couldn't release because the case is still on appeal. But nevertheless, there's still a lot of files that date back to probably 2005 even, that they could have released if they elected to do so.
And the Maxwell case is the affiliate of his who is in prison now, is that right?
Unlocked. That's correct.
Well, let's establish some of the basics. I find myself watching all of this unfold and beginning to sort of lose sight of like what actually is true, what is speculation. Talk about what Epstein was accused of, what he was indicted for. What do we know for sure?
Well, let's start with something that almost no one really starts with in this whole scandal that's been happening over the past week, and that is the victims.
Yes.
Jeffrey Epstein abused probably at least 200 young girls, some of them reportedly as young as 12 years old, over a span of decades. He also sexually abused young women who were like in the area of 18 to 25 years old. But this is a case about a man who used these women as pawns to further his own ambition and finances, in that he used them not only for his own sexual gratification, but also for the sexual gratification of others that he had hoped to do business with. And this was all part of the sex trafficking operation. He had several different, offices, so to speak, with this operation. He had a whole...
Just to reiterate, the new figure of over 1,000 victims is what appeared in the Trump administration's review of FBI holdings concerning Epstein. So that was what Ken Klippenstein had reported on that we read, where it seems as if the scale of abuse is far larger than was even previously believed. Here, I'll read from the exact memo. The systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. There was also no credible evidence found that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals as part of his actions. We did not uncover evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. Consistent with prior disclosures, this review confirmed that Epstein harmed over 1,000 victims. Each suffered unique trauma. Sensitive information relating to these victims is intertwined throughout the materials. This includes specific details such as victim names and likenesses, physical descriptions, place of birth, associates, and employment history. So this is the first time that that number has been reported on, because previously in the Jeffrey Epstein indictment from 2019, it listed dozens of victims. But that was specifically dozens of minor girls that he had sexually exploited and abused. So, I mean, it's shocking. And it's also like, why is that not being reported on? And what is going on with the discrepancy here? So this is the first time that the Department of Justice has like dropped this number. And so there are a lot of questions regarding the discrepancy between the previous numbers that had been reported and released on to that 1,000 number being listed in the FBI's memo.
Staff that helped him with this. He had legal people that helped him with this. So this was just not Epstein having sex in his, in his mansion with a couple of underage girls. This was a whole operation. And I think people sometimes lose sight of the fact that he was able to continue doing that because our federal government and our criminal justice system failed these victims and never really pursued this case with the seriousness and intensity that they should have from the very beginning. And that's why he got away with it. And it's why he was released way back in 2009. And he was able to continue doing the same things all over again after his release from, this plea deal that he initially negotiated, 2 decades ago with the federal government.
Well, and talk about that time period when you think about the lag in, taking this operation seriously, which, does that cross different presidential administrations in terms of the DOJ, or is there one period in which it was particularly egregiously ignored? How should we think about that?
Trump saying the grand jury transcripts will be unsealed, retweeted by Pam Bondi. President Trump, we are ready to move the court tomorrow to unseal the grand jury transcripts. Trump says, based on the ridiculous amount of publicity given to Jeffrey Epstein, I have asked Attorney General Pam Bondi to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject to court approval. This scam perpetuated by the Democrats should end right now. Okay, well, no, that's not enough, though. The grand jury, all the files need to be released outside of the grand jury transcripts, which pertain to Epstein and Maxwell. Okay, bro, that means nothing. But Trump is aware, though. He is aware of all the bad press around this, of all the people who are upset by what he and his allies claim they would do and then what they're doing now. And so he thinks that this is going to appease people, be like, look, okay, for the sake of transparency, we will release these grand jury transcripts. And he's hoping that people are stupid enough to be like, oh, yeah, great. See, President Trump was right. This is just ridiculous now. There's nothing to see, nothing to do here.
Sexual assault doesn't discriminate based on political party.
Mm-hmm.
There were bad people on both sides of the political aisle in this story.
Yes.
And focusing on the political part of it misses the point. And the point is that our justice system is terribly broken. Our system is weighted unfairly in favor of people who have a lot of power, a lot of money, and a lot of influence.
It's such an important...
I also think the media, journalists have a responsibility here to do diligent investigative reporting, because Julie Brown, who's speaking here, Julie Brown writes for the Miami Herald. Now, the Miami Herald is no small, it's not like a local yokel thing, but it's not even the biggest newspaper in Florida. It's the 5th biggest newspaper in Florida. And she spent years first investigating patterns of abuse within Florida's prison system, and then afterwards started to look into the Jeffrey Epstein sexual abuse case and began published a series of reports in November 2019, but had been investigating him for a couple years prior, and uncovered all of these facts about the number of accusers, of victims, and how there were pressure campaigns to silence them, and reporting more on what happened in 2008. I mean, all this stuff that was just there, right? A lot of it. Now, I want to point out the amazing investigative reporting that she and the team did, but there was a lot that was that was sitting there just waiting to be reported on. And then also because she was the only person who was seriously looking into this, that then helped her to uncover a lot of Epstein's victims. And she was able to get a number of individuals to go on the record and tell their stories because no one else had given a shit. Truly, that is the reason that Jeffrey Epstein faced the criminal trial in 2019 and was convicted, because of this reporting. So it's just, what I'm trying to point out is how all of these institutions failed the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, from law enforcement to the media to the government. Truly, it's this isn't even, yes, there are cover-up aspects to it, but it also goes to show just how these systems work and how they are, how they serve the interests of the rich and the powerful, and not those who are victimized by the rich and the powerful.
Point. And when you hear all of these conspiracy theories, I mean, how do you sort between, the theories that are just totally outrageous and you think are not worth dwelling on versus, perhaps an example of what might be called a conspiracy theory, but you as an investigative reporter think is actually, a legitimate line of questioning?
That is this scandal in a nutshell, in that we have some competing forces here. We have the forces of truth and facts versus the forces of conspiracy that want to fan theories in order to further some kind of agenda, whether that's a political agenda or, there's a million agendas. Some of these influencers, their agenda is to get more viewers or more listeners. So there's these competing forces here with journalism today, and it's not just with the Epstein story, but with almost everything.
They keep the ring going and toss the scapegoat out. It's only Epstein. It's only Netanyahu. It's only Weinstein. It's only, yes.
It's a real struggle, to be honest.
They make it about
with you.
individuals rather
That's why
than
I always
abusive
try to
systems.
bring these questions back to what I know, based on my reporting, based on court records,
Right.
based on
a couple, when referring to police forces, just a couple bad eggs, right? No, it's not all cops. It's not the institution of policing. It's just a couple bad eggs.
on, police records, based on interviews that I've done. And so when I'm asked about some of these so-called conspiracy theories, I sort of direct it toward, here's what I do know.
Let's talk about the client list, or what's sometimes called the Epstein client list. Is it real? Where did this idea that it exists come from? What do we know?
That whole thing about the so-called list is really a red herring. I think it morphed out of this sort of a phone directory that Ghislaine Maxwell actually is responsible for compiling on a computer way back in 2005, 2006. And it's public, pretty much the phone numbers are redacted out of it, but if you Google it, you could find they used to call it, quote unquote, the Black Book. That was sort of the nickname that it was given. And it was these copies that were printed out from a computer. And every time Epstein or Maxwell met somebody important, they would get their contact information and they would put it in this file.
Remember Trump's name was circled.
And there were people like Donald Trump on that list and celebrities on that list. But there were also his gardeners were on that list, his hairdresser, his barbers, his electrician. I mean, it was a comprehensive list. So it was pretty clear that this was not a black book in the sense of these were all his clients. It was just a phone directory. But the reason why they called it a black book is because when the FBI first got its hands on it, there was someone who was trying to sell it to one of the lawyers who represented the victims. He sort of circled some names on that list of people that he was trying to say were somehow connected to Epstein in a more nefarious way, whether it was business or whether it was sex trafficking. People just started then on social media, started to refer to something called a client list. It took a life of its own into that. Oh, Epstein had a client list. He actually had a list of clients that he sent girls to, or, that he sent women to. I never believed that there was ever a list like that because, quite frankly, Epstein didn't need to do a list like that. The bad actors here, the people that he sent some of these victims to, they know who they are, and he really only.
I think the other thing I want to stress is a lot of people probably have this image of, every single one of these victims, it was a child who was kidnapped and then was being held on this island, and then Epstein and his cronies would come and did all these horrible things. Certainly there, of course, were minors involved, girls as young as 12. But I think what gets lost sometimes is the understanding of like how abuse and coercion works, where I've told the story before of like when I basically confronted this promoter in a club that I was working at, where what would happen a lot is these promoters, they would be working for wealthy clients, okay? And they would do anything from like bring girls to the club that night and sit at the client's table so he could be surrounded by like pretty 18-year-olds, or would help to organize these trips, say to Florida, to Mexico, to Vegas, where the client would have a private jet. They would have their friends with them. They would have, and then the promoter would bring like all these really pretty girls, usually girls who were trying to be models, actresses, and essentially would go to these fancy locations pitched as all expenses paid trips. Look, you can fly on a private jet. We're going to stay in a mansion. We're going to party. But the kind of underlying, the underlying like thing to it all, the we're not saying this explicitly, like what was implied, yes, was that you would be having sex with these guys, usually old and creepy and very rich. And this is like where it gets like, of course, this is horrible. This is like no doubt that these kinds of things absolutely are abusive, but it's more of this gray territory. So like what I'm trying to say is people who were associated with Epstein no, they might not all have been having, not all have been like raping children. But what I could see as a common occurrence would be like, oh, we're all getting on the private jet. We're going to Epstein's Island. There's a bunch of really beautiful women, and we're just having sex with them and all partying, and it's all fine and above the line and legal, etc. So it's like that, and this is something that is, it's just such a common occurrence with how power creates these conditions where people are non-consensually like having sex, doing sexual things because of that power dynamic. So basically it's like, yeah, so many people don't realize how much trafficking is a gray area. Yes, and if there's one thing that I want people to take away from the Sean Combs trial, is that sex trafficking doesn't always look like, usually doesn't look like it does in the movies, and the way that it's portrayed in the media, and what like your fundamental misunderstandings are around sex trafficking, around sexual abuse, because of how it's depicted in popular culture. And so there is a lot of gray area. And by saying gray area, it doesn't mean that it's like, it doesn't mean that it's morally okay, but just as far as like the legality. And I'm sure that a lot of the people, like celebrities and rich people who were associated with Epstein, who bear some guilt here, were involved in the more like gray areas. I find it hard to believe you can get connected to a guy like Epstein, be on the island without having some kind of idea of what's going on, which is why I'm trying to explain too that like I'm sure a number of them, it was a situation like this where it's like, oh, we're just partying with beautiful 18-year-old girls. I mean, not all of them were 18, of course. And it's like, oh, everybody's here of free will, right? Like this is all consensual. It's all fine. And in the Sean Combs trial, the jury could not make the connection between the abuse that Cassie and Jane, who were the ex-girlfriends of Diddy, the domestic abuse that they had faced, and connecting that to being sexually abused, to being trafficked and forced into performing commercial sex acts.
Used this whole sex trafficking operation as a way to pressure them to help him in some way, to either invest in or give them his money to invest, or just to make money. So as long as they were cooperating with him and doing that, there was no reason to say, I have you on a list. That wasn't the way he operated. But that said, there are still names in those files of people who were involved with Epstein's operation. He could never have done this all by himself. He had people, we know he had assistants, we know he had lawyers, we know he had people helping him get visas for women that he was recruiting from overseas countries. So there was, a
lot of people only think of sex trafficking as hostile or taken, right? We're like, what sex trafficking is exploiting a person for commercial sex. So it's not like just, oh, here's some girl who's walking around at the mall and then she's kidnapped and sold into sex slavery.
Network here of people that were working for him and helping him.
We're going to take a quick break. More with Julie in just a moment.
Just about
I'm interested to hear how about the Donald Trump of it all.
Jen, thank you for
there
the 34 months.
Some conflicting data or information to reconcile here, and I'm really interested to hear how you think about this, because we're talking about a man in Trump who has
What are your thoughts on Blink
bragged
Twice?
about
I didn't think it was
grabbing
good.
women without their consent, who is credibly accused of rape and sexual assault. And so on one hand, you have, this, you point out that the Epstein list is a red herring, that, Elon Musk claimed without evidence that Trump is on this list, which you're saying probably doesn't even exist. On the other hand, there's good reason, empirically grounded reason to question Trump's record.
And the other thing too is like all of these diehard MAGAs, QAnon supporters who have been fixated on this because of the child sex abuse, the child sex trafficking aspect. Again, it's like they can't apply this to being against all sexual abuse. And that's what's so maddening. It's like, oh, this is just the part of it that has has you so riled up, and it's kind of almost this, it's like this hero mentality around, we've got to save the kids. I've got to, got to be like Liam Neeson and save the children. It's what leads to like that guy shooting up the pizza restaurant because of Pizzagate. And still so many people who've cared so deeply about the Jeffrey Epstein case not actually being warriors against the pervasiveness of sexual abuse in our culture.
Of sexual or alleged sexual abuse. And so I'm curious how you think about, in this moment when you have the Trump administration,
okay, 17 is bad, but one day
there
later
is
when
no
they're 18,
list,
it's fine.
Trump saying this whole line of questioning is boring. What do you make of this? How should we think about how he fits in or doesn't to this larger scandal?
Well, it's hard to know. We don't really know how he fits completely into this scandal. I was finally forced to say something during the election when there was so many of those conspiracy theorists out there on the left who were trying to directly link him with Epstein's crimes. And there's absolutely no evidence that he was involved in Epstein's crimes. That's just, there isn't. And I've pretty much have read almost everything that's out there. But that doesn't mean that it's not possible. I mean, and I would say that with everything that's happened the past week, it certainly raises suspicions that maybe there is more to his, friendship with Epstein than maybe we know.
Right. And to your point about them having had a relationship, Trump himself has said that they were friends. In 2002, there was an interview that Trump did with New York Magazine. I'm going to read this quote from Donald Trump at the time. It says,
he
says,
he was recruiting
quote,
from Mar-a-Lago.
I've known Jeff for 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be with.
They were
It is even
just
said that he likes
friends.
beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the
But
younger.
also, you guys got to keep in mind, this is a journalist. She knows everything there is about this case. This is the person who's credited with reopening the Epstein sexual abuse case, where she has to exercise a lot of caution, unlike, someone who's a podcaster just tweeting on the internet around making accusations that could land in the realm of defamation,
side.
And trying not to speculate, even though there's a long detailed history of the friendship between Trump and Epstein, and Trump is a rapist. We know Trump is a rapist, that was a rapist proven in a court of law. But she's not going to say anything that's not proven, and also wants to avoid speculation in the case when there is a lot that is known.
No doubt about it, Jeffrey enjoys his social life. So given that, and given everything you know, more importantly, do you think it's possible that Donald Trump didn't know what Epstein was up to?
No, he had to know. Yeah, I think he absolutely knew. The reason why he knew is one of the impetuses for their alleged falling out was Epstein went to Mar-a-Lago at one point, and he hit on one of the young daughters of one of the other club members. And we were told by multiple sources that that's why Trump and him broke it off, because Trump banned him from Mar-a-Lago because of that. So I honestly think back in the culture that existed back then, and to some degree, of course, still today, that some of these powerful men really believed they were helping these girls and women. They really felt that by paying them, this was a good thing. We're helping this woman, we're helping this girl to get an education. They still sometimes look at these cases and say, what's the problem here? The women got paid. They had to know what they were doing. There is still this cultural problem that we have in this country, that powerful men who take advantage of vulnerable women or younger women don't do anything wrong.
Yeah, so this is kind of like this is a more like complicated aspect of things that speaks to our culture, of how I do believe that there were many people who were associated with Epstein, who were partying with him, who went on his plane, who were having sex with women, and they don't think that they were committing crimes. That like our culture is one where the powerful are so enabled, where abuse is so normalized. And like I talk about this all the time. This was a major issue with the Sean Combs trial, where you had a jury of regular people who looked at the situation and went, okay, yeah, we know he was abusive towards her in a like physical way because he beats her in this video, but that no, Cassie and Jane consented to these sex marathons, that like, no, they weren't at all coerced into this, even though these were abusive relationships, even though Diddy had all the power and all of the say in what went on. And so this is like a bigger problem too, of not just, we've talked about these systems and institutions that enable the powerful to abuse their power, but also how like our cultural understandings and misunderstandings, the beliefs that we have, and how like this is something where, because accountability and because like justice for victims is so rare, that we still have these beliefs that there are some things that are abuse, when it's like, oh, here's a little kid who's being sexually abused. I think most people would look at that and go, yeah, that's a bad thing. Like, that's abuse. But a 20-year-old who is hanging out with powerful politicians and celebrities, who then engages in sexual activity with them, like there are people who might not see how like there's coercion involved there, might not understand like the power dynamics happening. Understanding these nuances is so important in understanding abuse. Yeah. And that's like that's the really hard conversation, and the thing that a lot of people just still don't get, which is why I keep pointing out how like QAnon conspiracists and MAGA people who have been obsessively obsessed with the Epstein case are obsessed about like the kind of the child sex trafficking cabal, deep state ring aspect of it all, that they've locked onto as if it's like a movie, but then still are not like supporters of abuse victims outside of these very specific set of circumstances. This is because consent is not properly understood and how power can warp it. Yeah.
You're someone who has spent years trying to understand the truth about all of this. If you had a magic wand and could wave it and, get the question you most want answered, or see the document or whatever it is, what is the thing that you most wish you could know once and for all about all of this?
I think the one nagging question for me, because I know so much about the case, to be honest, goes all the way back to 2008. And I want to know the person in the Department of Justice who said, don't charge Epstein. If you're going to charge him with just something minor, and let's get this done.
And that 2008 case, just sort of remind us how that came about.
Well, there was intense political pressure because, initially the case was a local police case. It was the Palm Beach police who found a litany of girls that were going in and out and having sex with Epstein at all hours of the day and night. And they wanted to, of course, charge him with, sexual battery or rape or, something like that on a local charge. And initially, the state attorney in Palm Beach County, where this happened, was completely on board with the police case and their investigation, saying, go after him, we're going to nail him, we're going to arrest him. And then somebody got to him.
Del Knives, conspiracy versus
pretty powerful
conspiracy
lawyers,
theory.
including Alan Dershowitz. And they started getting dirt on the girls, trying to show that they didn't live, the best lives. It was intense what Epstein, he mounted an unbelievable pressure campaign. And I think he thought that it would end with the local police once the state attorney, which the state attorney finally did, sort of say, I'm not going to charge him. But the police, to their credit, never gave up on it. They did everything they possibly could have done to try to move the needle and get him put away. And, of course, at that point, once the feds took over, then Epstein had a bigger problem. And then he needed to hire more lawyers who were politically connected in Washington. And, it was, then at that point.
What I want to know is why. Was there a big bribe? Did he have a pre-existing friendship with some of the prosecutors? Was there a general gesture of goodwill towards a rich and powerful public figure? I mean, I think it's a multitude of reasons. I think it's law enforcement not wanting to come under fire for failing to investigate properly. I think it's the powerful connections that someone like Jeffrey Epstein had. There's a lot of reasons as to why someone in a position of power like Jeffrey Epstein is not prosecuted to the fullest extent, is not held truly accountable. Going off what Hassan has been saying, he believes he was working for CIA or other intelligence together, blackmailing people. Yeah, I mean, there's all his links to intelligence. Alex Acosta admitted that he gave Epstein the sweetheart deal because he had been told that Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone. So it's someone is told by their boss, hey, this is how you're going to go about this. All right. So a lot of reasons.
It rose and rose to the White House, really, where the case just kept rolling. And that was the biggest part of my investigation was looking at how Epstein and his lawyers manipulated our Justice Department in a big way. They basically got almost everything they wanted, except they wanted the case to completely disappear. They wanted him to walk away without anything. And what they ultimately got was this sweetheart deal that they kept secret for a year. the victims never even knew exactly what happened until a year later when finally a judge unsealed the agreement.
So for you, it's not, the Epstein list or the jail cell video or the circumstances around his death, but really who was that person in the first place who decided that he should walk, basically?
Yeah.
That's
Who
really
were the people behind that in the beginning? Because if they had done their jobs, all these people in 2006, 7, and 8, if all those people working for us, the American public, had done their jobs, we wouldn't be sitting here right now. A lot of those victims would have never been victimized.
So it sounds like it under the Bush administration primarily, or does this go into Obama's DOJ as well?
No, it was primarily initially Bush's administration.
What should happen now? If there's any possibility of
Epstein was deeply connected to higher ups in law enforcement and the government. I mean, his career was kickstarted by Donald Barr, and Barr's son later declared Epstein's death a suicide before an investigation was even concluded. And there are many such examples of, the CIA, the FBI, the government just brushing over stuff, covering up stuff, letting people off the hook for interests involving the state. It's such a blatant shit show. I know. I mean, so to the person who asked, I want to know the reason why. Well, there really are a multitude of reasons, but the issue is a lot of this stuff just has not been, it's not, some stuff has been released, but then a lot of the files, not just around the 2019 trial, but going back, and not just 2008, but going back decades, has never been made available.
Of justice or truth or, any sense of closure in this scandal. What is it going to take, and what do you think should happen next?
I go back to when I took up this case initially. It had been written about. A lot of people knew. There had been tons of stories about, the Lolita Express, Epstein Island. This conspiracy theories cycle started way back before I even took up the investigation. But I was looking at it from a different vantage point as a journalist about exactly what happened. I looked at it sort of like a cold case detective. Just pretend I know nothing about the case and start all over. And I think at this point, that's probably the same thing that the Justice Department in an ideal world should do. They should, because this is never going to end. This is going to be like the JFK assassination. Long after you and I are gone, there's going to be...
we're in 20 years, there will be another drop of formerly classified documents being unclassified.
People that are going to be writing and looking at this and writing books about it. I just know it. And so I think in an ideal world, we should just step back and look at everything from the start and examine what happened. I just don't think there's the courage or the political will to do something like that, because, a hearing where you're bringing a couple people before Congress isn't going to do that. Isn't going to get you those answers. What will get your answers if you get a really good prosecutor to really examine this.
I want to end where we started, which is with the victims. And we're talking here about some 200 people whose lives are forever changed by these crimes. Have you talked to any of those victims in the past week or so? I'm curious what they're saying now, how, they're responding to this latest drama. What have you heard?
I try not to bother them. Every time you call them, even one of the lawyers I spoke with who represented 9 victims I spoke with this morning, I said, have you spoken with your clients? And he said, no. He said, I do not call them unless it's something really big, because you just open that wound every time they get that phone call. And so I've been very respectful of their privacy. I rarely ever call them. I figure if they need me, they'll call me. I did think about them after Trump made the comments.
What's the weirdest thing about American culture? Every 20 years or so, they declassify a file that says, you're right, we did it. What are you going to do about it? Yep. And everyone just kind of goes, oh, yeah, okay.
That this was boring, and I can't remember the other word he used, but I just cringed because I thought, oh gosh, you know, I felt their pain when he said those words. This is just a nightmare for them, you know? This is just a horrible nightmare for them, because all they want is for the government to do its job. You know, I might get emotional here because I feel bad for them, because I know them so well, some of them, and I've, you know, the interviews that I did with them were very painful to do, and I just feel that our government is just failing them over and over again. And you know, even though I'm a journalist, I'm a human being too, and I just think that what they went through and they're still continuing to go through is painful.
Well, Julie, thank you so much for all of your extraordinary reporting, and especially for your time today.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just a reminder of how like disgusting and callous it is of course, just beyond the insanity of telling people that you've told for years that you're going to uncover the truth of Epstein's operation, like full operation. But then the dismissiveness to be like, who cares about this? Like, just move on, whatever. It's dumb. You're dumb for caring. And it is one of those where, like, yeah, some people care for the wrong reasons, but a lot of people care because there were very real people at the center of this, and many of them who were victimized, who had their lives completely destroyed. Here's one of the lawyers, Lisa Bloom, who represented a number of Epstein victims.
Please remember the Jeffrey Epstein victims, as we have all this back and forth in MAGA world about whether it was a suicide, whether it was a murder. Is there a client list? Is the folder on Pam Bondi's desk or not? I'm Lisa Bloom. I represented 11 Jeffrey Epstein victims, and we successfully obtained compensation for all of them, not only against the Epstein estate, but against J.P. Morgan, which was accused of colluding with him. So I fought for my clients for years. I know what I'm talking about here. One of my clients reached out to me today and she said, I just can't take it, all this back and forth. It's like the victims are completely ignored and forgotten about in this story. We should have transparency.
Yeah,
of
glasses
course,
off.
any files should redact the names of victims and any identifying information, and otherwise be released so we can get to the bottom of who was involved. Jeffrey Epstein, for example, had photos and videos, which surely would include other powerful, high-profile guys. We know about recruiters from Ghislaine Maxwell's trial. There were a lot of recruiters, and everybody should be brought to justice. But the more this is prolonged, the more painful it is for the victims, who deserve better, who deserve respect and dignity and justice.
Yeah. Have you seen people on the left even say this is first world problems and there are more important things to talk about?
Donald Trump's rape.
Okay, that's crazy. I haven't seen that. What I have seen are like memes, you know? And I'm just like, man, this is like the fucking problem with these high profile sex abuse cases where, especially when they involve like celebrities, when they involve politicians, when they involve like high profile people, is that it just gets memed. It gets memeified. And it's like, man, sorry, I guess I'm just anti-fun because I think that shit is sick. I'm so tired of it. I genuinely feel as if every time I cover these high profile cases, it's like I have to remind people that that there were real victims here. And so it's not funny, and this is a massive issue that exists within our culture. And so this is not like a way to get one over on a way to get one over on like your political enemies, or to like, I don't know, do a funny meme. It's so disturbing and horrifying, and is a systemic issue that we just can't seem to progress on. School children also making those jokes, according to teachers, is really saddening. Oh man, like if you don't know how to interact with stuff like this without turning everything into a joke, they should be quiet. Yeah, that's what it's like, people's inability to be serious about things. Oh, kids making the Diddy party jokes. Yeah, I mean, because they are kids observe things and then they repeat the things that they observe. And so if they see all, everything around Diddy just being a joke about baby oil and about sex, freak offs and whatnot, then they're emulating that. And I want to make a clarification too. It's not that you cannot it's not that you can not ever find humor in something that is really dark, but I think it's not that. It's this inability to engage with serious matters in any way that's serious. And I think it's it's just how victims are always forgotten. The people who were harmed are just never talked about, like never cared about. Literally just had this conversation with my kids this past month. Yeah, I'm not a person who's like anti humor. It's if everything's always a joke, then nothing's ever serious. Yeah, but I do have a problem with just culturally how, especially like on the internet, how everything just has to be memed and turned into a joke. Also, some things are not just jokes too. Yeah. And the other thing too is like we see the repercussions of making everything into a joke. The way that people just don't take sexual abuse seriously because you have people just making jokes about baby oil. Right? A lot of people who looked at the Sean Combs case and did not afford it any levity, like just didn't take it seriously, or were like, oh, this is just celebrity goss. I still think you can joke about everything, but it's always about the power dynamic. A good joke is about punching the people with power. Totally. Yeah. No, I'm not one of those like, woke equals no jokes, but y'all know what I'm talking about. The difference there. NMP Diddy cringe shit. Yeah, I know. I feel often exhausted by all of it. Diddy is as a term to call someone gay. Yeah. I only joke because I can't Fed post.
Figures in our society contribute an enormous amount to our culture, and people who have unconventional personal lives. And yet they seemed exempt from criticism. Jeffrey Epstein.
Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
No, let me finish.
I see it.
Jeffrey Epstein.
I see it.
No one, criticizes him, and yet.
Oh, wait a minute.
I have to accept that is a double standard.
Jim,
it's wrong.
Jim,
And
hold
it's
on.
okay.
Hold on. Hold on.
Much has been said. Much has been said about Jeffrey Epstein. Terrible things.
No, Jeff. I'm talking about Jeff Epstein, the New York financier.
Yes.
Financier.
We're talking about the same Jeff Epstein.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I never heard.
Oh, it was a big story in the news. Huge.
No.
Yes. For you to say no one ever
Jeff
said.
Epstein.
Yes.
Jeff Epstein.
Yes, the financier.
With the island.
Yes, he had an island that I've never been to. Yeah.
I mean, it's like the jokes over Harvey Epstein, the guy on New York City Council, who just has a combination of two really bad guys' names.
Sure, with respect, if there was some news about Jeff Epstein, I would have heard.
No, I don't know what rock you've been under. It was a huge story, and Jeff Epstein I have to tell you, he's gone. He's dead.
What do you mean?
He's dead.
He's dead.
He's
No.
dead.
Sorry, nice try. If Jeff Epstein were deceased, I'm pretty sure I would know about it. Now, I admit I've not, probably since the pandemic, I have not talked to him.
That would make sense. That would make
But
sense. He's been dead for a number of years, Jim.
I'll tell you, there's one easy way. Let's call Ghislaine Maxwell.
No, we're not calling Ghislaine Maxwell.
Princess Glads, thank you for the 25 bucks.
Okay.
She's in prison. She's imprisoned for crimes she committed with Jeff Epstein.
Ghislaine's in prison.
Yes, stop calling her Ghislaine. How do you know these people? Jim.
Conan.
Jim.
All right.
Jim, listen.
Okay.
Listen
I'm
to me.
just saying, I'm your friend. You know what? It doesn't matter what you do in your private or personal.
I don't do anything in my private life.
Okay.
I think some of the humor coming from the disappearing list is just due to exasperation, how incredulous the situation is. No, I want to be, I just want to be clear. Again, I do not think that you can never use humor.
Go and give love.
In involving situations that are dark. But what I see even from people on the left is like a lot of times with abuse cases that are very high profile, that it's like all we're producing are memes, and how a lot of times too it is a way to like just get one up on your like it becomes political. Yeah. Like it's like you're doing jokes that are not like highlighting the ridiculousness of a situation or like pointing out something by using humor. Not to explain the joke, but the joke here is that it's absurd. Yeah, no, I know. If you don't know, that it's absurd to not have heard of any of the Epstein stuff and only know him as a financier. It's not at the expense of the victims. Right. Like there are plenty of people who the only things that they remarked on the Sean Combs case was to like post stupid memes involving baby oil, you know? Anyway, I hate this timeline. Financier is also a wild occupation for everyone to accept as his backstory. I know. Okay, let me see what this is. Oh, I hate this timeline. Yeah, we covered this. We covered the Wall Street Journal piece. It's like people who watch crime documentaries, there are real people behind those violent crimes. It's not just entertainment. Yeah, it's the way a lot of people just treat serious things as entertainment is essentially what the problem is. And it's a big problem. It's a big problem of just making everything into some form of entertainment. I mean, not that this is like, this isn't the same thing, but it's also like when we talk about the death of sincerity in film, of how everything just has to be so irony pilled. It's all got to be so sarcastic, and there just can't be genuine thoughtfulness, sincerity, right? It's like people are like uncomfortable by it now. I saw a screenshot of a true crime podcast Patreon. The banner was just the host smiling and throwing confetti everywhere. I was, yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. Everything as fucking Deadpool. Yeah, we had a conversation on that before. The like Deadpool's great, but the Deadpool effect on movies, especially on like superhero movies or movies within that kind of world. Which is why the like sincerity of Superman was refreshing, and not everything has to be either so goddamn dark and cynical, or just totally irony poisoned.
Right? You can file a FOIA request, but there are something like 9 different...
Former FBI Deputy Director Andrew McCabe says the Epstein files shouldn't be released because there isn't actually any public right to be able to see into sensitive FBI files. Boo!
There isn't actually any public right
this
to be
guy
able to
stinks.
see into sensitive FBI files. Right? You can file a FOIA request, but there are something like 9 different exceptions to FOIA. And some of them are, sensitive material, investigative material needed in a prosecution, things like that. So this is uncommon for people to be screaming for information from an investigative file. There isn't actually any public right to be able to see into sensitive FBI files, right? You can file a FOIA request, but there are something like 9 different exceptions to FOIA. And some of them are, sensitive material, investigative material needed in a prosecution, things like that. So this is uncommon for people to be screaming for information from an investigative file. There isn't actually
I don't really think that's the case. People are not reacting well to that. That guy's given like, look, I take my job seriously. Okay, I'm gonna buy the book. I mean, that's why, people like Ken Clips, who his job is, he tries to make things available to the public that the state is trying to keep hidden. He is a national security investigative reporter. Remember when he got banned on Twitter? Like, he is always he's the guy who's always filing FOIA requests because he's like, hey, the public deserves to see this stuff. All I hear is him admitting that there is something to hide. It's like, look, okay, if we do this for Epstein, then we're going to have to do this for everyone. We can't have people thinking that they have a right to FBI files containing sensitive information that we don't want the public to know about. If we do it in this case, then we'll have to do it in everyone. I'm genuinely confused about why people are suddenly upset about Epstein. I've been trying to convince some family members for years that these people are perverts. So, okay, it depends what people you're talking about. And it's not like a suddenly upset about Epstein, but it's all the stuff that's happened over the last week. Starting with Pam Bondi being like, yeah, no, there's no Epstein list. Like, the Department of Justice is considering this matter closed. Like, we are not doing any further investigation. And then all the shit that Trump has been saying and doing, which just looks really bad. So the like reigniting of all things Epstein is because of this last week. If they think the Epstein files are bad, just wait until they see the ones on MLK Jr. Like, oh boy. All right. Are you guys still talking about this Epstein guy? Who cares? Move on. That's old news. Get over it. Get over it, you guys. Could I just interrupt for 1 second? Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking. We have Texas. We have this. We have all the things. And are people still asking about this guy? This creep? That's unbelievable. I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this. It just seems like a desecration. But you go ahead. Sure. Yeah, I get that. Thanks, Caroline. I still don't get why all of a sudden they're being so moralistic. Well, like I said before, there's different camps of people who care about the Jeffrey Epstein case. For the ones who are inclined towards the, QAnon type of thinking, this has been their guiding light. One major reason why they have backed Donald Trump again and again and looked at him as the guy who's like going to go in and take down the child sex trafficking Democratic deep state ring and reveal what we know to be the truth. So they're driven by like that obsession, which they frame as a crusade to like keep kids safe. Colbert played the clip of the short movie clip. Oh yeah, we can talk about Colbert. Colbert's gone. Wait, he played the
New video files.
My movie rules video? Let me
see if you can spot the edit.
Go to the line. Let's all go to the line.
Further analysis showed that one of the source clips was approximately 2 minutes and 53 seconds long.
All right. Well, speaking of Colbert, Colbert is donezo. And I saw like some interesting tweets of people being like, this is what happens when you don't get in line. Kind of implying that Colbert's politics were too radical. And it's like, no, I don't think that's it. I think it was just not. I don't think people are really watching a lot of late night anymore. And I don't think that Colbert he doesn't have the traction that he used to. So no, I don't think it's a matter of Colbert not getting in line, not falling into line. TV's ongoing problems with late night have come for Stephen Colbert, with CBS announcing Thursday that it plans to end his late show after the next TV season, citing a financial decision. Also, Stephen Colbert will continue to have a career after this. The decision, which ends years of original late-night programming at CBS that started when the network lured David Letterman from NBC in 1993, comes as the economics of wee hours TV have begun to accelerate, with media companies growing wary of the high price tags involved in producing the shows, while the young viewers they try to attract watch more of them via digital video. We consider Stephen Colbert irreplaceable and will retire the Late Show franchise in May of 2026. Okay, so there's still like another year on this. CBS executives said in a statement. So it's not that they're getting rid of Stephen, they're getting rid of the Late Show. They're not replacing Stephen. We are proud that Stephen called CBS home. He and the broadcast will be remembered in the pantheon of greats that graced late night television. This is purely a financial decision against a challenging backdrop in late night. It is not related in any way to the show's performance, content, or other matters happening at Paramount. Colbert, who was informed of the network's decision Wednesday evening, according to a person familiar with the matter, told the audience at the taping for Thursday's broadcast about the matter. There has been growing speculation that both Colbert and Jon Stewart, who hosts one broadcast of Comedy Central's Daily Show each week, could be under growing scrutiny from executives at Skydance Media, which is slated to acquire Paramount Global. Yeah, this has been a long in the works merger between Skydance and Paramount. The parent of both CBS and Comedy Central, David Ellison, who leads Skydance, has projected an image of being intrigued by the politics espoused by President Donald Trump, who Colbert and Stewart routinely skewer in monologues and commentary. It's because he ran the story about the CBS. Okay, wait a sec. To give more context to the comments you saw, it's not that he's too radical. It's just 2 days ago, he went after his parent company for settling with Trump, and the person who would lead Paramount if this merger goes through that the Trump admin needs to approve is a big Trump guy. Okay, I see now. I understand. Elizabeth Warren, CBS canceled Colbert's show just 3 days after Colbert called out CBS parent company Paramount for its $16 million settlement with Trump, a deal that looks like bribery. America deserves to know if this show was canceled for political reasons. Yeah, I mean, look, if this is the case, then essentially, liberal late night is no longer going to be the standard, because this merger between Paramount and Skydance, which is being spearheaded by billionaire David Ellison, is going to make it so that there's no liberal politics on a late night show. It's now time for communist late night. CBS has already been winding down its activity around midnight. The New York network recently canceled After Midnight, a companion program that aired after Late Show and featured comedian. I could see this as them just going, you know what, let's scrap this altogether. We're going to scrap late night altogether, so it doesn't look as if we are specifically targeting the Late Show for the liberal politics that Colbert or whoever would be replacing him espouse. That it's, anti-Trump. Colbert show ratings. Let's see. Late night ratings revealed. Who's top and who's lagging behind? Oh, the ratings are in for the second quarter of 2025. Things remain competitive across late night, with Stephen Colbert holding on to the top spot in his hour and Greg Gutfeld dominating his slot. The Late Show with Stephen Colbert topped the 11:35 p.m. hour in total viewers with an average of 2.417 million across 41 first-run episodes. The Late Show was also the only program to show an increase over the first quarter, with the show up 1%. In the coveted 18 to 49 demo, Colbert brought in 219,000 viewers. Jimmy Kimmel Live came in second for the 11:35 p.m. slot. How the fuck does anyone even watch that? Who's watching Jimmy Kimmel? However, the show edged out Colbert in the demo with 220,000 viewers. Meanwhile, The Tonight Show, starring Jimmy Fallon, who's watching any of this stuff, finished in third with an average of 1.188 million viewers and 157,000 in the demo. The biggest ratings winner, however, was Fox News' Gutfeld in the 10 p.m. slot. No surprise. The show averaged 3.289 million viewers for the second quarter and 238,000 in the demo. Compared to the same period last year, Gutfeld was up 31.5% among total viewers and 24% in the demo. However, the show was down compared to the first quarter of 2025 in both metrics. Elsewhere, NBC's Late Night with Seth Meyers continued to stay on top of the 12:37 a.m. slot with an average of 900,000 total viewers and 111,000 in the demo across 35 episodes. In comparison, ABC's Nightline averaged 810,000 total viewers and 108,000 in the demo, and CBS's After Midnight, which wrapped up its run last month, averaged 591,000 total viewers and 89,000 in the demo. The Daily Show averaged 994,000 viewers and 190,000 in the demo in its 11 p.m. slot. There had to be something more invoked in the fire, I know, by the financial reasons when the show was clearly still doing well. Yeah, no, I could agree with this. I mean, look, there have already been issues with this Skydance and Paramount merger. We covered the $16 million settlement that they paid out to Donald Trump. Remember the 60 Minutes, the Bill Owens, who was the executive producer of 60 Minutes, who resigned and said that he no longer feels that they have independence on this show, and that because of the merger and the lawsuit that has been settled with Trump, that it encroaches upon journalistic independence. So like there was that whole story. I mean, I would say too, like, this is worrisome. It's worrisome to see the crackdown on what is like very liberal. And by the stress on very liberal is like, this is not at all leftist politics on Stephen Colbert's show. But even still, this being potentially likely eliminated because of the anti-Trump bias, or sorry, not bias, the anti-Trump bent. Here's the clip of Colbert making the announcement. Okay, let me see.
We got a great show for you tonight. Senator Adam Schiff was my guest. We harmonized on 7 Bridges Road. What a voice, I cried. But before we start the show, I want to let you know something that I found out just last night. Next year will be our last season. The network will be ending The Late Show in May. And
wow.
yeah, I share your feelings. It's not just the end of our show, but it's the end of The Late Show on CBS. I'm not being replaced. This is all just going away. And I do want to say, that the folks at CBS have been great partners. I'm so grateful to the Tiffany Network for giving me this chair and this beautiful theater to call home. And of course, I'm grateful to you, the audience, who have joined us. Every night, in here, out there, all around the world, Mr. and Mrs.
Yeah, knowing too that this was the number one slot, number one show in its time slot. Like, The Late Show has a 30-year history, and so to cancel the entire franchise, which is worrisome for reasons due to politics, of like, yet again, here we have a major conglomerate that is bending the knee to the power of Donald Trump.
America and all the ships at sea. I'm grateful to share the stage with this band, these artists over here every night. And I am extraordinarily, deeply grateful to the 200 people who work here. We get to do this show. We get to do this show for each other every day, all day. And I've had the pleasure and the responsibility of sharing what we do every day with you in front of this camera for the last 10 years. And let me tell you, it is a fantastic job. I wish somebody else was getting it. And it's a job that I'm looking forward to doing with this usual gang of idiots for another 10 months. It's going to be fun.
Yeah.
Y'all ready?
We're going to lock in.
Y'all ready?
Let's go.
Y'all ready? Okay, that's all I wanted to say. Dante, let's do the show. Jazz Cowboy, drop it on the poof.
It's the Late Show with Stephen Colbert.
Okay, here's Jon Stewart. Here is Jon Stewart talking about
Give love.
the future of late night series. Will Skydance cancel The Daily Show? The Daily Show's Jon Stewart, who recently called Paramount Global's settlement with President Donald Trump shameful, has weighed in on the future of the late night show. Asked whether Skydance, which is in the process of buying Paramount Global, parent company of his network Comedy Central, would cancel the irascible talk show, Stewart essentially shrugged his shoulders. But he did reveal that he has not had any contact with David Ellison or others at Skydance, and joked that he's been kicked out of shittier establishments than that, and the company may sell the whole fucking place for parts. He also compared Comedy Central to Muzak. Unfortunately, we haven't heard anything from them, he said on his podcast, The Weekly Show with Jon Stewart. They haven't called me and said, like, don't get too comfortable in that office, Stewart. But let me tell you something, I've been kicked out of shittier establishments and that will land on our feet. He said that he honestly doesn't know if Skydance would axe The Daily Show, which has been on air since 1996 and just posted big ratings. I mean, look, if they got rid of The Late Show with Colbert for what seems to be driven by political reasons, then it stands to reason that they would also get rid of The Daily Show. But like, if they do that too, then that kind of makes it pretty obvious what's going on. I'd like to believe that without The Daily Show, I don't know, Comedy Central's kind of like Muzak at this point. I think we're the only sort of life that exists on a current basis other than South Park. Yeah, and speaking of South Park is in its own is having its own massive battle, its blow up with Paramount. Paramount Global believed it had a framework for an agreement with series creators Trey Parker and Matt Stone. Skydance, the studio's likely imminent new owner, balked at the terms. The South Park creators have brought on bulldog negotiator Brian Friedman. God, this guy is fucking everywhere. He is everywhere. To turn up the heat. Okay, let me finish John's comments here and then we'll look at that. I think we're the only sort of life that exists on a current basis other than South Park, but it's the only thing on there. I'd like to think we bring enough value to the property. If they're looking at it as purely a real estate transaction, I think we bring a lot of value. But that may not be their consideration. They may sell the whole fucking place for parts. I just don't know. We'll deal with it when we do. Daily Show was nominated for an Emmy this week too. Oh boy. Okay, so let's see what's get back to what's happening here with South Park. So at the heart of the dispute, a new 10-year, $3 billion overall deal for Parker and Stone that would more than triple the valuation of the current deal that expires in 2027. Park County, the South Park pair's entertainment company, believes it struck a basic framework with Paramount Global on an agreement. I think that Paramount pre-acquisition was interested in a broader range of possibilities than would have been approved by Skydance and Redbird. But Skydance, which maintains that it has approval rights on contracts as it pursues regulatory approval of its merger with Paramount, has other plans. The duration of the proposed deal has emerged as a sticking point in negotiations, with Skydance refusing to an extension beyond 5 additional years amid a fast-moving media environment in which it's prioritizing cash reserves. There's no resolution at this time, but all involved recognize the need for a quick, positive resolution. A spokesperson for Park County said on Monday. Skydance and Paramount declined to comment. A Skydance rep had previously told Hollywood Reporter that under the terms of the transaction agreement, Skydance has the right to approve material contracts. So basically, the deal with South Park had been a handshake style deal with Paramount. And then because of this merger, now Skydance is like, no. We have final right of approving contracts. And they don't want to boss ain't giving perms. You got perms, Chugi. Chugi's passing away. Chugi's is gonna die if they can't hit the bong. And so essentially now Parker and Stone are coming up against Skydance, which is like, no, we weren't in on that handshake deal, and we're not going to honor that. It's increasingly likely that the dispute ends up in court. Parker and Stone, but like, I'm just imagining kind of this hypothetical where Skydance kills. Okay, so they've killed Late Show. They kill Daily Show. This deal with Parker and Stone, maybe Parker and Stone end up leaving their home here and going somewhere else. Like, there's a lot going on. This could be a lawsuit accusing the Skydance regime, including CEO David Ellison and Jeff Shell, the Redbird Capital exec who will be the president of New Paramount if the merger is greenlit, of interfering in contract negotiations. The alternative involves a public relations battle in which Skydance could see its name splashed across headlines as another example of an entertainment merger gone sour. The potential delay to the season 27 premiere, which has already been pushed back 2 weeks later than originally planned to July 23rd, has surfaced as the most visible example of the damage caused by the delay to approval of the Paramount-Skydance merger. The relationship between Parker and Stone, among the most sought-after creative duos in Hollywood, and Skydance is in question, as is the future of the show after more than 28 years and 300 episodes. This merger is a shit show, and it's fucking up South Park. We are at the studio working on new episodes, and we hope the fans get to see them somehow. I love that Parker and Stone just wrote this on social media. Like, total transparency, being like, yeah, this merger, it's a total fucking shit show. And that is the reason, South Park fans, that the show is delayed. And we don't know what's going to happen with it. South Park is owned by Paramount, with streaming rights owned through a joint venture Park and Stone operate with the company called South Park Digital Studios, which is governed by a 5-member board of managers that includes Paramount affiliate comedy partners. Park County has an extraordinary, unusual deal dating back to 2007 that gives the company about 50% of streaming revenue through the joint venture. South Park was a juggernaut on linear TV and on DVD when streaming video was still nascent. Park County began streaming episodes on a dedicated website with advertising support, though later premium subscription services like Netflix, HBO Max, Amazon Prime Video, and of course Paramount Plus would change how streaming videos were monetized dramatically. Streaming deals for the show expired on June 23rd, forcing an extension of a domestic deal with Warner Brothers Discovery to keep it on HBO Max for now. Last week, Paramount's international license to stream episodes of the long-running animated series expired, which led to the streamer pulling the series from its global service. Oh boy. Kevin Morris, a lawyer for Park County, refused to budge from a decade-long deal worth at least $3 billion. Man, I can see Parker and Stone being so pissed off about this merger and how they've been treated and disrespected, that they just like dig their heels in. That, you know, they're obviously advising, they're telling their lawyer, we're not fucking budging on our $3 billion deal. And then they'll do something funny about it. Expect Expect them to make something on Larry Ellison and the Redbird guy. The Paramount Skydance deal has been held up in large part due to its own political dimension involving President Donald Trump and a lawsuit against 60 Minutes over an interview with Kamala Harris. One possible factor in the negotiations, an $800 million loan that Park County took in 2023 from private equity firm, the Carlyle Group. Parker and Stone could be squeezed for cash to repay roughly $80 million in interest per year. Yikes. According to one person knowledgeable of the arrangement who noted that Paramount may be open to paying more than $150 million annually in a new deal, but not for 10 years. By Skydance's thinking, the interim operating agreement affords the company the right to approve and deny all material contracts. Park County has maintained that Skydance is barred from taking control and issuing directives until the merger's official closure. El Haka, thank you for the 29 months. A Rizzle, thank you for the Prime. Analog, thank you for the 9 months. They'll just try and write a hit Broadway show that roasts them. This is standard technique. Yeah, okay. What else can we say on this? Someone said, the Colbert thing is actually quite worrying. Do you know what it means when they start coming for the white Catholics? All right. Anyway, okay, let's get to the next story, which is this fucking Coldplay. This Coldplay thing. What's all over the internet. All right, I have to go to the bathroom though. Ooh, Farley. Where's my baby? Okay. All right. So, first of all, I just have to say it is incredibly embarrassing to be having your affair at the Coldplay concert. Like, what are we doing? All right. So there's a lot of things to this story here. But the fact that this was at a Coldplay concert, yes, and we will talk about the internet doing the thing that the internet does, which is bad. Everybody's just a cop and cannot chill out and act normal about things where it's like, okay, yeah, this video that's gone viral is wild, certainly wild. And kind of a lot of the components to this are comical, namely, like I said, this being at a Coldplay concert, and also Chris Martin's saw it on the Jumbotron and was like, okay, those people are either really shy or they're having an affair. And it turns out that they're having an affair. But the internet always turns something into the internet always acts very problematic. And people they ruin things. They ruin things. Okay, so here was the video that went viral.
Oh, look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what? Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy.
Okay, so you can hear him. So it's the fucking Jumbotron. It's the fucking Jumbotron where, you know, the crazy thing, not so crazy. If they had just acted normally, then this would not have become the viral story that it is, right? If you had just like kind of done one of these, or just, you know, acted in a normal way, then it would have been completely fine. But
oh, look at these
no.
people. All right, come on. You're okay? Oh, what?
This would not have, yeah, I know.
Either
It would not have gone viral this way. Also, these guys who just jump into the background to like go, hi, look at me. Motherfucker crawled to the floor. Look at him. He just like, what is there, a wine cellar down there? Is he going down in the wine cellar like I have in my kitchen? And she just turns away. And apparently, too, this is like her employee. I don't know, like just got promoted or something. Knows exactly what's going on here.
I'm not quite sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So that is Andy Byron, the married CEO of New York-based software firm Astronomer, who has skyrocketed to internet infamy on Thursday after he was spotted canoodling with the company's chief human resources officer, Kristen Cabot, on the Jumbotron at Gillette Stadium. Also bad that, like, this is the head of HR having an affair with the CEO. Okay. The incident sparked chatter among his former colleagues, with many claiming that Byron got his rightful comeuppance, according to a source who used to report directly to Byron. The text groups and chains of former employees are like, everyone's laughing their ass off and enjoying the hell of what had happened and him getting exposed. In the workplace, Byron allegedly has a reputation as an aggressive, sales-obsessed executive who can be toxic. Oh, you mean a CEO who's a piece of shit? Shocker. So surprising. Like, yeah, you know that these people are hated at the office. You know that his employees think this guy is an asshole because he's an asshole. Astronomer and Byron have yet to respond to the post request for comment on the situation. As the kiss cam, although he did put out a statement, which we'll look at. As the kiss cam panned over the crowd, Byron had his arms around Cabot's midsection, and the two were holding hands. When the pair realized they were on camera, Cabot covered her face and turned her back while Byron tried to duck out of view. Coldplay frontman Chris Martin initially thought he had stumbled onto a tender moment in the crowd, but quickly realized something was amiss. Either they're having an affair or they're just very shy. Holy shit, I hope we didn't do something bad, he added, according to additional footage taken right after. Byron appears to be married to Megan Kerrigan Byron, while Cabot recently divorced her husband, Kenneth Thornby. Cabot and Thornby filed for divorce in 2018. The split was finalized in 2022. According to Massachusetts court records, it's unclear if she has since remarried. Byron joined Astronomer as CEO in July of 2023, according to his LinkedIn page, which was taken down by Thursday afternoon. Astronomer closed a $93 million fundraising round in May with backing from Bain Capital, Salesforce, and other notable firms. The company said it would use the money to expedite research and development and to strategically expand the company's international presence, according to a press release. Okay, alrighty. Matt commented and said, begging people to be normal about the straight couple that had an affair at a Coldplay concert. Okay, actually, well, all right. Yeah, I'm going to read this because there's an important point in here. Begging people to be normal about the straight couple that had an affair at a Coldplay concert. Difficulty impossible. The video is funny, but these are not public figures. We don't need to interrogate their private lives online. Sudden virality is traumatizing for everyone involved. Let them have their heterosexual mess in peace. You don't need to contact the employer of a man you've never met to let him know that he cheated on his wife. You don't need to message his wife on Facebook. It's really okay. The brands have arrived. This is so cringe. This is so fucking cringe. Can we please make jokes and keep it at that instead of stalking them? Okay, so here's the problem, all right? So this guy's a fucking CEO. Yeah, he's a piece of shit. Fuck CEOs. What an asshole, having an affair with the head of HR. Now, the issue is The issue is what happens whenever this kind of stuff goes viral, where people online love to be psychotic. And think about how much this sucks for his wife, for their kids, for people who get dragged into this stuff because it has become viral on the internet. Also, it turns into a weird morality thing. Yeah, also, like, this now, oh my God, it's honestly the most insane conversation around having an affair, where there are a lot of people who believe that having an affair is, you deserve to be stoned to death. Where, let's be fucking real, okay? A lot of people, they cheat, they have issues in their relationships, in their private lives. And what becomes a problem is when this becomes fodder for the public. People are going in droves. They went and hunted down his wife, who, it's like, you think that she is not aware? You think that she does not know about what has happened? And she has removed her last name from her profiles online because so many people were going to her LinkedIn, to her Facebook, to her, her social media, posting information about her. Like, this is what happens. It's like, this is just some normal woman who her personal and private life has, because, these fucking cheaters, has been broadcast and gone viral, and now internet losers just want to join in on the fun. Like, they cannot get enough of it. I saw people acting like publicly posting on her page is somehow righteous. Yes, where it's like, just leave this woman alone. Leave this woman alone. But that's the problem, is that we go so far with things. We go so far with things. And like, yeah, these people suck for having an affair. But also, like, you guys, I think what happens is, what's happening in this situation is they're like, no, fuck this CEO. Like, let him burn. But where's the line, right? Where's the line on, like, how we all just surveil each other, how we all just, like, post information about people's private lives? We're like, where's the line? Because there is no line. And so if you are like, oh yeah, no, it's totally fine because this guy's a CEO and fuck him, well, then that's the same argument that's used for, like, people posting videos, which happens all the time, of, like, strangers on an airplane who are, or posting people in public, and then their lives are now on the internet, and people just, like, have fun with it. So also, it's a workplace thing. Clearly there's policy violations, but it's very much an internal thing. Yeah. And it's like, okay, yeah, we go past the, wow, this is crazy, haha, we make our jokes, we laugh, to this other thing. And as leftists, like, we should not be pro surveillance culture. Okay. Yeah. Here we go. I don't feel bad for cheaters. Fuck them. You're not understanding what I'm saying. And I hope that this piece that I read in 404 will make more sense. Okay. The astronomer CEO's Coldplay concert fiasco is emblematic of our social media surveillance dystopia. I don't give a fuck about this guy. Yeah, talk about how he's a piece of shit. He is a piece of shit, okay? And just by the nature of him being a CEO, I don't feel bad for him. But what we're talking about is the bigger issue here. The bigger issue of how now we just live in a surveillance state, of how social media users will just track down people's information that are the result of being aware of them due to some video that's been posted on the internet. And it just, the fallout and the impact that has. And again, like, his wife, his children, their information is being posted all over the fucking internet now. People are like, they will stop at nothing to involve themselves in this stuff. So it goes from, like, watching this video of these people who clearly have been caught having an affair at the Coldplay concert to, like, now their children's faces and his wife's information is being posted as ever. Like, people are like stalking them, and they have no concept of like whether or not that's something that's not good to do. People are just going to the wife's social media. They don't give a fuck about her. They just want to play with gossip. Yeah. And also, can I remind you that like cheating is shitty, but it is not a crime. Now, are there issues with this being an affair between someone who works in HR and the CEO? Absolutely. But that's an internal issue. But there are a lot of y'all who are kind of nuts, and you genuinely treat something like an affair as a serious crime that people need to be hunted down and like go to prison for. This is like okay, I just need you to think for a second. Think for a second about your own life, okay? Oh, I would never cheat. Great. You're a bastion of morality, okay? Well, a lot of people have issues in their private lives, whatever those issues are. And now imagine that because we live in this world now where, say, someone captures that on video, and again, I know this was the Jumbotron, and that adds to like the ridiculousness of this whole thing. If he's lying to his wife, how do you know he isn't lying to his shareholders? Oh my fucking God. This is like, what are we doing? And if you're looking at this as me defending this CEO, you're not fucking listening to me. You're not listening to me that everybody just is a fucking cop. We live in a surveillance state. We have no concept of what is the line for people's personal lives becoming this thing that now the whole internet engages in, like tracking down everything about them and posting it on the internet. What are we doing? Yes, Elliot, you're correct. We don't even know if it's an affair. Again, this is an interpersonal relationship. Maybe they're poly or open, even if, yes, you're right. Like, absolutely. So does this seem on the surface like, oop, these people did something that they got caught? They got caught. They shouldn't be doing. Sure. But again, these are people's private lives. We don't know what the fuck is going on. We don't know. And now you open that box and like, let's say that you're texting on your phone, you're sitting on the train and somebody takes a picture of it because it looks like, I'm going to take a picture of this random stranger's phone where they're texting someone is like, my boyfriend doesn't love me, where you're emotionally flirting with a stranger, which is something you're doing in your private life. And then they post that on Twitter. That goes viral. People hunt you down. They go to your boyfriend is like, by the way, your girl, like the person that you're dating is cheating on you. And then they call your boyfriend's place of work and is like, hey, you should know this is happening. They call your place of work and is like, your employer is doing something that is morally wrong. Or at least from what I have garnered based on this thing that I saw on the internet. It's amazing that you explain this and you will still have a dumbass just say the stupidest thing right after. I know. Okay, so let me read more of this piece so this can make more sense to us. Facial recognition and crowdsourced social media investigations are constantly being used not just on cringe CEOs, but on random people who are simply existing in public. Please understand this. This isn't about like, Caroline is the great defender of CEOs having maybe an affair. You're not listening and you're reading this whole situation incorrectly because you're like, no, I think we should be able to do anything that we want. The CEO seemingly having an affair with the head of HR at his company at the Coldplay concert is a viral video for the ages, but it is also unfortunately emblematic of our current private surveillance and social media hellscape. The video, which is now viral on every platform that we can possibly think of, has been covered by various news outlets, is Pop Crave official, shows Andy Viren, the CEO of a company called Astronomer, with his arms around Astronomer's head of HR, Kristen Cabot. The Jumbotron cuts from one fan to the seemingly happy couple. They both simultaneously die inside. Oh, look at this happy couple, Coldplay lead singer Chris Martin says. The woman covers her face and spins away. The man ducks out of frame. Either they're having an affair or they're very shy. The camera pans to another company executive standing next to them who's seemingly shaking out of discomfort. It's hard to describe how viral this is at the moment in a world in which so many awful things are occurring and in which nothing holds anyone's attention for any length of time, and in a world which we are all living in our own siloed realities. Andy Byron is currently the most popular trending Google term in the United States, with more than double the searches of the next closest term. There's so many levels to this embarrassment, the Coldplay of it all, the HR violation occurring on Jumbotron, etc., that one could likely write a doctoral dissertation on this 15-second video. And what if the wife knew but just didn't want to bring attention to it because it could be embarrassing? These online cops don't. There's so much that we don't know because we are not in people's private lives. We're not. All right. And of course, there's already lots of TikToks. Like, Andy is married with 2 kids. His wife is CPO Kristen Cabot. But the aftermath of this video demonstrates a phenomenon that we have now seen over and over again on all of social media, but on TikTok especially. The instant gleeful doxing of people for reasons that run the spectrum from the very bad, being a Nazi, to the utterly benign, dancing weird at a Taylor Swift concert, being a hot security guard, standing in public. TikTok, help me find him/her, is now so common that it's a meme. 404 Media doesn't know what's going on in Byron or Cabot's marriages, and neither does anyone else posting about it. We have zero clue what's going on behind the scenes or what is currently occurring in the personal lives of everyone involved. It's worth briefly considering the dystopia of this situation and its aftermath. It's not clear exactly how the astronomer's CEO was initially identified, but we have seen numerous cases where TikTok commenters and creators use PIM eyes and other readily available, often free facial recognition and social media research tools to identify a person. Do you guys remember Alex from Target? Yes, that was the patient zero of this shit. Yes. The astronomer CEO's name, his wife's name, the head of HR's name, the third company executive's name, and social media profiles are all over the TikTok comments and Reddit comments. His latest LinkedIn post was full of comments about the incident, left before he disabled comments and ultimately deleted the post. Commenters have pointed out that his wife has removed his last name from several of her social media profiles. Gee, I wonder why. As I said, it's because people have been flooding her pages and will not stop. Like they will not stop. There's a sickness in our society that makes us believe broadcasting people's private lives is somehow a spectacle. The Amaranth streams were gross examples of that. Yeah, I mean, oh my God, you guys, how many times have we talked about this issue? How many times is it like guess what? It's not good that everyone is a fucking cop. It's not good that we're all just spying on each other. That being out in public now means your every move and who you are is now it's up for grabs. So, here I am. I eavesdropped on these girlies at brunch, and now I'm running home to TikTok to be like, okay, listen, if your name is Alexandra and you live in New Jersey and you're about to get married to a guy named Brian, you should know that your bridesmaids were gossiping about you and saying XYZ, and here's what they looked like. Here's the names that I caught. TikTok, help me find Alexandra. And then also like the more insidious parts of this too, where like, here's a picture of someone who we think is a person who gets like wrongly identified as a suspect in a crime, and now everyone just posts their name and information, and here's their family, and here's where they work, and now we're calling their work, and now we're harassing them, and we just have no control. It's not about the cheaters. It's about encouraging the idea that it's okay to track down everyone who has ever appeared online. It's bootlegging for the government under a different name. Going to badger the wife is another example of people treating real life as entertainment. Yeah, so like there's multiple layers here, but on top of that too, like seriously, I'm sorry you guys, but we have to stop acting as if people having an affair, potentially, we don't even fucking know, okay? Because we don't know because we're not in the situation. That people cheating is like the gravest crime. That, we should ruin, we have to This is like vigilante justice here. It's really not. And before you come at me, you're like, I've been cheated on. It's the horrible. I know. Okay. It sucks. All right. I'm not condoning cheating. I'm not saying that like people hurting people that they're in a relationship with by doing something like that, by having an affair, whatever, is like this okay thing. But fuck yeah, cheating is good. But like we have to stop acting as if this is a crime and one that has to be prosecuted to like the fullest extent of the law, and the law being internet strangers. I got cheated on in the nastiest way. Still don't want her to get harassed by the whole world. Right. It's like people project their own experiences and their own, their own opinions, and then go forth with exacting what they believe to be justice for something they perceive to be the worst thing that you can do. Polymarket's degenerate gamblers turn the scandal into a market. The site let users bet on events with binary outcomes like whether or not Byron will lose his job as CEO of Astronomer. A gambler pays a few cents to vote yes or no on the outcome of the event and wins the difference up to $1 on each vote if they guessed right. Each vote shifts the odds up and down. Today, Polymarket opened 2 new Byron-related bets. The first asked the question, Andy Byron out as Astronomer CEO by next Friday? As of the writing, the site is giving him a 40% chance of leaving. Polymarket doesn't care if he resigns or gets fired. The bet pays out to its yes voters so long as he leaves. The crueler bet, and the one with more activity, is the Astronomer Divorce Parlay. A parlay is a series of combination of bets, and this Polymarket listing requires both Byron and Cabot to get divorced. An announcement will satisfy the bet. It doesn't have to be an official filing, but it can come from Byron and Cabot themselves or their spouses. The image attached to the bet is a screenshot from the moment the Jumbotron filmed the couple embracing. So do we see how like quickly things spiral out of control? We're like, we go from, wow, haha, it's kind of funny to see him like duck down, and she turns away, that like clearly they're embarrassed that this is on the Jumbotron at a Coldplay concert, like jokes writing themselves, to all of this. So humiliating for the yes. I mean, again, that is under the assumption that like this is an affair, that the wife had no idea. And I think about like, man, it just, what the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? My mom knows a couple whose relationship was ruined by the internet, and it's because they overdid a simple situation where the husband was talking with his kid about how he was annoyed with his wife in a Trader Joe's. Yeah. Hey guys, if you find out my future partner is cheating on me, could you not make it news? I look away whenever I see someone take a camera out now, but now people fucking clown on you for doing that too. You can't live. I know, we can't live. Like, y'all, do we want to be in a world where every time you step foot in public, you run the risk of something that you say, something that you do that is not committing a crime? That is not something that like, okay, yeah, it's maybe good to have caught that on camera so that it's evidence in like a court case, right? It's like, imagine that you get in an argument with your spouse, with your partner, with your friend, and somebody takes a video of it and posts that shit on Twitter, and then people track down who you are and they find your Etsy shop, and then they start making fun of your things that you're selling on Etsy, and then they're like, ooh, I get now why her boyfriend clearly is annoyed with her. I mean, look at this silly stuff. And then it has like hundreds of thousands of likes and thousands of strangers commenting on you. I have a special needs daughter, and I'm always terrified someone's going to take a secret video of her when they may be acting different. Yeah. This happened exactly to the Chinese lady in Toronto. She was tearing down a fence that her racist neighbors put up so she could access her home ventilation units, but the internet dogpiled the auntie. Yeah, and once the internet, like, it's hard to put it back in the bag. And a lot of times people will like wrongly identify someone, or perceive a situation in the total opposite way and just ruin someone's life. Okay. Polymarket's X account got in on the action. As both of the markets open, the account posts about Byron and Cabot 4 times in a row. Smart bet? Polymarket asked, above a picture showing social media photos of the pair listed next to the current odds that they divorce their spouses. Brands are using Byron and Cabot's face to build hype. The Neon Film Studio posted a picture of the couple on X to promote its upcoming horror movie Together. Like, dude, okay, you guys, rule of thumb, when brands get in on something that's funny on the internet, it's over, okay? When like federal agencies get in on internet memes, it's donezo. I'm talking Homeland posting brat, okay? I'm talking like all these corporations that try and like get in on whatever's a funny thing trending on the internet. It's Jover. It's donezo. Most chilling, the New York City Department of Sanitation used the viral moment to remind everyone that it has cameras everywhere. Department of Sanitation being like, by the way, we got cameras everywhere. Hey. Cameras are everywhere. Don't get caught doing something you maybe shouldn't be doing. Thinking about doing something naughty, like dumping trash in the city? We've got video cameras all over. We will catch you and you will pay the price. Holy fuck. Oh my God. Oh my God. Chipotle commented on the story with a picture of its billboard that reads, "It's okay to cheat." Scrolling through a TikTok search for CEO of Astronomer, a TikTok recommended search term is full of, here's the Chipotle getting in. Oh, I guess that's been taken down now. Is search for CEO of Astronomer, a TikTok recommended search term is full of wannabe influencers giving their own take on the saga, green screening the video behind their cutout faces with titles like Cheating Coldplay Affair Boston Concert Couple Update and Coldplay Expuso a dos amantes. Fox News, BuzzFeed, and other huge accounts have posted the footage more or less unedited on their own accounts. Writing this article, we understand, puts us into this exact fray. And me talking about this, I understand too, puts me into the fray as well. But one does not have to have sympathy or empathy for a CEO to see how this sort of thing could and often does go off the rails. This example is emblematic of the problem specifically because it's easy to laugh at these people and because they're doing something distasteful but not illegal. The same technologies used to dox and research the CEO are routinely deployed against the partners of random people who have had messy breakups, attractive security guards. Yeah, remember this guy? The security guard at a Taylor Swift concert? And people were like, help me find, like they just like tracked this guy down. A viral account is using off-the-shelf facial recognition tech to dox random people on the internet for the amusement of millions of viewers. One victim said they felt a bit violated, really. And this was used on that security guard. Okay. Where was I? Yeah, so these technologies are being used on people who look suspicious and are caught on Ring cameras by people on Nextdoor, people who dance funny in public, and so on. There's been endless debate about the ethics of doxing cops and ICE agents and Nazis, and there are many times where it makes sense to research people doing harm on behalf of the state or who are doing violent, scary things to innocent people. I agree. Yes. It's another, though, to deploy these technologies against random people you saw on an airplane or who had a messy breakup with an influencer. I mean, I think that's devoid of intention, like we'd never be able to correct. No, totally. I know. I'm just in before anyone's like, well, aren't you doing the same thing and talking about it? It's like, okay, well, I do have a purpose here beyond just being like, look at this. And of course, these same technologies are regularly deployed by police and the feds against undocumented immigrants, regular people, and people just wanting to visit the United States on tourist visas. Just in, astronomer CEO Andy Byron's wife removes his last name from her Facebook profile. A follow-up post said next to a screenshot from Byron's wife's Facebook account. And in a reply, the odds of them both getting divorced this year are soaring. 52% chance. Holy moly. Oh my God. Oh. Oh my God. Like, what the hell? What the hell? Neon is using this to advertise for their movie? Holy moly. And the thing too is now, all the people associated with this is forever. Okay? You Google the wife's name, okay? You know what's going to pop up? This shit. Okay, this was the statement from CEO Andy Byron. I want to acknowledge the moment that's been circulating online and the disappointment it's caused. What was supposed to be a night of music and joy turned into a deeply personal mistake playing out on a very public stage. I want to sincerely apologize to my wife, my family, and the team and astronomer. You deserve better from me as a partner, as a father, and as a leader. This is not who I want to be or how I want to represent the company I helped build. I'm taking time to reflect, to take accountability, and to figure out the next steps, personally and professionally. I ask for privacy as I navigate that process. I also want to express how troubling it is that what should have been a private moment became public without my consent. And this is where people are like, fuck you. I respect artists and entertainers, but I hope we can all think more deeply about the impact of turning someone else's life into a spectacle. As a friend once sang, lights will guide you home. This is so silly. As a friend once sang, lights will guide you home and ignite your bones, and I will try to fix you. Wait, Streets are saying this is fake? Well, honestly, this at the end here feels... Everything else... I have seen this all over the place, so if this is fake, well, it seems to be real until you get to the end here. As a friend once sang, and it's a Coldplay line. Okay, Streets are saying this is fake. All right, then I will... Well, I haven't looked into this. Let me see. Statement. Honestly, now that I'm looking at this headline here, statement from CEO Andy Byron, this does seem... Now this shit's going viral again. God damn it. Okay. This is not real. Everything is fake. God damn it. All right. Okay. Jesus Christ. So here, let me find this.
Out of control.
Okay. All right. Okay. Quan News, everyone. Sometimes I fall for something that is not real. The truly scary part is that there is a generation growing up right now who have no idea of the concept we're trying to get across, that people deserve a private life. It's like how younger generations can't conceptualize a world without the internet. There are kids who are being desensitized to the idea of a play state. Yes. Thank you, Maggie Pie. And everyone else who understands this, where it's not good that it has been so normalized that we do not have any privacy. None whatsoever. And that when you go to a public place, that, oh, sorry, that now means you are giving up permission to not have somebody video you and put it on the internet and then have thousands, millions of strangers make assertions, make judgments, make comments, etc. And like, man, again, I don't know. There's a difference. Let me be clear too. There's a difference of like, if this were a story about Jeff Bezos, right? Oh, here's Jeff Bezos caught having an affair. Okay, everyone knows who Jeff Bezos is. Everyone knows, because it's not that he's a CEO, but he's one of the richest men in the world. Like, he's very, very famous. He's very well known. Who the fuck has even heard of astronomer? Like, let's be so for real for a second. All right, let's be so for real. I think what we're hearing, what we're seeing is we're like CEO. Oh, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos. This guy is like some CEO where, again, you can have a bottom line of, sure, CEOs are generally pretty awful, but there's also just like a lot of CEOs who are regular people, okay? Not every CEO is some like mega billionaire who's destroying the world. And you could be a CEO at like a small company. You could be a CEO of like a company that like seeks to do that, like does good in this world. You know what I mean? Maya Higa is a CEO. Exactly. So we're just kind of like being crazy about this. This is a normal person who is a CEO. So this is not like, I don't know. I think we're just getting things so twisted because of thinking of CEOs as all being Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos. So I do think it's healthy to be skeptical of CEOs in general, but I agree with you. Yes, I mean, it's a not out of the ordinary thing for a CEO to, especially of a large company, one where they are also wealthy themselves, to have engaged in exploitative behavior, to not have great politics, etc. But also, yes, billionaire does not equal famous. And like, man, okay. He's not a public figure. She's not a public figure. Their family is not public figures. And all of their information is now all over the internet, which then means people go forth and start harassing every single person involved. Okay? That's bad. Sure. Okay. You know, here's the thing about Twitch. Here's the thing about this platform. I feel like a lot of times I explain something over and over again, and people will be like, but why male models? I'll be like, are you serious, Derek? I just said. And maybe you just fundamentally disagree with me. To which, on a topic like this, I would ask you to consider the kind of world then that you are okay living in, where we're all up for grabs, where we live in a surveillance state, we live in a police state, where you could be the person that it happens to next. You're just a normal person, and because we've given our approval that actually this is all fine and good, and we're not going to question it, we're not going to push back on this worsening behavior. And so then next time, maybe you're sitting there on a plane and minding your own fucking business, doing something that people do every single day, and somebody looks over and reads your text messages and posts a picture of that, and then your face and name and everything goes viral and people dox you, and I can go on and on with many examples. Where's the line in rich? Is it $1 billion? Is it 500 million, 5 mil, 500,000, 150,000, any money more than you? Yeah. Also, acting like this is some communist crusade. Shut up. This is gossip. I'm sorry. Yeah. If you're a leftist and you're like, no, we're actually taking down the system by doing this to the people who got caught on the Jumbotron, come the fuck on. Come on. Don't be reactionary in the leftist way. This is not how you stop rich people from being rich. This just makes your life tougher, chatter. Also, there are a lot of people who it's like, oh, this person has more money than me. Then they're part of the problem. If they had carried on without acting like they did anything. No, I said that too. Is like, if If it had not seemed to be something that was suspicious, then the video wouldn't have gone viral and people wouldn't have tracked them down and we wouldn't have ended up in this situation. It's okay to laugh at the ridiculousness of it. The problem is the doxing crusade. Yeah, and now how we have like everyone from Polymarket to, you know, major brands, like who else is getting in on this? This is what allowed AI to be a business today, because people just gave up their privacy and data, meaning, I mean, the fight is ongoing, but people give away their rights so easily online. Yeah. And let's be so fucking for real, too. If the guy was not a CEO, people would still be doing the same shit. They're just using the CEO of it all as like a reason to justify this. We know that's true. We know that's true because this shit happens all the time. So using the excuse of like, no, but I'm doing praxis because this person's job is being CEO of a company. Huh? If that's your praxis, then move aside, please. Be a sandwich. Thank you for the 9 months. How about tacos? Thank you for the gifted sub. Henza, thank you for the 25 months. Brightside News, thank you for the 15 months. I get where you're all coming from. Okay. But righteous anger makes me feel good. And being a weirdo stalking people gives me a sense of control when everything else feels out of my control. Plus, I can superficially justify it by moralizing about cheating or his job. Yeah, so, okay, you're fucking baiting me. That cannot be true. You're baiting me, dude. It gotta be a bit. No way. Okay, let's watch this. I've actually never seen this before, but this is relevant. This is about the West Elm Caleb situation from a couple years ago. It's a video titled The Horrifying Panopticon of West Elm Caleb. It's from 3 years ago. Yeah, here, let me link this.
This video is brought to you by Skillshare. The first 1,000 people who click the link in my description will get a 1-month free trial. On January 11th, 2022, a woman posts a TikTok about dating. Within a week, the full name, workplace, and photos of a man have been leaked all over the internet. Large companies are condemning the man, ranging from sending tweets to taking out entire billboards mocking him and putting him on blast. His name and face draw tens of millions of video views and news site clicks. He is branded by The Tab as the most hated man on TikTok and by Vice as just some guy. What happened, and how do we make sure it never happens again? So, okay, what I want to talk to all of you about today isn't just this one guy. I'm not here to sit and recap a bunch of dating drama at you and ask you to make moral judgments on the people involved. What I do want to do is talk about a lot of things and how they come together online. Surveillance, public shaming, algorithms, our responsibilities to one another, and I want to use this insane story as a case study for what this all means for us going forward. But to do that, I need to give you some background first. It started with a TikTok. Back in the beginning of January, a creator with around 100,000 followers and a history of posting relatable content about dating in New York made this short video, essentially just making a joke about getting ghosted a lot with the caption mentioning a guy named Caleb. And very shortly thereafter, she started getting a bunch of comments from other women in New York, all wondering if they knew the guy she was making a vague post about. Lots of stuff like, wait, is this the Caleb who works at WSJ? West Elm, that Caleb. And very, very quickly, a lot of people started to realize that all of these girls went on dates with the exact same guy.
I wasn't gonna make a video about this, but I feel like it's my duty as your Asian older sister to warn my New York City girls about this Caleb from West Elm ASAP. But I kept having girls comment being like, is this the West Elm Caleb? They've matched on Hinge before and that they were texting intensely for a while and he is like love bombing her even though they've never met up before, like have not gone on a first date. And I'm like, that is the biggest red flag out of all the red flags. Then of course he ghosts her. Maybe I am.
So this is why, like, when you are telling stories of real people in this way, you change the names, okay? You don't give specific details because that is what falls into the category of doxing. Okay, you want to go online and talk about this, like, playboy, all right? Some guy who's, wow, what a unique situation. A young dude who is a player in New York City who's like dating a bunch of girls. Okay, fine. Tell your story. But you can't give specific details that then leads to a situation like this.
I'm jumping to conclusions because I've only heard one story, but I just feel like love bombing is the gateway red flag to all of the other red flags. And if that many girls are commenting about you on a TikTok, that just like doesn't look good.
Also, this is not fucking love bombing. Can we... Love bombing is a therapy term, FYI. If you don't know, it's a therapy term, and like a lot of therapy terms, it has been misused extensively because of TikTok. So love bombing has to do with it's an abuse tactic, and it's a way of committing emotional abuse, control, and you bombard your partner, you bombard someone with like lots of romantic, excessive attention, gifts, etc., usually pretty early in a relationship. And it's not due to genuinely caring about someone. Also, Maple Takes, thank you so much for the raid. Sorry. Hi, guys. Sorry. I've been on like a 30-minute rant. Welcome in. I hope y'all had a good stream. Let me finish this thing on love bombing. So it's not because you're demonstrating genuine care for someone. It's because it's a way to manipulate and create this emotional bond with the person you're doing it to in order to like control and manipulate them. So people misuse love bombing all the time, as they do with a lot of terms that come from really, it's not like therapy created this, but it's something that was like is a thing that's discussed in therapy. I just went over this with my therapist today. Yeah. So it's a common tactic by manipulators, by abusers, where they'll just bomb you with a bunch of attention and gifts and make you feel special. And it's a way to control you and isolate you and whatnot. Okay. Anyway, so to those who are just joining us, what we are talking about, we covered the Coldplay couple caught on the Jumbotron and how the internet has just gotten out of control. The response to it, unfortunately, being one that is very normal these days, where, oh, here's something that we've seen on the internet, and now we are going to find everything out we can about these people and relentlessly harass them. And now we're watching this video by Sarah Z titled The Horrifying Panopticon of West Elm Caleb, which, if you remember a couple years ago, West Elm Caleb was a major trend. It was this guy named Caleb who worked at West Elm, who was just dating a bunch of different girls, and you will see what happened.
This is why we need that app I just talked about, where we can leave reviews of guys we've dated on Hinge, because then I don't have to make this subtle video trying to warn this girl. I'm just gonna leave it up to the TikTok gods now, and if this video shows up on your For You page and you happen to be dating a West Elm Caleb, consider yourself warned.
Not only that, but there was a very specific pattern that all of these dates started to follow. He'd show a lot of interest at first, be very attentive, and go so far as to make a unique mixtape for each object of his affection. They'd spend a few weeks going on dates with the understanding that they were both having a lot of fun and wanted to continue the relationship.
Subtle video with his real name and place of employment. Yeah, it was very subtle.
And then he'd vanish without a trace and move on to the next girl.
Yeah. So again, that's not love bombing, okay? That is like, that's a guy who's dating a lot of girls, okay? That is someone who would fall more into the category of like being, that's just fucking dating, okay? That's casual dating. Casual dating. It's hard. All right. How many of us have like been talking to someone that we really like and we think we have a connection with, and then they just disappear, and then we like go back on the apps and we see them again, or we hear from someone that they also went on a date with that person, and like it's annoying, it sucks, and it's an unfortunate reality of dating.
He was sending me really cute messages. He sent me this below. I have a really good feeling about you. I'm really excited. This was before our first date. So I was like, he likes me. Wrong. We go on our first date.
Dating's exhausting.
We have dinner together. And then he's like, I want to see you again tomorrow. We're going to the Met. So we go to the Met. We're still texting every day. Like, he's blowing up my phone nonstop, telling me how much he likes me, how much he can't wait to see me, how he has really good feelings about me, can't imagine his life without me, like all these different things. And he discussed this, like I feel like on Hinge, people just routinely talk to someone for a day and then meet someone else and pretend the previous didn't exist. And then he said, I'll ghost you soon, don't worry. I thought it was a joke. Apparently not a joke. So he randomly stopped texting me like out of the blue. And I was like, hey, what's up? And he was super short. Notice vibes were off.
I have never posted a TikTok, but I decided to make...
Sorry, wait, that's kind of funny that he's like, I'm gonna ghost you, and then he did. You guys, I don't think ghosting is this awesome thing. I have been ghosted. I have also ghosted people, okay? It's not like this great thing to do, but also he did say that he was going to ghost her and then he ghosted. Whatever, all right? The point of this, of course, is how this was a guy who was doing like things that a lot of people do in dating culture, and then it led to him being doxxed and put like, all over the internet, brands getting involved, billboards of him.
To jump into the movement. When you ghost West Elm Caleb, but he still manages to ghost you.
And once everybody realized that this was the same guy going on all of these dates,
also in this text it says,
when you ghost West Elm Caleb, but he still manages to ghost you.
Hey, I just wanted to text you to apologize for ghosting you the way I did. I'm in a place right currently where I don't know what I want out of life. I think I just wanted to feel validation by matching with people despite not being in a headspace to like them back. I'm sorry for ghosting you the way I did, and however, and then I can't read the rest of it.
And once everybody realized that this was the same guy going on all of these dates, all hell broke loose as the phenomenon blew up. A bunch of girls who went on dates with him started to share TikToks about their experiences with West Elm Caleb. People very quickly realized that he just passed the exact same playlist around to every single girl he dated and claimed he made it just for her, which to be fair is very funny. These women started making jokes about their experiences with him and sharing pictures of what he looked like. And very, very quickly, other people started to take notice as well. Right now, the West Elm Caleb TikTok hashtag has nearly 85 million views on it. That is 84.5 million views on the sum total of every piece of tagged content associated with this man. Other people latched onto this and loved it. It was the juiciest piece of drama in a while. Funny, dramatic, and low stakes enough that it was okay to laugh at. Very quickly, you'd see accounts tracking the guy down, posting his full name, trying to get him fired, and making humorous content about him. Whether it was jokes that the guy wasn't even hot, or jokes about going outside to find him or film film him in real life, or jokes commenting on and recapping his Hinge bio, or just generally weighing in on everything, people couldn't get enough of it. And of course, neither could brands. You had streaming services like Peacock TV using the opportunity as a moment to market. An upcoming dating app took his bio and took out a giant fucking billboard calling his bio a red flag in order to promote their own app as presumably a Caleb-free place. Tabloid websites got in on it, everyone had their own joke or take to lend to the situation. All the while, you had responses ranging from mild amusement to finding and posting the full name of this man and his face across the internet for millions of people to see and demanding he be fired from his job.
There's this guy named Caleb who works at West Elm, and there's a whole article written about him now, and if you try to go on his LinkedIn, you can't even find it anymore.
Accusations of love bombing, gaslighting, and other forms of interpersonal abuse were especially common, with folks decrying this guy as essentially an abuser. One person also alleged that he sent them an unsolicited nude over this dating app, an accusation that is very clearly the most serious thing out of anything said here, and also the thing that paradoxically got the least traction.
Long story short,
that's the worst thing, and that's the thing that nobody cared about. Like, that was
online at a bar, and he sent me a full mirror selfie with his face and his everything in it with his out. And I was like, one, that's very risky. Two, what the fuck? And then the next day proceeds to ghost me. And I was like, what the fuck? And then I deleted it. I'm not that type of person to hold on to nudes like that. And then the next month messages me again and goes, sorry, like I was just afraid that you were going to use me for my body. I was like, huh? I thought we were getting coffee.
With that accusation, of course, came the notion that this man was an abuser and deserved everything coming to him, up to and including doxing. On the whole, this was for most people a piece of hot gossip that they could have fun with the justification that this was some kind of activism. As the days stretched on, the frenzy and...
Does that sound familiar? Does that sound familiar? The story that led us into this, where people are like, no, I'm doing praxis. I'm doing activism.
Fun at the demise of West Elm Caleb started to die down and became replaced with a culture of condemning the whole affair. Suddenly, we started to see a lot of think pieces and opinion articles decrying what happened. Comparisons to Justine Sacco were frequently thrown around. There was a lot of condemnation of how out of control things got. And so for a lot of parts of the internet, they reached this conclusion that what happened to West Elm Caleb was in fact bad. But this remained a pretty controversial conclusion. To this day, you can find a lot of pieces of content explicitly calling this an act in service of women's liberation, just as you can find content calling it stalking or a form of public abuse. It's a whole mess. So there's a lot to unpack with everything that happened here. But I think a good place to start is to look at the dominant discourses that emerged when it comes to this dude. The first notion...
It's like people are like, no, we're fixing the wealth gap between CEOs and workers. We are stopping worker exploitation by those in power because we're doxing and harassing everyone involved in the Coldplay Jumbotron situation.
Is that what happened was, if not an explicitly feminist act, at least one that could somehow act in service of feminism. This is ostensibly a guy who has harmed women in a very personal way, in a very calculated way, in a way that without the existence of these social media platforms probably never would have been noticed. When it comes to this interpretation, what happened with the West Elm Caleb phenomenon was a form of giving a voice to the voiceless. And I think the main driving force we see behind this interpretation here is one of turning individuals into symbols. So you go on these internet forums that theoretically dedicate themselves to women's liberation, although obviously some of these places are their own cans of worms, and you see this consistent discourse pop up. And you see sentiments like, this is a form of real-time accountability, and women need to work as a collective. That's the only way we can make change in our patriarchal society. And
women, this ain't it, okay? I'm telling you as someone who cares very deeply about inequality, about, making this world better for women. This ain't it. It ain't. I think this is the craziest part of the whole West Caleb thing. New York City ladies, please beware if you see this man on Hinge, Bumble, etc. He is a serial ghoster. Caleb, 25, designer at West Elm, likes horses, chicken tendies. Oh my God.
No, sir. Spare me your protests. We're now all onto your tricks. Game over. We will call you out and publish your rat face all over social media, and if you don't like it, then change your behavior. We are no longer tolerating this shit, and we're collectively waking up. It's a lot of we. We won't tolerate this. We will call you out. We are holding you accountable. And that's interesting, right? West Elm Caleb isn't really just one guy. Instead, he's made into this icon, a sort of representation of every other guy like him. You might not have been able to personally get any kind of remorse out of the asshole who ghosted you after weeks of seeing each other, but you can humiliate this Caleb guy. In this way, the
You know what this is because it's like, look, pretty much everyone has dated someone who sucks, right? Has had bad dating experiences. And so this appears to be that Caleb was a shitty dater who did shitty things like everybody does in dating. And yet because like people just projected their own personal experiences and took this and like it was very popular to insist on this whole West Elm Caleb debacle that that this was like a guy who deserved to be brought to justice, and that justice being fired from his job, have thousands, millions of strangers on the internet know who you are and everything about your life and post all of that online. And it's like it became this thing of people who are exhausted by how casual dating, like the state of casual dating, taking it out on this guy.
response against Caleb is essentially seen as a broader symbol for women rising up on the whole, for a sort of collective act of feminism, not just toward one single guy for the benefit of a dozen or so women in New York, but toward every asshole guy and for the benefit of all women. It also serves as a theoretical tool of deterrence. Because Caleb is every single guy, those same consequences could theoretically be imposed on every single guy who acted similarly, which is just... Generally speaking, the ability to call attention to harm done to you as a form of accountability is just that, responding to a way you personally have been harmed. And this Caleb guy hasn't personally harmed most of the people who are treating these actions as a site of personal liberation for them. Sure, you can say we are rising up against the men who harm us, but in this case, the language of personal victimization just doesn't apply to most of these people. But the people discussing these issues are generally referring to women, at least women who date men on these apps, as a collective. West Elm Caleb didn't just harm the women he ghosted, but actually harmed women as a class. Caleb is the Shaka Khan of shitty dating app guys. They're all in him. And as a result, you see not only the usage of the language of broad...
Like, this is a thing that we see on dating apps and the internet, where how many times have you seen someone post someone's profile that's like cringe, okay? That's embarrassing, or like post like a conversation that they had with someone on a dating app, and they're posting it because it's like embarrassing. And now this is my worst nightmare. Yeah. Imagine like that you've done something such as be embarrassing on a dating app, or even if it's like you haven't done anything wrong, but someone perceived you to, and then they post that shit all over the internet.
Broader scale feminism to condemn this guy, but also anyone who condemns
Isn't this called social friction or something? This harm is in the domain of annoyance. Yes, it sucks, but the stakes are low. First date ghosting, you have to live with misses as you put yourself out there looking for a partner. I don't know. Let's see. Social friction. Social friction refers to disagreements that arise in social interactions. While it can be disruptive, social friction can also be a catalyst for innovation and growth when managed effectively. I know this is not the point, but how the fuck do you have the energy to date that much? I could never. Basically, this seems to represent this big category of, wow, look at this annoying person who did something annoying, who did something that was shitty. And now we're going to make it a massive thing on the internet. And that this person who did something shitty, and I'm not talking like, oh, someone who committed a crime, and now they deserve to have their life ruined by internet warriors.
The harassment he received. BuzzFeed news writer Katie Natopoulos wrote a piece not even really defending him, just going, whoa, this is probably wildly disproportionate, and just got absolutely torn apart in the comments for it. Like,
you know what's crazy? There was discourse last week about men being very explicit in first messages on women's photos, which yes, of course, but now today I saw the reverse where a man complimented a woman's makeup instead of the fact that her cleavage was visible, and she posted that saying, Mr. Homo commenting on the makeup. Wow, what are you, gay? Like, I think people enjoy being the rejecter more than potentially dating. Yeah. You know what? That is a win for feminism.
Katie, honey, if you hate women, just say that. And I hate it when women writers do this. And ew, this feels very misogynistic and women hating. Do better. So we're seeing not only one individual and their individual level actions being taken as a sort of representative microcosm of broader gender relations, but also any statement about the morality of what happened around this guy is also seen as being made in the context.
Yeah, like me getting hit with the, oh, so you love CEOs. Your role is to defend CEOs, when it's like questioning the morality over this thing that happens all the time, and the larger problem of us living in a state of constant surveillance and just doxing everyone all the time, and there being no separation between private and public
of those gender relations. To these people then, Katie Natopoulos wasn't commenting on the treatment of a single person. She was wading into a broader discussion about how men treat women and coming down on the side of men. And I think there is something to be said for this notion. The decisions we make on a day-to-day basis don't exist in a vacuum. Everything we do, who we interact with, what we believe, what we buy, what we say, those things both influence and are influenced by the powerful systems around us. That certainly doesn't mean that every individual interaction we have is explicitly a broader commentary on those social forces, but I don't think it's unreasonable to notice patterns in the way we act in those individual encounters. Who do we choose to defend? When? Why? Who does this happen more often with than others? I think these are questions worth asking. And so I don't want to dismiss out of hand the notion that anything said in these discussions might have broader value in a larger conversation about gender dynamics in dating. But that being said, I think there is always going to be something somewhat concerning about the ways in which individual people and individual instances of interpersonal conflict or harm can be taken and treated as symbols without much regard for the actual individuals involved. Just by the very nature of the act of turning a person into a symbol, you are quite literally dehumanizing them. The act of applying a broader political conflict onto the full life and human totality of an entire person person, stripping away everything that doesn't serve that narrative to turn them into a paragon of anything positive or negative is by nature an erosion of someone's humanity. I think there is still broader value in recognizing patterns in how people are treated in interpersonal relationships, which is, what this video is. But at the end of the day, no. West Elm Caleb or any other private individual who is held up as emblems of particular social problems is not every asshole ex. He's one guy, the guy that he actually is. And thus, any actions taken for or against this guy are not actually actions taken for or against patriarchy, no matter how much we try to abstract that fact. They are ways in which one human being is treated. The reason I'm...
Okay. Let me say too. So here's the thing, all right? Now we live in a culture where brands will capitalize on things happening on the internet for social media clout, for selling things, right? Like it's they're doing capitalism through using trends. And if you're a person who looked at the Caleb situation and you're like, no, this guy's an abuser and he deserves to be taken down. So then by having like brands involved who are commodifying real people's lives, you're justifying this and being like, no, it's feminism to have these companies make money off of what I look at as an abuse scandal. Okay. Or what then you would be forced to have to say is, no, it's not an abuse scandal. It's just something that we've turned into as such because we are the internet. So similarly of like, all right, you think by doxing the CEO, the HR woman, their family members, everyone around them, everyone in their lives, that you are doing some type of praxis, then you have to admit that you're cool with companies getting in on the fun, you wouldn't see it as fun, getting in on this and making money off of it. Part of internet culture is that your takes are morally just, so people can't just be a little malicious. It has to be morally justified. Yeah. And that feels... there's so many legit abusers out there that need to be smacked down. There's no need to go after edge cases in this world. Yeah. Mr. Homo is funny. No, it's not, dude. Because what that is basically feeding into the notion that if a man comments on makeup, if a man like does anything outside of the parameters of being straight, then he's gay. Like that's extremely right wing in nature. It's very toxic. I joke with my guy friend who likes girly drinks. We like making fun of the patriarchy and its expectations on how he should act. Fellas, is it gay to enjoy a fruity drink? It's the same kind of thing. No, it's not. That like meme format of fellas, is it gay to enjoy something that a lot of people like to do is not the same thing as saying, what are you, Mr. Homo, on a guy who is commenting on a girl's makeup instead of her cleavage. Like is it gay to be attracted to women is highlighting like the ridiculous reactionary nature of like taking anything a straight person does that is outside of the confines of what you're allowed to do and say and like if you're straight and treating it as gay. Yeah, it's used to make fun of people who are being homophobic. Versus like the other thing that Sky mentioned, which is not making fun of homophobes. Even if it was meant as a joke, the possible interpretations allow for homophobia. Yeah, because the intent of it is different from like the impact of it, like what it means. So if you think like, oh, calling someone gay because they comment on your makeup is actually a joke that does not at all have anything to do with the reality of our culture still having very rigid norms on gender, then you're not. Like, the reason that you say, what are you, gay? Is it comes from that. It comes from that belief, those beliefs that straight men doing something that is not normal for a straight guy to do, which is essentially, if you're a straight man, you should only look at women and care about their bodies and like objectify them. And, compliments should be on how fat their ass is and not on how nicely they did their winged eyeliner. Yeah, it can be a joke and still reinforce patriarchy. Also, you're forgetting the dynamic of a joke between friends and a joke or insult towards a stranger. Right. Like the example that you used, Chatter, was you and your friend versus like somebody, what was it again? It was, I saw a reverse where a man complimented a woman's makeup instead of the fact. Yeah. It was like strangers.
Talking about this at all, of course, is because this issue isn't unique to this one guy. The idea of taking a private individual, often someone who is being publicly shamed, though this can work in the opposite way as well, and essentially stripping away their actual personhood to view them as representatives of broader social ills or virtues is a very common one. And this particular guy is only the newest iteration of it. I mean, when you look at the phenomenon of, say, Twitter main characters, the entire conceit of that is that you get to string up a person who has humiliated themselves for a day and have a delightful and fun time reveling in the collective schadenfreude of it all. Sometimes you have people who attain this kind of popularity specifically because the things they have to say are so wildly out of the ordinary. So that's people like the dad who didn't let his daughter eat until she figured out how to use a can opener, or the guy who tweeted that one weird post about hogs. But oftentimes those main characters go viral because they're viewed as perfect little microcosms for various social concerns. So for instance, you had this guy who made a snarky tweet about people who read books in bars and who later walked it back and apologized in a pretty thoughtful thread. And so this guy faced a huge amount of backlash to the extent that there were actually tabloids like the New York Post writing articles about him. And especially common was the narrative that this guy was some kind of pickup artist or someone who was trying to hit on women and didn't understand them. He was just getting really, really ripped apart for it. And I think this take went viral largely because this guy was kind of seen as the ultimate representation of creepy men who won't take no for an answer. This was people's opportunity not just to dunk on him, but every guy who made that kind of claim. Ironically, he'd later clear up in his apology thread that he made that post to complain about pickup artists as well.
Also, y'all, are we not witnessing right now with the various internet beefs going on of Twitter accounts that have posted negatively about big content creators, like people seeking to dox them because they don't like the things that they're saying, right? Where this is why you just shouldn't post. You know what? This is why we're all just getting off the internet. Conley was taken. Yes, many cases are happening. Not enough, but many such cases. And I would say, rather than say, I told you so in this moment, be the bridge, right? Be the bridge, because it's also someone that you personally know. I just saw Superman tonight, and the monkeys at computer felt too close to home. Yeah, the monkeys at the computers just spreading misinformation.
But essentially, this notion of treating people like sacrificial representations of shitty beliefs or ideals is nothing new. It's bigger than West Elm Caleb, and that's why I'm talking about this now, even though the cultural shift has largely concluded that what happened to him was bad. Because oftentimes, we'll reach that conclusion about shaming mobs after the fact.
Too late!
We'll stop, and we'll reflect, and we'll
always
go, wow,
after the fact.
We probably shouldn't have done that, and then we will take zero lessons from that when it comes to the next time it happens. happens. We see them as individual regrettable mistakes and not patterns we can learn from and avoid next time. So this keeps happening despite these cultural shifts. That's why we need to talk about it as more than just a bunch of isolated incidents. We need to dig deeper into all of this than just going, well, that was a mistake. So let's do that. I think oftentimes when we get to this point, the discussion shifts from being about the inherent morality of specific systems or actions to this idea of deserving. And that's something we see a lot when it comes to the angle of the Caleb stuff as essentially an act of feminism, decrying the actions of the general amorphous mass of TikTok users who engaged in all this stuff was quickly met with backlash because, well, this guy is a bad person. He does bad things. Often terms like gaslighting and love bombing were thrown around, which, put a pin in that one. We'll get back to it.
Also, things, when it comes to the internet, it does appear that morality is all black or white, right? Someone's either a good person or they're just a bad person. There is no room for being a person. No room for the complexities, the nuances that make us all as human beings, where somebody who is like sexually abused, genuinely sexually abused, a number of people is put into the same category as bad person as someone who has like had an affair. Like being a serial douche in casual dating. But holy shit, the abuse people routinely perpetrate is so much worse. This energy is so misdirected and wasteful.
The point is, who cares? Why are we bending backwards to, if not defend, at least have pause for this shitty dude who treated women in an awful way when, historically, that's been the norm? We're often stopping to consider the feelings of shitty dudes who treat women in an awful way, both individually and institutionally. And I do think this isn't a bad point. Someone actually brought this up to me on Twitter when I made a thread essentially being like, hey, why are these random dudes with bad takes going viral when all that does is amplify the harmful voice of someone who would otherwise be a total nobody? They were like,
yes,
well,
and if everything becomes abuse, then nothing is abuse. And that's not good.
Why is this who we have to pull out all the stops to care about, especially when this kind of harassment happens to women all the time?
Yeah, my cousin and I were just talking about this with Ethel Kane. Either they're shitty and evil, need to be nuked off the internet, or people defend them, or they're god creatures above criticism. Yeah, I mean, that's a whole thing too. I mean, truly nuance being dead, right? Like I saw a bunch of stuff on Twitter where, I mean, this isn't necessarily the exact same thing, but I think adjacent in how we just cannot allow there to be any in between. It's all or nothing. And this had to do with Hassan, and apparently he had like read a tweet on his stream that had the T slur in it, and many trans members of his community were upset by it and just asking for him to apologize over the use of the word while recognizing that his intent wasn't being transphobic and that they were not chastising him as a transphobe. And then the response to that being really vicious and acting as if the people who were like upset by hearing that word were saying that Hassan was transphobic. Like there was no nuance allowed. There was no like, hey, I recognize Hassan does a lot of great work. He is not transphobic, but saying this slur, this is a slur, recognizing it and still not saying it, even though you're reading off of a tweet. And it was like there was no ability to have nuance like that. And it's the same way, like when I had said the T slur once, and trans members of my community were upset by it. And so it took me a moment, but then I recognized like, yeah, okay, I'm taking accountability for this. Like that was because I also was fearing that I was like, oh, people are going to think they're saying I'm transphobic. Like by calling me out, by asking me to like say, hey, recognize like why that word is harmful, like it is a slur. It's like your instinct is to go, it's all or nothing. It's oh, so you're saying I'm transphobic. Oh, okay. Well, then I'm not going to apologize for this because I'm not transphobic. And anyway, like, yeah, it's not the same situation as this Caleb and the kind of phenomenon of just doxing and ruining someone's life who has been in their private life doing stuff that's like not so great. But it's still the inability for there to be any in between room between either just good or bad. I feel like chatters are overprotective as a song because there's a lot of bad. I understand, yes. And look, if you're on the left, it's like, yeah, you have to deal with so many bad faith smears, especially the more high profile you are, the more visible you are. But that can't be an excuse for when a beloved leftist creator, one who does a lot of good work and who is an ally, who has strong morals and principles. Like, if they do something that they shouldn't do, then they can and should accept that. So criticism of somebody who gets a lot of bad faith criticism, like when criticism is fair, that's a good thing. Like, you should be people who are on the left should still be accountable for their words and actions. But I think what needs to be understood is like, that is not an attack on the person's character per se. It's not like it's not calling them something that they're not. Some people treat apologies like they're a form of submission, but like some of us just want to make sure that someone can do better and cause less harm. For sure. Yeah. I wish it was more normal to correct and be correct without people putting the intensity on it. Right. But that's because we have this understanding that everything's an attack, right? Everything's an attack. Everything is either one thing or the other. So there's no just like being chill about stuff where, hey, this isn't an attack on your character. It's just like stopping you and going, that's not good. And please make sure that as somebody with a large platform that you are not signing off on something like this because of the message that it can send to your community. The thing is, you either want more people on your side or you want to isolate your community. And yes, I'm sorry to people that don't like it, but it does mean accepting people that used to have bad behavior beliefs who have since learned and changed. If you don't individually like them, fine, but a campaign against them is cannibalizing ourselves. Preach. Okay. Anywho, and look, like I also, oh my God. We're so locked into everything being so fucking intense. And I saw plenty of people who were like calling out Hassan saying the T word and asking for him to like recognize that you shouldn't say that. It's a slur. It doesn't matter if you're reading it in a tweet. And I saw them doing so in total good faith, being very chill about it. Okay. And the upset feelings came from being attacked by people who are like, no, you can never hold Hassan or whoever, whether it's me or someone else. You can't ever be critical towards them for something that, well, there's people who do a lot worse. And I just first of all, I don't agree with that. Okay. And I think those who are applying criticism in a good faith way should not be treated as the enemy. I think that's pretty vile. And I think Hassan and whoever else finds themselves in a position like that would agree. Okay. And I think too, when you treat someone in good faith, you are taking stock of who they are and all that all they've done. And so, like, if I were to say a slur, I didn't know it was a slur, or I said it, I didn't recognize it, or something else, like, I would hope that the people who were trying to hold me accountable for that would be treating me in good faith as well, knowing what my beliefs are and who I am and, how I've shown myself to be.
Again, on its own, this is a fair point. Women are often put through the ringer of public shaming. And
and you guys, it's not the same thing as purity testing, okay? Purity testing happens all the time. Yes, I recognize that. And purity testing can be counterproductive and obnoxious. And yet we can't call, just in the same way, we can't call everything abuse. We can't call everything purity testing. Like, you can't be like, oh, how dare you purity test this leftist? Please don't call everything purity testing when it's not all purity testing. And that's something that I've seen a lot more of, is like this use of these buzzwords, which then waters down like the actual thing. And that's like really, that's shitty to people who are not purity testing, who are treating someone in good faith, but are not just are not operating on I'll never call this person out for anything. I'll never hold them accountable because they're politically on my side, and look at all these much bigger enemies. People who cause real harm all the time. Also, wearing an empath sweater is necessary when apologizing for holding space for a slur. Yes.
I haven't seen anything super recent that's on the same level as like corporations taking out billboards to publicly shame a private citizen, which is why I'm talking about this case in particular as something special and worth discussing. It happens in smaller ways all the time. One thing I myself will say is that while I have regretted choosing to be snarky or blasé on the internet, I have never regretted choosing to be kind. If I have one regret, it's that when my friend Lindsay was experiencing large-scale harassment, I didn't do an adequate job of standing up for her. I should have, and I didn't. And so while I think this case study is absolutely worth talking about and is certainly unique in a lot of ways, I don't want to dismiss out of hand the notion that this guy is getting hand-wringing think pieces about how he's treated that a lot of more marginalized folks who have faced public shaming didn't get. I think it's our ethical responsibility to hold fast to our principles when this kind of thing happens to anyone, and I think that's something worth noting going forward. And so once again, that brings us to this issue of deserving. The idea then is that this is a culture where we are finally getting accountability for people harmed in these interpersonal situations. And so doesn't this guy kind of deserve it? If we go by the worst things said about this person, this is an abuser we're talking about. Again, more on that later. And honestly, this here is the crux of what I want to talk about, because I think this is really the core of a lot of these kinds of issues online. And what I want to discuss here is not just about this one dude, not at all. I think this is an issue that arises time and time again when it comes to how people are treated online. There are two things I want to talk about here. The first is system building, and the second is proportionality of response. So first things first, I think on the whole, the word accountability can be kind of nebulous when it comes to discussing how to deal with wrongdoing. In some cases, folks use it to mean a redressing of harm. You know, someone who stole returns the stolen thing style stuff, a person who was abusing a position of power has to step down from that position of power, that sort of thing. Where the focus is directly on remedying existing harm and preventing future harm. And in other cases, the way the word accountability is used means it can be just as easily swapped out for the word punishment without any real semantic change in what that person is trying to say. It's just a nicer way of asserting that certain people deserve to be punished. It's not focused on hypothetical victims, but rather on the idea that some similar degree of harm needs to be doled out to the perpetrators of wrongdoing, and that is what will fix the issue. It relies on this notion that everyone who has enacted some kind of harm deserves punishment, and that by enacting that punishment, we are doing the correct thing and fixing the problem in some way. Now, my own personal philosophy is already fairly against this idea of retributive justice on the whole, but even if you are someone to whom this idea rings true, it invites in a lot of ethical questions, ones people have been trying to answer for centuries. But how do we decide this? How do we determine, 1, who is actually deserving of punishment in the first place, 2, what that punishment ought to be, and 3, maybe most importantly for this discussion, when does the punishment stop? How can we all even agree on this? If we believe that the idea of enacting harm on people who deserve punishment is valuable, who is worthy of making that kind of decision? I mean, we're all just a bunch of individuals. I certainly do not consider myself fit to determine who we dole out punishment to and how much. Are you? Are your friends? Your enemies? Probably not, right? In a legal sense, the closest system we really have are the courts, and those are already just intensely fucked up. They're filled with corruption, with laws that were actively designed to be racist and disadvantage certain people, with individuals enacting them who are often either actively malicious, apathetic, or just overworked and drained. And this is the best system we currently have. These processes are theoretically pretty meticulous. When an individual is on trial, they're given the opportunity to speak for themselves and defend
Yeah, I mean, a lot of what happens in these situations on the internet, it does feel like people trying to seize a sense of control, you know? I get it. You look around and you feel like horrible people are never held accountable, that like these systems in place just allow for these injustices to fester. And I think it's that sense of having no control and also just wanting to and wanting to see somebody burn. And that is what happens all the time with these internet mobs, where people will join in, where they feel like a sense of righteousness, and also like oftentimes just fun too, because it's fun to see somebody burn. It's fun to like be a part of this and this thing and take out all of your feelings towards the world being unfair on whoever the character of the day is. Oh my God, we're only at 22 minutes out of this hour video.
Themselves, just as those who oppose them are given the opportunity to express why. The ultimate decision on what happens to them is, again, theoretically, made by those who have heard out everything they have to say. And again, this system is intensely fucked and also the best thing we have. Compare that to the kind of decisions on a person made by a collective somewhere like TikTok, with little context and little preparation for the actual gravity of what's happening, on a platform that treats it like entertainment. Why on earth would we expect random individuals in a system that's worse than an already pretty fucked up one, a system where there's no expectation of hearing out a defendant, for instance, to be able to make life-changing judgments on people? Of course we're going to get bad outcomes. And I think this is why it is especially important to consider the kinds of social systems we build. They've failed us before. A lot of people who've been reading up on TikTok and similar platforms lately have probably heard of Couch Guy, but if you haven't, Allow me the misfortune of explaining the situation.
Couch
to you.
guy.
So this university student who's in a long-distance
we talked about
relationship with
couch
her
guy.
boyfriend wants to surprise him with a visit, and she records it. It's about 20 seconds long, and it's of this guy sitting on a couch with some friends. She comes in and they hug. And I guess people decided that his body language was kind of stiff and awkward, which, you know, okay, sure, I guess. And from that, decided to extrapolate entire conspiracy theories. Let me be clear, this was a massive phenomenon. At the time of this writing, that clip has 65 million views, 5.3 million likes, nearly 150,000 comments, and over 400,000 shares. There was an entire genre of video made about how this man was not only almost certainly cheating on her, and that's why he looked slightly awkward in a 19-second clip, but also how, by virtue of him saying, "No, I'm not cheating on you," he was a toxic, manipulative abuser who was actively gaslighting her. And in case you got the idea that this was just a means of online
People were calling for this guy's fucking head.
that could be easily turned off or blocked, this man had people find his real-life apartment and do things like film him in public and slip notes under his door. Likely partly as a result of the true crime brain poisoning online, where the private lives of private individuals are fun mysteries to be solved in real time, and partly the frenzy of joyous entertainment, this man was shamed for doing literally nothing wrong but look a bit stiff in a video to the point of harassing him in real life over
Yeah,
it.
and this is where all the like body language experts and people just make shit up. They create fiction. They do. they create whatever fiction will be the best narrative here, and then they just go with it. And everyone is an expert in psychology, in everyone just works for like, they're all part of Criminal Minds.
I've watched this video way too many times, but look at the beginning
choose
here.
your own
it
adventure.
looks like her hand is on his back. Look, that looks like a thumb and maybe a finger. Like, how sus?
The boyfriend from the couch video has officially responded to everybody calling him out. This is what he had to say, pause to read. As you can probably tell, he is not happy with how everyone is analyzing the situation. I mean, I wouldn't be happy either if over 30 million people saw me cheat like this.
I want to talk about these girls on the couch, because these girls are not your friend. And before you say, "Oh, you don't even know them," I know them. We all know them. It's one of the reasons that your video resonated so much with 34 million people, because we've all had friends like...
or maybe because we've all lost our fucking minds. Maybe because we're all fucking crazy now, okay? What do you mean we know them? 34 million people resonate with this because we know these girls. I'm sorry, that's an adult woman. That's an adult woman who clearly has some unworked through shit, who's now using this as a way to like feel better about her own life.
This in our lives.
This guy, one of Couch Guy's friends, asked for our psychology degrees to show our sources and where we're getting our information. And while I have no psychology degree, I do watch a lot of Criminal Minds, and I'm very interested in body language and...
Did I not just mention Criminal Minds? Oh my god. Oh. No, I have never watched this video, and I have not seen that TikTok video, and I have not seen this YouTube video. I just know that people can be fucking stupid. But that is the thing. Everyone thinks that they're, Olivia Benson, that they're on Law and Order, SVU, that they're on Criminal, that like, you guys, this is like the problem with true crime, is that everyone thinks they're an armchair detective. Everyone armchair detectives, they all think that first of all, they turn everything into a crime. Everything is treated as a crime to be solved by self-appointed internet detectives.
what that can tell you about a person. So I'm going to go through my perspective based off his body language.
Said couch guy wrote a really
I watch a
excellent
lot of
article
Criminal
about what
Minds.
it felt like to be in the center of it all. I'll link it in the description because I really love it, but I want to highlight 2 choice quotes from it because they feel relevant to this entire discussion.
How do I
This
insert
tabloid
myself
body
in
language
this?
analysis, something typically reserved for Kardashians, the British royal family, and other A-listers, made me, a private citizen who had previously enjoyed his minimal internet presence, an unwilling recipient of the celebrity treatment. And the extent of our collective power is less obvious online, where pylons are delivered, as journalist John Ronson put it, like remotely administered drone strikes. On the receiving end of the barrage, however, as one finds their reputation challenged, body language hyperanalyzed, and privacy invaded, the severity of our collective power is made much too clear.
I think both of these quotes get at the crux of what's happening here really, really efficiently. Our current systems, ostensibly designed for social media, are not suited to make full-throated judgments of private individuals. They're just not, and how could they possibly?
I'm an empath and I can read body language. Ask me anyway. Ask me anything. All of our parents forced to watch 40 cop shows on TV are also detectives, I guess. Also, y'all, this has had, I mean, I'm not saying that like the internet mob going after someone in a video that they perceive to be cheating on their girlfriend based on no information except from I can read body language. That has serious consequences. Don't get me wrong, because everything just turns into death threats these days, right? Doxing, death threats. But also there have been like really, really serious consequences to this shit. Where, do you remember that case of it was some true crime, some murder case, and armchair detectives were like, yeah, we're gonna solve this. They identified the wrong person, went after that person, and that person was arrested. And the thing about the internet is it doesn't matter if the correct information comes out, because whatever comes out first is what a lot of people are still going to believe, right? Like, we did it, woohoo. And that's a major issue with misinformation. A lie gets halfway around the world before the truth can put its boots on. But even when the truth puts its boots on, a lot of times it doesn't even matter. It's too late.
Possibly be. Beyond the aforementioned lack of necessary context to make decisions about individuals and the totality of who they are, this kind of detached shaming as entertainment also negates a lot of important factors in favor of what essentially boils down to middle school bullying. For example, a person looking stiff and awkward on the internet is already a totally normal and fine way to be. But the invocation of...
Bro, and the thing is, too, you think about people who have, say, who have autism, okay? Or people who are just awkward. And now everyone's a fucking body language expert. So they'll post a video of you and people are, surmising whatever the fuck they want. And you're like, no, I'm just autistic. Or like, no, I'm just socially awkward. I don't know what else to say. Like, sorry, my crime is I have autism.
This as a sort of justification for armchair psychoanalyzing an individual is just made even worse by the existence of, say, neurodivergency. When everyone is an expert on what gaslighting looks like or what active deceiving looks like, it's very easy to set aside factors like, hey, maybe the person who isn't making eye contact in a video isn't a cheating, abusing serial killer. Maybe they're just autistic. That's not to say a person has to be neurodivergent for it to be bad that they're unwittingly cast as the subject of public shaming, but more so that the existence of these social factors makes it extra fucking worrying that people who don't fit a very strict mold for what a normative individual looks like are automatically being cast as dangerous and deviant.
Bro, it's not even that I didn't pre-watch, but I don't even have to pre-watch, because I swear we're like we are always having the same conversations, and yet we never seem to learn. We don't learn. Even when something happens, and then we all seem to like learn afterwards, oop, maybe we shouldn't have done that, and then we just keep doing it. We don't fucking learn. We say we do, and then we don't apply that. Yeah, it's not pre-watching. It's just repeated discourse. Holy moly. We keep having the same discourse because the shit keeps happening. Because it's getting worse. Oh my God.
And that isn't even getting into other factors that, by sole virtue of just deviating from a perceived norm, are treated as cause for condemnation of an individual. Another example that gets floated around a lot when it comes to cases like this, and rightfully so, is that of Sabrina Prater. So Sabrina is a trans woman who, while she was not out at the time of all this, had trying to come out in her bio, who posted some videos of herself dancing in an unfinished basement. She was just dancing. Maybe a little weirdly, but who cares? Let her dance. And the internet, because of course it did, decided that she was a serial killer. I wish I had an explanation for y'all. I really do, but I do not. People decided that because they perceived her as male and she was dressed up in women's clothing, and because her backdrop was messy and her dancing was strange, she was not only a serial killer, but a serial killer who was planting secret clues in the background of her videos about her murders.
Yeah, everyone's like, I've seen Silence of the Lambs.
As all competent serial killers do.
So there's something ain't right about this TikToker. This TikToker goes by the name of Sabrina Prater. Everybody's been talking about her, and I just went through her page, and I found some crazy shit, guys.
What? People have shitty unfinished basements. Yeah, I mean, obviously, transphobia is what's going on here, too. But another issue of a lot of this being people are just, they love being mean. They love to be so fucking mean. They take great pleasure in it, in being so cruel, and then feeling justified in that cruelty because other people are doing it, too.
So who are they on those security cameras, and why does she have security cameras in an abandoned house? This is literally the house that she films at. Why does she have, cameras?
Now, let me explicitly state, in case this wasn't fucking obvious, the reason people are willing to perceive trans women who appear impoverished as inherently violent or dangerous people is because of decades upon decades of transphobic bullshit framing them as such. People were straight up directly comparing her to Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs, and yeah, this is not an organic idea coming straight from people's rational judgment. It is the product of years of bigotry. This is the kind of judgment people en masse who are doing true crime speculation for pure entertainment make. It's not a rational or measured one. It's one informed by everything we absorb with no attempt to measure or filter out the stuff we shouldn't. And this shit absolutely devastated her because of course it did. Why wouldn't it? So why am I bringing up Sabrina Prater and Couch Guy when it comes to Caleb? He, at least as far as we know, isn't a neurodivergent person, nor is Couch Guy that we know of, or trans, or impoverished.
Yeah, it's like, sometimes when someone is wrongfully the target, okay, let's say there's a person who's done a racism or whatever, but the wrong person gets targeted, or like people get confused, you've maybe similar name or whatever reason, and then they just go in on the comments. They're like, they're making fun of someone's physical appearance, that type of thing. And then like I see this happen kind of often, and I'm like, yeah, hey, that's not me. And a lot of people had said really nasty, mean things because they thought it was justified, since it was towards someone who they thought had done these awful things. And then it's like, no, you just ended up calling this random person ugly and other insults, and it was the wrong person.
Practically speaking, it's quite likely that people's judgment of the guy as an asshole fuckboy isn't incorrect. Well, I'm bringing these examples up to really hammer on a very important point. These systems are fucking terrible at making the right calls. They are very bad at determining who deserves to be turned into objects of public shaming. They should not ever be trusted to make the right calls on the totality of a person and how they should be treated. And when we use these systems, we are normalizing them, no matter how we use them and who they are used on. What do I mean by this? Let's say you build something designed to harm the bad people and help the good ones, and that creation relies on human judgment, sure, but you have really good judgment and you care very deeply about others and you don't consider it the worst thing in the world if bad things happen to bad people. You've invented the torment nexus, and you set it loose on all the wrong people. They are tormented. It is entertaining and it is harmless in your mind and you are doing the right thing. And sure, that human judgment fails sometimes, but those are isolated incidents and they are exclusively comments on human judgment, not on the torment nexus itself. So long as the machine is tormenting the right people, those fuck-ups are fixable and you have done a good thing. Except no.
Oh, I fully believe that COVID just wrecked a lot of our brains, and I think that it is I think it's something that we will discover more of in years to come. We will realize just how much COVID destroyed so much of our brain capacities, our ability to just not behave in the worst fucking ways, just mass psychosis. Yeah. Oh goodness.
You still invented the torment
held
nexus.
ransom by Farley.
Every time we engage in the behavior of tearing down a random some guy who we feel has done harm, we are strengthening the apparatus of the public shaming of private individuals. Even if we feel we've correctly shamed the right private individual this time around. And when that apparatus is strengthened, it's emboldened to keep functioning. And in the case of public shaming, that functioning relies on the judgment, or lack thereof, of people who are very fucking bad at this. I am including myself in this. It's a bad system, not through the fault of a bunch of individuals, but because the system itself is broken and designed to churn through the lives of individuals like a never-ending meat grinder grinding out hashtag content. Put another pin in that, more on it later. The more these systems are used, the more they're normalized, both on an algorithmic level and on an interpersonal one.
Sorry, I'm just thinking about COVID now. I remember talking to this girl and she's like, oh yeah, I've had COVID 8 times. And I went, 8 times? Girl. Oh, that's not. Oh, like people are still, like long COVID is still a thing that people are getting diagnosed with too. And then you'll have people who just go, oh yeah, no, I've had it 8 times. And I think I'm fine.
Algorithms see the views and the clicks and that we eat this shit up and they hand you more just like it on a silver platter. And individuals are trained to see the interpersonal fuck-ups or even just vaguely distasteful or deviant seeming moments of private individuals as an entertaining content well. Unfortunately, a lot of people's politics, at least implicitly, are designed around the idea of finding the right person to hurt. Hurting certain people is understood to be wrong, but there's still this underlying notion that there exists a right person to hurt. And that by harming that kind of person, we are making the world a better place. And certainly sometimes some people do need to be hurt in some contexts. Sometimes we need to fight for a just world. But when we feed into these systems and we do so with the unspoken motivation of, at least to some extent, entertainment, I think there is another part of ourselves we nourish. Truth be told, I do think there exists a part in many of us that we don't want to talk about or acknowledge that is a horrible, gleeful asshole who enjoys watching people fail and get their just desserts. I know that part exists in me.
Me too!
Of course, I take some joy in watching the people I consider bad fail. But we have a choice in whether or not we choose to nurture that person. And on top of normalizing the specific behavior and teaching the actual algorithmic machines to shove someone new into the stocks and parade them around, we're cultivating our own worst impulses. Again, we aren't bad for having them, but we do have a choice when it comes to feeding them. Jeremy Bentham was an English philosopher living in the late 1700s who was especially interested in theories of law and social justice.
Okay, but that's
and he
different.
came up with this concept of the panopticon, essentially a prison structured around a central watchtower that could theoretically observe any of the cells at any time.
Like, okay, y'all, I want to say I am by no means perfect. All right. I love tea. I'm a human being. I love goss. I love to, I'm not saying, I'm proud of it, but sometimes people who I'm like, they've wronged me, or I think they're a bad person, or just shitty, and seeing them fail, I take pleasure in it. Okay. Like, that's how we all are. All right. That's just, it's to be human. Right. And so I never want anyone to think that I'm acting as if I'm the great moral arbiter in this world. At Grok, am I a good person? I am not the great moral arbiter, but I think the ways that we are behaving online has gotten so out of control. And I am not a person who thinks it's okay, that it's good and normal, the way that we constantly surveil each other, the way that we will just be a part. Look, there's engaging in some tea, some goss, and liking to see things that are happening on the internet. And then there's the participating in these smear campaigns, these online mobs, just seeing a private individual have everything about them posted online, and their crime was doing something shitty, or that we all perceived to be shitty. I don't know. I mean, I just think that it's like that video of the Jumbotron, I looked at that and I went, oh, okay. I watched it 6 times in a row, but I know better than to go hunt this person's information down and then find their wife's Facebook profile and comment on it. Right? And that's that disconnect that I think a lot of people need to recognize. And then you move on, right? The fact, like I said earlier, the fact that people can't have a giggle and move on. There is no moving on. Yeah. There is no just kind of seeing something and then going past it. Yeah.
The actual watchtower is concealed, so as a prisoner, you don't know whether you're actually being watched at any given time, but you do know you always could be. And without really knowing, you're forced to operate under the assumption that you're always being watched. Bentham thought this form of constant presumed surveillance would be cheaper and lower maintenance than existing systems, since it doesn't actually require the manpower to constantly survey everyone, just the uncertainty that you could be monitored at any time. This is an idea that's persisted for centuries and is often used as a metaphorical concept to highlight the way digital surveillance warps our brains. It's been used to talk about phone calls being monitored, or ad companies tracking your search history, or more recently, the expectation that when you are out existing in public, you could always at any time become subject to being filmed and posted to millions of people who have never met you for essentially any perceived monetizable action.
I mean, honestly, how many of y'all now, when you're out in public, if you're a person who's well aware of all these things we're talking about, of this, how everyone's just filming everyone, how many of you now think when you're on the phone or when you're having a juicy conversation, and there's a part of you that's like, damn, is someone gonna, and then you see phones, right? Like this happened to me the other day. I was on the plane and I was on the phone talking to, I don't know, like Cutie or Austin or whatever. And I saw this 14, I didn't know she was 14, like a teenage girl behind me. And she had her phone like this. And my brain started being like, oh my God, is she recording me? Like, does she know who I am? Or is this just a like, oh, I'm talking on the phone and whatever I'm saying is interesting. And so now she's recording it and is going to like either send it to her friends or worse, like put it on TikTok. Yeah. I mean, that's the kind of thing that now we think about this stuff because it happens all the time. And it's like with kids, kids experience a lot of anxiety because they've grown up in this culture where their embarrassing moments can be posted online, whether it's by their parent, whether it's by people at school. And this is something that's affecting kids. And so it affects all of us, but it's the way that children, when I was a kid growing up, like, yeah, shit kind of sucks sometimes. But there wasn't that added element of, oh man, this awful thing I'm going through as a 12-year-old is now also going to be online for everyone to see and make fun of me. It's like, okay, I'm already being bullied in this moment here in real life, and now I'm going to be bullied on the internet. Now I'm going to have like, can you imagine, I don't know, something embarrassing that happened to you in high school, and we all did embarrassing things or had embarrassing moments growing up. And now that being something that's forever on the internet and a lot of people chiming in, just dogpiling. Oof. Also, people recording during Pilates classes or at the gym, it's so annoying. It's just like, man, we cannot escape. We cannot escape the cameras, the surveillance.
I mean, remember when that teenage boy at a Target checkout became a viral hit online for no reason other than that someone photographed him at work and thought he was attractive? A lot of people laughed it off at the time, but this constant...
If your name is Will Neff and you live in French Polynesia and you have a girlfriend named Caroline... just know that she is complaining about you on the phone to her girlfriend. You should know that and she should die.
Expectation of surveillance and monitoring of private individuals existing in private interpersonal contexts is fairly concerning. Sociologist Michel Foucault, king of Things Are Like Prisons, wrote fairly extensively about the context of the panopticon and things like it in our daily systems, essentially describing how we can become so policed that we begin to police ourselves. As he put it,
He who is subjected to a field of visibility, and who knows it, assumes responsibility for the constraints of power. He makes them play spontaneously upon himself. He inscribes in himself the power relation in which he simultaneously plays both roles. He becomes the principle of his own subjection.
So essentially, to Foucault, it's the mere fact of being constantly observed by those in power that can warp our own behavior and self-perception and can essentially subjugate us. Perpetual monitoring
describing
from
my
others
social
begets
anxiety.
perpetual monitoring of ourselves. We are made
Bro,
to
I mean, y'all, this is something that I've heard expressed by a lot of people in streaming, where now these events, right? It used to be that there would be one camera, okay? One person, whoever threw the event is the one that's filming the event, live streaming the event. And so let's say you don't want to be on camera, then you know where the camera is and you go to a place where it's not. But now everybody's live streaming stuff. Like the Phase 4th of July party had how many people streaming it? And so you have people there who are like drinking, trying to have a good time, have conversations with people, and you're having to constantly check and see if there's a camera near you, like if there's a stream near you. And a lot of people like naturally feel you can't relax. And like I know it's a streamer party, but what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is though is that it used to be like it used to be like, okay, there's the one camera, and also it's just the like having to stream everything now, you know? It's oh, okay, we're live streaming every single thing. We're not just having a party anymore. It's a party that's content that's being live streamed. And so for someone like me, there are people who they're totally cool with that. That's normal to them and they're used to it. I cannot. I can't be at stuff like that where I'm just having to constantly look over my shoulder and see if someone's got a camera there. The point is that it's not just a streamer thing anymore, the CEOH. Yeah. But that's just something that like I've heard expressed in the streaming community where, look, our job is we live stream our lives, but also it's I don't want everything I go to be now there's just cameras in every single corner. And so you always have to be aware of that you're always on camera. I went to an after party one night after TwitchCon a few years ago. A couple hosted at their house. They were both streamers, but not IRL streamers. They didn't tell us until we got there that they would be live streaming the party from a static cam in their living room. I was so pissed and left within 10 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I remember one time, I think it was Amaranth who had a birthday party, and there was what people thought was like one camera. And so they would go to other parts of the room. And this was like before she started doing all her shit. And she would walk up to people, and then they'd find out that she had like another camera that they just didn't see. So it's anyway. I like my streamers with a little bit of mystery, a little bit of mystique. Yeah. Anyway, I just say this as somebody who works in the industry of live streaming, and I'm aware of the fact that like I and all these people in streaming are filming things often, that even within that there is still this, oh my God, there's no break from having to be aware of the fact that you're like, shit, I could be on camera, someone could see a clip of me and then turn it into a whole thing that it's not. You can't relax. There's no off.
In a context where we are so subject to the gaze of power that we start to implement it in ourselves. We start to see self-surveillance and self-discipline as a norm, and that fucks with us. I think this concept is, again, especially worrying in the context of those earlier examples, where individuals merely existing outside of dominant social structures are punished for it. But I think things like the Caleb stuff set a worrying precedent beyond that as well. Because when low-level harm in interpersonal relationships can become the subject of public pageantry, there is no longer an expectation of privacy for anyone. Like, I really need to stress that whether or not you believe this guy was an asshole for ghosting some dates, this is, at worst, private interpersonal harm. And what we're doing here is setting up and reinforcing the idea that any interpersonal fallouts can be made subject to public judgment at any time. For entertainment, let me be clear. And even if you believe it's justified in this case, it sets a very bad precedent, because abusers know how to utilize and weaponize the language of the abused very, very easily. They do it.
Stifle Creative! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs and for the tier 1.
All the time. I spent a lot of my formative years on Tumblr.com, where teenagers would very frequently make public call-out posts about interpersonal fallouts, demanding that their acquaintances publicly disavow their friends or ex-partners. There is no expectation that interpersonal relationships remain interpersonal, and that is a system that is not only bad for all of us because of the self-policing it creates, but also one that can be very easily weaponized by abusers for their own purposes. And so even if we see what happens to this Caleb
going on Tumblr to be like my boyfriend sucks, everybody back me up and tell my boyfriend how shitty he is.
Guy as funny and okay and justified, and let me be clear, I don't. The social machine that we are constantly refining still learns from it. The things we do still get normalized on a wider scale. And so what happens when these systems, this meat grinder greased with every new individual we shove through it, gets more normalized and more robust? We get more of it. More of a system we know is at best extremely flawed and at worst nothing more than a broken clock. And again, bad actors are very good at gaming these kinds of systems. Abusers adopt the language of the abused. Marginalizers adopt the language of the marginalized. Again, let me draw your attention to the pin we put in calling individuals love bombers and gaslighters and abusers en masse. We're still going to get to that. We've seen what can happen. These systems absolutely devouring the marginalized for just appearing marginalized in a public space. And when we add fuel to the torment nexus, we add fuel to that as well. We need to consider what kind of behavior we model and normalize. We need to consider how the systems we build can be used against us. We need consistent principles. Honestly, I think this is a fairly consistent...
this is not the point, but has she taken a sip of that water? I'm so curious.
Problem when it comes to people with progressive values and generally good ideals. It's easy to hold fast to your principles when they already align with your general sensibilities. Think about the number of people over the years calling wholeheartedly for the abolition of harmful carceral systems, and then when they're faced with crimes they personally find horrific, they immediately start to backpedal. It's an understandable impulse, but one we need to push back against. Another thing that leads to is preventing us from viewing the contradictions in our own ideology. The irony is not lost on me that a lot of people who consider themselves ostensibly progressive, who are abolitionists, who are theoretically against this idea of punitive justice, are suddenly completely okay with it when it's applied to the context of social media. It's a contradiction in our own principles, and it's one that we don't notice when our principles are not actually consistent. And these principles need to be consistent. If we're only applying them to people of whom we personally approve, they're not principles. We're just cherry picking. But I think we've been thinking in overly binary terms thus far. It only gets treated as a question of judging whether an individual did something wrong or not. It's easy to say, yes, certain people do not deserve to be publicly abused because they did nothing wrong. But even if these are bad systems for doing so, this person is a wrongdoer and thus deserves some kind of retribution. And so I want to bring us to that next point, that point about proportionality of...
Caitlin. Hello, everyone. Last night I was sharing a shot with my friend, you know, as XX Jessica XX, or so I thought. She actually gave me water instead because I was too drunk and climbing things. I await your unfollows of her. Also, tell her that she's ugly.
Response. Because here's the thing. It does not have to be true that someone did nothing wrong in order for us to oppose all of this, even beyond the point about feeding into these harmful systems. Because I think another thing we need to consider on top of all of this is this question of proportionality. So I've talked about context and judgment and an even greater degree of unmitigated bias as factors that distinguish these online systems of shaming from more formalized ones. But I think another one is that there's this relative lack of restraint, and I think that a lot of it comes from the fact that this behavior essentially just comes from a collection of individuals, ones who mostly don't see themselves as significant actors in any of this on their own. It's hard to talk about the power of a collective because of this, to be honest. Because generally speaking, no specific person here is a powerful entity we can point to and whose behavior we can individually analyze. In the case of the Caleb stuff, even some of the women who made the original videos were horrified with how quickly it spread out of control, how little it actually became.
After Leah saw New York Times reporter Taylor Loren's TikTok video criticizing the West Elm Caleb trend, she decided to take down her videos about him. The more I was listening to her, the more I had moments of reflection where I was like, it doesn't matter how big I'm blowing up, because morally this isn't the right thing to do. I wanted to make something funny. I wanted to talk about dating in a productive manner and talk about these bad behaviors. It wasn't productive. It was just destroying someone's life. Yeah. It's so funny whenever we cover things in culture that it's frequently like, Cat 10 Barge reports, Taylor Lorenz commented on. I mean, look, this is why it's like, you gotta take a moment before you post. You know, think about the repercussions. And a lot of people run to the internet. Without really thinking. And it's this self-serving system of engagement and attention, and it causes you to like throw your better judgment out the window, and then next thing you know, someone's life is ruined. Yeah, it's post clarity. Post clarity. Absolutely. I remember when I started doing that, where I would just like think. I would just stop before I would tweet something and go, do I need to tweet this? What purpose is this serving? And could this have unintended consequences that I would feel badly about? I just don't post
about
anything
them
ever.
or their wishes at all. It's just a bunch of individuals.
Internet literacy should be a 5th grade course. I say this all the time. I mean, everything from AI to everything on the internet. We need to be teaching kids from an early age best internet practices.
Each of whom views themselves as having little to no power in these interactions, acting individually. And on top of making it hard to discuss collective behavior because, no one sees themselves as a significant part of any collective, you're just yourself and you're just one guy.
But what
these
about
systems
this tweet?
Also make it extremely hard to control proportionality.
I stand by this.
The thing is, I do think this guy did some things wrong. Most of these things were none of the business of anyone commenting on this, but nevertheless, I do think that's the case. But even for the most punishment-oriented of individuals with the most draconian personal philosophies, there's generally some notion that at a certain point, a punishment needs to stop. Again, court systems are very fucked up. They are often wrong, and even they generally have some notion that at a certain point, a person has been punished enough and the punishment ends. Though, obvious disclaimer that I'm speaking as a Canadian here, and this is a whole can of worms and not universally applicable. I'm not defending the courts here. But generally speaking, most forms of social punishment are viewed as having some kind of threshold that's determined by an individual who's theoretically reviewed all of the relevant facts. But a crowd just doesn't have that. There's no point where every single person involved in this stuff is going to collectively stop and decide, hey, this is getting intensely disproportionate to the actual crime in question. Because how could they? This is millions of individual actors who, again, don't see themselves as holding power as individuals. Everybody thinks that they're just doing their own thing and having a laugh.
Sorry, Canadian opinion discarded. Sorry, y'all, for making you listen to this. In 2006, as a freshman in high school, we were shown Onion articles and articles about tree octopi and dihydrogen monoxide, and it seemed dumb back then, but holy shit, good job on that one, teachers. They're like, hey, do you think this is real just because you see it on the internet?
It's a drop in a bucket at most. Everybody thinks they're punching up. Everybody thinks they're
No, her
Dumbo.
arm never gets tired.
And what that creates is a system where no one can decide things have gone too far.
Yes.
No one decides when a punishment ends because there's
Where's
no way
the
everyone
line?
is ever going to reach that conclusion at the same time and agree on it. It's effectively considered indefinite. And not only that, but there's also no mechanism for making things right if we do realize that someone has been punished excessively. When the mechanism for punishment is a public shaming, what does a reparation for that look like? There isn't one. The best thing that can happen is just that the crowd gets bored of you and moves on. Something that is inevitable, but also in and of itself incredibly tenuous because it leaves lasting impacts on everyone who goes through this machine, regardless of when the boredom hits in. If the best thing we can say about sending a tornado through someone's house is that it'll dissipate eventually, we don't have much good to say about the situation. And the thing is, because of our tendency to think of these things in just an innocent, guilty binary, this can really easily get obfuscated. It's either this guy did nothing wrong and doesn't deserve to be punished, or this guy did something wrong and therefore deserves punishment. If someone is a wrongdoer, then they deserve punishment. So there's very little room to say, yes, we can acknowledge that someone is a dick. We don't need to challenge the concept that someone did something wrong, but that we can also acknowledge at the end of the day that that doesn't really matter. Relitigating the extent to which...
I didn't even see that anonymous gift. Anonymous gifter gifted a 1-month tier 1 sub to XX Jessica XX.
A person did harm is not the point.
Jessica,
and this is
welcome
not a
into the
question of just,
community.
did someone act poorly, yes or no? Because even if the answer is yes, what matters is that the actual response that arose from all of this was vastly disproportionate. And it's disproportionate in a way that is inherent to the very nature of this kind of mobbing. You can be an asshole in an interpersonal context and have done shitty things and still not deserve to have your real name and face and personal information put on blast to millions of people by individuals and corporations alike for, let me be clear here, fun. The point in all of this should not be to concern ourselves exclusively with questions of innocence and guilt, because at a certain point, it should not and does not matter. This is an interpersonal issue. Even if we buy that by virtue of ghosting someone and acting scummy about playlists, and the most serious accusation in all of this, and also the one people seem to care about the least, sending someone an unsolicited nude, you are guilty of some form of harm, this is still interpersonal shit we are talking about. If this is, as we consider it, a guilty person, at a certain point, that still stops mattering. The guilt or innocence of a given party should not be the sole focus of any discussion about any of this. At this point, the focus needs to be on whether the response was proportionate to the supposed harm done. And no, absolutely not. None of this is proportionate. And we don't need to see this individual as a person who has done nothing wrong in order to acknowledge that. It is so besides the point. This is the case with all of this and all of these individuals when we exclusively concern ourselves with did a person do wrong rather than is the punishment enacted upon this person reasonable or proportionate. It's very, very easy to simply turn a blind eye to the harm done to certain individuals because we consider them guilty of some form of wrongdoing. That is bad. Writer Rainfisher Kwan wrote a really excellent piece on this whole debacle on Substack, and I'm going to link it in the description, but I also want to highlight this particular part. Fisher Kwan writes, "This is what discomforts me the most. The commodification
Ryan Fisher Kwan's amazing. I love Ryan Fisher Kwan's
feminist rhetoric by young aesthetic progressives who seek only to silence criticism and justify self-interested consumption that, even if it did manage to yield some anti-abuse result, was clearly never about it in the first place."
They write about
She describes
culture.
the process as trying to seek and destroy the lives of real people for a perceived moral fault that's more posthumous justification than actual instigator is the choose-your-own-adventure for the 21st century. She identifies something really important here, that the justification of somehow avenging harm done to others is transparently untrue. The point is not actually about reducing harm, it's about the entertainment and, in some cases, catharsis that comes from all of this. Any supposed harm done by West Elm Caleb is only used as a cudgel against anyone who acknowledges the wildly disproportionate nature of hundreds of thousands of strangers engaging in coordinated doxing and public shaming of a private individual for private interpersonal shit. Because at a certain point, the binary of guilty-innocent no longer matters. And to a lot of people, I don't think it ever did. This is the part where we need to take out that pin that I've been driving into the board.
Yeah, everyone is just judge, jury, and executioner. Everyone is a cop. Everyone is the arbiter on who is good and who is bad, and doling out the punishment to the most extreme extent.
That one about love bombing and gaslighting and whatnot, because I think that on its own reflects a very concerning trend I've seen just absolutely blow up in the past few years. And that's the trend of using deeply serious and pathologizing language to describe individuals where it very likely does not actually apply.
Yeah, a lot of people who their nightmare is being summoned for jury duty, but they be doing jury duty all day long on the internet.
The term gaslighting has been so memeified and used so much that it essentially just becomes treated as a synonym for just lying, or in extreme cases, simply disagreeing with someone. Love bombing, a term that refers to overwhelming someone with excessive praise and admiration for the implicit purpose of drawing them in to abuse and exert control over them, is used in the case of this Caleb stuff to just mean attracting hookups. Toxic has become nothing more than a filler word to describe anyone we dislike, as has narcissist. We've essentially created entire categories of people who we brand as fundamentally broken and evil on the sole basis of our own conflicts with them, and couched it in nice, progressive sounding therapy language.
And you know what it does? It waters down all those words, and it waters down their meaning. When everyone's a narcissist, when everything is toxic, when we use therapy speak to describe every single interaction, when gaslighting is when gaslighting is everything, then gaslighting is nothing.
This is very bad, and I can understand where this arises from. The first is the fact that social media is designed to engender the most polarizing versions of various takes. A post from someone accusing their ex-friend of gaslighting is going to get...
The word gaslighting now triggers me because people use it all the time, and they use it all the time in the most incorrect way. And it is so frustrating. Like it's very, very frustrating. I've even gotten so frustrated with Will because Will like learned the term gaslighting and then was applying it to everything. I was like, you have to stop. You have to stop using this for everything, please. Same with narcissist. Oh my God. Like, we would, if we have a misunderstanding, it's not gaslighting. Yeah, stop gaslighting me into thinking that I'm doing gaslighting. But that's what happens too. It's like, oh, you have an issue in communication. Now it's gaslighting. Yeah, or someone's just straight up lying, gaslighting. Yeah, thank you,
more
Jonah.
reach than a post from someone accusing their ex-friend of just being a mean asshole. It's the kind of language we're algorithmically set up to see, and the kind of language we're therefore incentivized to use. The problem is systemic. We repeat the language we're trained to see, and this is especially true of young people for whom regular interpersonal conflict is their first exposure to a term like love bombing. That's how they're going to understand and use that terminology. I think that's why it's especially important to push back on it. When we use armchair psychological lingo against anyone we feel has wronged us, it's very easy to cast others as agents that can only do others harm because of a way in which they are incorrectly wired. If the people who harm us are
emotional bandwidth, oh my God, I'm gonna die. I don't have the emotional bandwidth to handle that. And it's literally your friend being like, hey, can I tell you about this thing that's bothering me? And they're like, I don't have the emotional bandwidth. People are, oh God, drive me nuts. Holding space is the new. I do not have space to hold for you talking about how you're sad that your parent died. Sorry, I can't hold that space. I can't. The friend in our group that used to do that is now literally a counselor. No. You complaining about losing your job is giving me a lot of undue emotional and mental labor. I don't have the emotional bandwidth. I cannot hold space for you being upset that you lost your job. Sorry. Same with trauma dumping. I mean, all these terms, all these words, all these terms. And yeah, it is better just like to just be describing the behavior without jumping to using these words that you see all over the place. I'm sorry, I'm too much of an empath. I simply cannot take on I can't take on this emotional labor because I'm such an empath that it will make me die. Are you trying to kill me?
Fundamentally narcissists, we can never be them. And that is not only a very dangerous way to view others, it's directly antithetical to self-reflection and changing your mind about people as you grow, but it's also a very dangerous way to view ourselves. Ultimately, though, this entire analysis has been missing a fairly large chunk of something, and you might have already noticed its absence. I hope thus far that I've made a case for why, beyond this one dude and the various discourses and takes and attempts to relitigate the morality of this guy's actions, although that's remotely the fucking point, all of this matters. Because at the end of the day, the West Elm Caleb stuff is over. It's old hat. But as long as the machine keeps grinding, it's going to keep happening. It might not look exactly like it just did, but it's going to be the same machine greased with the same stuff. And if I'm going to encourage people to reframe how we see the systems that we engage with, we need to talk about a larger actor that plays into all of this. And in order to do that, we need to ask ourselves a very important question. Who is benefiting from all of this? It's not women. As much as I understand the benefit of the collective catharsis of getting to publicly dunk on a representative of every guy who's ever ghosted you online, and as much as I do think there is something to be said in general for social media being able to give a voice to the voiceless, it's just not. Insofar as we can claim any class of people is materially benefiting from something, there needs to be some sort of gain outside just a temporary feeling of catharsis and amusement. And realistically speaking, that is the only arguably liberatory thing to be gained here for women as a group. That it feels good for just a second to see consequences imposed for a behavior you feel has hurt you and gone unpunished in the past. But a quick dopamine hit doesn't actually translate to liberatory praxis. Again, you could potentially argue that it creates a culture of surveillance where men are more hesitant to ghost women for fear that they could be publicly shamed for it, and that this is feminist in some fucked up way, but strengthening the panopticon strengthens that whole machine. There's just as much of a chance that next time we could see men doing this to women on a similar scale, or, I don't know, internet detectives doing it to a trans woman for dancing while visibly trans. So I don't think it's that either. Is it the people making the original TikToks? I guess to some extent, the whole situation likely translated to a follower boost for anyone who got to bask in the limelight of West.
And you know what? We do see this happen all the time, but women being the victim of it. And oftentimes, it's in the form of a smear campaign. It's, oh, this woman did something annoying, and I think it's usually too like a woman who's accused powerful man of bad behavior. And then the internet has a gleeful, giddy, good time just eviscerating a woman online.
Elm Caleb for a second. But I don't think it's that either. Like I said before, the whole movement, or whatever you want to call it, got out of their control very quickly, which is why you had people involved in the original calling out, saying this whole thing had gone too far and calling for moderation. Starting a campaign of public shaming isn't synonymous with leading one and may not even be a deliberate choice. So maybe there's a small sliver of clout to be gained here, but I don't really think it's this either. No, the real answer is corporations. When a person goes viral on TikTok, when a hashtag about them gains millions of views and hundreds of thousands of users making their own original content about this person, the primary actor benefiting is TikTok, because outrage equals engagement and engagement equals profit. And not only are they the ones directly benefiting and financially profiting from this, their algorithm actually actively incentivizes it. Do you remember how I said that all the women who went on dates with this guy somehow ended up finding the original TikTok about it and all just coincidentally happened to see and comment on it? That's actually not true. It wasn't a coincidence. I lied to you. I've gaslit you. I've gaslit you all. That happened because TikTok is designed to show you content from people.
Whoever said they feel like she's gaslighting them, you were right.
people you already know. What happened was that the algorithm recognized that all of those women had a common contact on their phones, in this case Caleb, and so started showing everyone each other's videos. So not only was everything that happened essentially in service of boosting engagement and profit for this massive social media platform, but the fact that it even happened at all directly resulted from this corporation deciding that better engagement happens when you connect people with mutual friends. It's an algorithmic feature that has led to things like, in some cases, people being outed as queer to their families before they were ready to share because the app recognized that they were contacts in each other's phones. And in this case, it was a decision that enabled and actually encouraged the publicization of private interpersonal conflict for peak online engagement. I cannot stress this enough. This is all happening for corporate profit.
Yeah. Trexelus, it was Pluto. OMG, if my family found my TikTok repos. Yeah, always important to think about who is benefiting from this. And also the absolute ick of seeing when other corporations will then jump in on internet trends and attempt to capitalize off of it, right? That they just will, they will make money off of joining in on these mob hunts that are wrecking people's lives.
The only entities materially benefiting from any of this are corporations. Also, in case I haven't made it explicitly clear, the fact that feminism has been used as a cudgel in service of corporate profit here doesn't mean that feminism is therefore no longer valuable. There's this tendency to decry certain forms of social consciousness because corporations are trying to exploit them for money, claiming, for example, that anyone who supports wokeness is a sucker because corporations can use it for advertising purposes. So I want to specify that the issue here is not that these platforms are too woke. The issue comes with the structural incentives that fuel these platforms. They will use anything they can to justify this. In the words of one of my friends, feminism being used as a fig leaf for the brutal public vivisection of some fuckboy isn't actually an argument against feminism, precisely because it isn't actually about feminism. I wanted to explicitly state that here because the fact that women aren't collectively benefiting from any of this is not evidence of feminism itself or wokeness itself being inherently harmful.
You guys, we can't have feminism because of West Elm Caleb.
Evidence that corporations will exploit and mine any ideology they can for retroactive justifications for the abuse their platforms beget. It's not just TikTok either. In the
Are
wake
you
of this
going to release a statement on messaging the West Elm Instagram account? Are you going to release a statement on West Elm Caleb?
Whole West Elm Caleb stuff, you had multiple corporations trying to capitalize off of this mass shaming. Among them were the aforementioned upcoming dating app Keepler, an app that had previously used other viral instances as marketing opportunities and took out that fucking billboard shaming this guy, a rug company, Peacock TV, a birth control brand, and fucking Hellman's mayonnaise. To say nothing of the various tabloid websites just having an absolute blast calling this guy out with the same conspiratorial tone you'd use to describe a celebrity breakup, presumably to a high volume of clicks and comments. These are companies that witnessed the horrors of this shit and only saw dollar signs. And that's not meant to be an indictment of the individual social media teams that posted this stuff, some of whom have since deleted it. It's what corporations fundamentally are, how they're designed to function. The ends are growth and profit.
Yeah, and
the
they're
means are whatever
parasites.
achieves that. Look at this cynical shit. Look at this brand just joyously posting about how the whole stunt encouraged people to download their app. Even the brands who decided to delete their posts didn't do so out of some desire to be socially conscious. No, it was because they did the risk-benefit analysis and decided that it did more harm than good for their public image and thus future profits. I found this article on a newsletter site designed to be read by brands and marketing execs, essentially analyzing whether it was a good idea to post a West Elm Caleb tweet or not, and it's a very interesting read.
Bro, it was like when Milani Cosmetics. Yeah, when Milani Cosmetics got in on the internet's smearing of Amber Heard, when they tried to like get in on the fun And we're like, oh, that's interesting because that makeup palette didn't come out until 2017. So it couldn't have been that one. It's like, okay, they weren't specifically referring to that makeup palette. They were saying like using a makeup palette such as this to cover up bruises. But that's what we see. We see these brands, these companies who are like, ooh, let's get in on whatever the internet's doing and score some points here and maybe some sales.
Interesting derogatory. That's largely because at no point in the article is there an assessment of the human cost of any of this. It's all about approval ratings and numbers. Again, this is just by the very nature of how corporations function. This was a profit-generating opportunity for them. And that is what happens when we feed a machine that sustains itself on outrage and constant engagement. We do not benefit as individuals or as a marginalized group of people.
What the fuck is Hellman's Mayonnaise doing getting in on the West Elm Caleb? What does mayonnaise have to do with this? What's going on?
The object of our shame neither grows nor benefits. We don't get beneficial cultural shifts that make the world a better place to live in. We get number going up for corporations.
Your mayonnaise.
This is all happening for corporate profit. So what can we do? How can we make sure this doesn't happen in the future, that we aren't adding more bricks to the foundation of this panopticon which we've all made our home? Well, a few things. As I said, I don't think individuals are necessarily the primary actor driving all of this, not when the algorithms we use encourage and feed off of it. This is largely a problem of systems, and we need to hold these corporations just as, if not more, responsible than we hold ourselves. The power for specific individuals to enact harm ultimately comes largely from the systems that give them that power, and from the algorithms that shove the most polarized and dangerous versions of every belief and argument directly in our faces to stuff their own wallets and encourage us to do the same. I think as time has passed on the Caleb stuff, more people have started to realize how fucked up it all was, and the tide has shifted there. But analysis of corporations and systems have kind of taken a back seat to just focusing on individuals and what individual actions we should all be taking. I don't think we should lose focus of the actor with the most power and the most material benefit in this situation. But at the same time, I still believe individuals, when part of a greater collective, have a lot more power than we might perceive ourselves as having.
Yeah, also, what's easier? Holding the platforms accountable and forcing them to act, or like starting with holding ourselves as individuals accountable, as being more mindful with how we use the internet, with how we engage and interact, you know? It's like, okay, you look at it and you go, well, what the hell am I supposed to do about these multi-billion-dollar platforms? Like, I can't stop any of this stuff. It's like, okay, well, you can work on as an individual what you consume, what you post, how you act, how you behave.
While which videos were shown and what cultural memes start to take force may not necessarily be our fault, I would distinguish that claim from the idea that we have no collective responsibility. I think we have a responsibility here to exercise a lot more judgment and restraint when it comes to these incidences of public doxing and surveillance than we might have been exercising in the past. That means a few things. It means avoiding this pathologizing language that overstates harm as much as possible, because we know that kind of language feeds into this. On the whole, we need to stop accusing people of gaslighting and other forms of emotional abuse because they're assholes. As much as I understand where that impulse comes from, I honestly think we need to return to clearer terminology.
The teapot's empty.
Here. Sometimes someone isn't an abuser. Sometimes someone is just an asshole. It's okay to use the word asshole in these cases. That's a good first step. It's also important to hold true to and maintain consistent principles. If we believe a specific act, like let's say retributive justice or letting a bunch of corporations join in on a public dogpile of someone, is always morally wrong.
Yeah, look, you guys, there's so many words in the English dictionary. Abuser, like, let's reserve that for actual abusers, okay? Here's some other examples that you can use instead of asshole. Miscreant, prick, schmuck, shitbag, shithead, jackass, bastard. I love bastard. I love the word bastard. Motherfucker. Arsehole. Bunghole. Louse. Goober. There, yeah, see? Rat. Wanker. Wanker. Ah, he's a wanker. I'm here for mid-screen coming back into the mainstream, but I'll take bastard. That bastard. See? Wanka. But you have to say it like that. You have to say wanka. He's a wanka. Scallywag. Fuckwad. Rapscallion. Yeah, see? Look at all these words.
We need to hold fast to that even when we don't like the individual in question, even when that person truly is an asshole. Otherwise, when we're readily willing to abandon those principles based on matters of personal judgments, the systems we create are going to be much more exploitable and much more vulnerable to bad actors using them to enact harm. I think we also need to check our own entertainment impulses on occasion. I know imploring people to think about the person behind the screen is an axiom we've been trotting out for years now to little success. Because it's much easier said than done, especially when, again, someone seems like they're actually an asshole. But what might help us here is reframing the discussion from being about the person on the other side of it to instead being about us and our morals and how we choose to exercise them. Because ultimately, the way we treat these individuals across social media really isn't about them. It's about us. We have to be better than that, even if they never will be. If not for the future victims of these systems who might be in a far worse situation, or for avoiding putting more money into the pockets of corporations that see human suffering as a profit vector, then for ourselves. We deserve that. Honestly, one thing I've really been working on as of late is trying to disengage a little bit from some of the online spaces that I think nurture the worst impulses in myself. It is often so easy to send a snarky tweet out in the void, to talk in a way I do not talk like in real life, and only really regret it later when the dopamine hit of online interaction wears off. This isn't good, but I also know I'm not alone in it. So one thing I've basically been working on doing ever since about last August when a bunch of stuff happened is trying to do more creative work that isn't filtered through a screen. So I started taking pottery last summer, which is so fun. That's actually where the mug I've been using in this video came from. I made it. And if you follow me on social media, you'll also know that I've been picking up knitting for the last couple of months. I've been taking classes at a local yarn shop, but I've also wanted to just kind of level up. And
that's why she had the mug in the whole video. It served a purpose. The mug purpose reveal.
Get better and more practice with skilled individuals, which is why I'm super thankful to have found Skillshare and super grateful to them for sponsoring this video. Skillshare is essentially an online learning community with thousands of online classes that cover tons of different subjects.
We knew that the mug had to serve a purpose.
There's just a huge breadth of skills you can learn, from still life photography to gorgeous watercolor painting to meditative writing to YouTube thumbnail design to cooking to playing the guitar. It was all about the mug all along. Anything else you can possibly imagine. So for me, I've been taking Miss Melissa Warren class on knitting basics, and it's been so fun and such a nice way to just
everybody
engage
learn
with
how
the
to knit,
physical, tactile world.
Let's
also,
all learn how to
I've been
knit.
working on a hat, which you can actually see here,
and
getting to develop those skills.
If you ever feel like hating online, just take a drag of a smooth Marlboro red.
Any of these classes and either developing new skills or refining existing ones, Skillshare is a really great place for that. It's ad-free, so
just
you
be
can
like
develop your
Teresa
skills
with her
without the distraction
vape.
of ads. There are new premium classes launched every single week, and if English isn't your first language or you want to get some more practice with another one, you can get Skillshare's entire catalog with subtitles in Spanish, French, Portuguese, and German. If you're interested in joining Skillshare, just click the link in my description. The first 1,000 people who click that link will get a 1-month free trial of Skillshare.
You know what I have to say? I am very impressed. I've never watched a Sarah Z video. First of all, she really did speak for like an hour straight. And there were some Nobody on their phones. Everyone just living in the moment. How it should be. Surely it's time for 4 hours of peak. If Sam was streaming tonight, I would have played some peak. Does that say 215 million views? Yes, it does. Let's get that up to 216 million. Speaking of, wait, did I tell you guys that Sam accidentally ordered dog food to my house?
You have to.
I should actually just text Sam
Oh,
and
no.
Cutie and be like, I'm gonna suck both your clits.
Wait, why did Caroline just text me?
Yeah, man. No, I got so scared the other night because, I was at Next. I was filming all day and I had a dog sitter and she was like, hey, I'm going to bring the dog food inside. And I went, oh, and I just kind of went with it. And I assumed Will had ordered dog food. So I said to him, I was like, oh, did you order dog food for Farley? He's like, no, I didn't. And I was like, oh my God. And in my mind, I go, oh no, are we getting doxxed? Is this, instead of pizzas, they're just sending dog food now? And no, it turns out it was Sam. It was Sam who ordered food for Oki and accidentally ordered it to French Polynesia, but didn't tell me right away. It was only like we were texting about something else. And then she mentioned that she had sent dog food on accident to our house. I said, okay, great. Well, it gave me a heart attack for a second because
That's powerful.
I thought that
is
someone random sent it to my place.
powerful. This could be anything.
Yes, princess. Yes. Just like that, princess. Princess.
No! No!
Oh no, I'll never be able to look at a pipe that has water busted out of it the same way again.
My least favorite thing I've ever seen.
You know?
With this stream title, we gotta go. We have to play the game.
Here's the thing,
Get
folks.
out of here.
This is the type of thing. Yeah, this is what the internet's great for.
This is a mess.
This is what the internet
This
is
a
great
mess.
for.
Okay, we have to.
I should actually just text Sam and wow, Katie and be like, whoever clipped that and sent it to her in chat with no context is an asshole. Yeah, Zio, I wonder who it was. I wonder. Couldn't have been you. Podcast was fucking amazing. Sam, by the way, wait, do you mean with Sam or did you for a moment think I was Sam? I am Sam. Sam, I am. Podcast was amazing, Sam. Thank you. As Sam, I will say thank you very much. I'm high. That's fair. Good for you. Not the movie I Am Sam. Oh my God. Wait, the one with Dakota Fanning and what's his name? Sean Penn. Which, did anybody else watch that in high school? We watched that in like health class or something. I remember watching it and being like, I don't know about that. Yeah, wait, why did we all watch this? Why did we all, like, truly listen to the premise of this film? I Am Sam is the compelling story of Sam Dawson, played by Sean Penn, a mentally challenged father raising his daughter Lucy with the help of a unique group of friends. As Lucy turns 7 and begins to intellectually surpass her father, their close bond is threatened when their unconventional living arrangement comes to the attention of a social worker who wants Lucy placed in foster care. Yeah, it's a movie from 2001. Unique. With the help of a unique group of friends. Oh, this was straight up Oscar bait. Absolutely. I especially enjoyed. Oh, Westman. Oh, that's for Patreon listeners. Patreon listeners only. Don't reveal. You have to subscribe to the Patreon to hear what I did that I am filled with shame over. Y'all watched this in high school? I don't know. We just did. A lot of us apparently watched this in high school. My friend showed me a trailer for this and I was like, yeah. It has a 35% on Rotten Tomatoes. Yeah, that's the stuff. That's the good stuff. Finally, someone has the guts to call out social workers. I know, the greatest enemies in our society, social workers. Can we make Sam watch Crash? Wait, has Sam never seen Crash? Oh. That would be a funny YouTube video too. I make my friend watch Crash for the first time. But you know what would be so, okay, obviously you would think watching that in 2025, you'd be able to identify why the film is like problematic. But if I preface it, I'm like, oh, dude, Crash, so good. 2006 or whatever, Oscar winner. Or 2005 Oscar winner. People were upset that Brokeback Mountain lost, but honestly, they're wrong. Crash is so good. You know, if I kind of like manipulate her before she so you're gonna gaslight her. So then if she doesn't like it, she would feel probably stressed out having to oppose my opinion, having to challenge me, right? And I'd be like, oh, so you hate black people. That's interesting. Oh, so you like racism. That's cool. It's fine. She's either going to think you're racist or that she's racist. She's either gonna think you're racist or that she's racist. It's one or the other. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay, you guys. So here's the deal. I am ending stream. My favorite pod moment, Caroline, he was in Twister. Sam is at that tornado movie. Oh God, she's such a fountain of takes, hot takes, just unbelievable comments, things that I just didn't know a person was capable of saying. Okay, so I'm not gaming. I'm not, because I hate gaming and I'm never doing it again. No, I'm going to do big gaming tomorrow. Tonight was big talking because this week I did a lot of progressive next. And also Hassan's out of town and I'm now doing things the way that Hassan does things, which is that I never game ever again. No, if I didn't if I didn't yap this long, we'd throw a little in. But I'll do Friday night gaming. That's what we're calling it now. Friday night gaming. But we got fun stuff this weekend because we got Friday night gaming. We have Saturday meme school. And Sunday, allegedly, I'm bringing back dinner and a movie. Allegedly. Word on the street is dinner and a movie is coming back. Friday Night Jazz has moved to Friday. Friday Night Jazz is now Friday Night Gaming. My weekly segments always turn out really well and stay consistent. Yes. So what used to be Friday Night Jazz is now Friday Night Gaming while singing jazz. Maybe that's the next iteration of it. But yeah, then that's what we got going on. I said in the Discord, I can't take it back. That's true. Anything that's written in the Discord is real and true. It's the rule of law that it must be. So anyway, y'all, you know what though? Let me just say something for a second. You buttheads. How many leftist commentators on this platform consistently game in the way that I do? Okay? How many? Not many. Not many. There are some. But not all. Because leftists hate fun. Yeah. They hate gaming. They do. I am an anomaly. I blame Nandre for curing you from your Night Rain addiction. No, I still want to play. I just feel like everyone else has kind of moved on. No one else seems to be playing. I have offered myself up to a lot of people. I've been like, I'll play Night Rain. Oh, you know, guys want to play Night Rain? I'm down. I think also, yeah, I don't know. These gamers, though, they move on. They move on fast. They're like West Elm Caleb. They're players. They don't, it's not just one game. Wait, Marsh was playing Night Rain tonight? If that's true, I'm going to end that man's whole career. Oh, no, he was playing Clear. Okay. I was going to say, if he was playing Night Rain and did not tell me about it, I was going to end that man's whole career. I know I saw Ray tweet and she was like, please, I need all my friends to play Claire Obscura because I need to watch it. And I was like, is it really that good of a stream game? It's time for Expedition 33. Yeah, see? This is what she said. I beg all my friends to play Expedition 33 so I can watch. One of the best games I've played in my life. Is it a solo game or is it a multiplayer? I think Marsh is busy with something else. Oh. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Pardon. Pardon me. What's happening with Fear and? Everyone on Fear and, what's going on? Fear and gay? Okay, Will rage quit after a certain plot twist, but I don't base my gaming evaluations on how Will behaved because he can have a tendency to rage quit. He can be a little dramatic. Kind of a drama queen. Also, I'm always down to play Night Rain. You never ask. Whoa! Okay, well, after we all played Night Rain, and I was like, I would look at people's streams and be like, doesn't look like anyone's playing. Jeez! Oh my God! Coming for me. Sheesh. Let's West Elm Caleb Nandre, everyone. Okay? Get the Tumblr post going. Let's take him down. Okay. That's it for me. I'm done. Is there anyone who I've never rated before who I should throw some love to? Who would be a good person? Wait, is Flaky streaming? I know she just made partner. I've rated her before, but I know she just made partner. Is there anyone who I've never... Is Haas going for partner? Or wait, no, Haas is partner, no? Haas made partner. Have you rated Wake before? I have rated Wake before. Is there anyone else who's like going for partner? Jason the Ween. Yeah. Let me help out little Jason the Ween. Oh, I'm going to send you guys to I Just Love Puzzles. That's a good one. She's partner, I think, but I have not rated, I don't think, I Just Love Puzzles. Maybe I have one time. Whatever. I'll send you over to I Just Love Puzzles. We love Puzzle Granny. And I'll see you cats and kittens tomorrow. You have 3 times. I have amnesia. That's okay. I Just Love Puzzles is amazing. Oh my God. Snaps 3. Thank you for the last minute 5 gifted subs. Appreciate ya. Okay, y'all. I'm gonna go rage watch the worst show on TV. And just like that, please, you have to stop me. I can't stop. I won't stop. I must stop. Why am I still watching this show? I don't fucking know. But it's so bad. But I'm still watching it. Classic. Give Farley pass for us. I will. Watch. Okay, wait. Okay. What is Interview with the Vampire on? Is that on Netflix? Interview. Or wait, no. That's on... Wait, that is on Netflix. HBO or Netflix? AMC? Season 1, Season 2 is AMC. Okay. I will go watch the first episode. And I will report back. Okay, peace. Peace and love. Bye, guys. Bye.